go. Good evening, gamers. Hello, Youngman. Welcome. How are you doing? This fine day. It sounds like you want. Are we good now? Can you hear me? Oh. Hello. If you can hear me, please drop a sign. Working now? Okay, that's good. I have no idea what happened there. Working now. Okay, but that's good though. Hi, hello. What was I last saying when I got cut off? I don't know. I don't know when exactly it stopped working. To live stream offline on my yeah. Something happened to my OBS, it just froze, so I just restarted it. Restarted it, yes. But yeah, thank you for stopping by though, Voneka. I hope you'll sleep well. I think our days were okay. Maybe when I was saying that part, it got cut off. But yeah, I had a pretty good day today, I think. I woke up kind of late because I went to bed late last night. Because Project Sekai, there's an event. It was ending like 7 AM my time. I didn't stay awake until it ended, but I went to bed maybe around like 5 AM. I wasn't even like really tearing or anything, but I just wanted to make it in like a certain amount, you know? So I was like, oh, I hope I don't lose my place. I need to make sure I get a high enough rank so that like, even if it like, you know, surges up at the end, I'll be okay. But I can't really watch anything soon. That's just how it is, you know? No, but alright. Shall I just get started in the game? I need to pull up the guide though again. Let me do that real quick. Okay, I did bookmark it last time. So I've got it now. Wait, let me switch these. Oh, but yeah. I went out for lunch. It was nice. It was fun. I'm so full now. I went to a vegan restaurant with my family. It was nice. Okay, yeah, you love it. Yeah, just finished Nanami's route at the end and we started Yuabu. Okay. Yeah. Alright, let's go. Continue. Load. I guess it was this one. Yeah, 10-12. Past midnight, huh? Last time streamed for quite a while. Well, I guess that stream also started 1 hour later from usual, but... Hi, hello and welcome. How have you been doing? Let's open it up. Oh, and we were just skipping through, I think. Sorry, it was E, I think, to skip. I think that was the control. Let's do that. Okay, Dr. Takashina's not there anymore. That little thing about the sword, trying to get D-sword. I'm going to buy D-sword at a sketchy shop. Getting scammed going the way home. Seeing Nanami. I give the bangle to her. Alright. We at school. Kozupi is here. And we'll just go neutral. No delusion. Scared of Nimi. On the roof. Get a voicemail. I'll go neutral. And then I'll play You May Pass. Investigating the school. Grim. We go neutral. That's right, and there's no one here. We go to Shibuya Crossing. See Shogun. Get rescued by Nimi. We're talking about the cases. Senna looking at the people. Nimi blue sky. Kozupi gets hurt and we don't help her. Hi. Hello, Oliver. Welcome. How have you been doing? Neutral there. I guess, yeah. In this later-ish part of the game, we stopped really seeing Yua that much, huh? It's probably the next scene would maybe be her on her own. I think she does confront us again at some point, right? Been good since the weekend. Happy Saturday, everyone. Hope your weekend's going well. Oh, we're with you. So scary. But, be quiet, don't make a sound. Promise not to make a sound. Will you promise me? You better not say otherwise. Promise me. You'll do it, won't you? Do it, please. So scary. Okay, let me save real quick, actually. We fast forwarded through quite a bit. We're still in chapter 3, I guess, but oh no, we're in chapter 4. Okay. So I'll probably get an extra scene here. Sorry, she was like, you have multiple personalities. Shogun is you. Like, I guess we did not get an extra scene there. Despite what I thought. I'm getting chased by the police. Oh no. I see. I mean, Yo is here, right? So maybe here we'll get something extra? Or not? Maybe at the end? Banza. Just the rapid flashing between the two ISs. We're at home. Chapter 5. I really thought there'd be an extra scene there, but I guess not. Yeah. Vomit. Mimi comforts us. Sir, comfort you. And she wants that Phantasm CD. patent. Okay. We should be on the UR route, right? I think we are. Oh, it does. Okay, it says it branches in chapter 7. We have not seen any intermissions yet today. It's probably fine. Surely. Almost there. And there's the earthquake and everything. Oh no, the computer! It's broken, but we fixed it. And our ESO account is fine. Showroom. I'm missing Isa. She's off the roof. Oh no. We flower bed. Wow. Kisana. Hazuki and Suha. It really is just going home. Nanami. Oh, we are gonna see her hand this time, I guess, since we're not in Nanami route. Dun dun dun. Okay. Seira-tan. Okay, oh yeah, and I guess we are here this time. It should. Let me save real quick. Was this chapter 6? Yeah, okay. Does it? Oh yeah, I guess I have to get the answers here, right? I think, otherwise I'll get the bad ending, right? So... okay. Dare no me. So no me. Dare no me. Okay. Here we go. Yes, I saw a sword. Yes, I distinctly saw a sword. No, if I move from here, I cannot take it. No, I cannot see the sword from other places from here. Yes, it's not actually a sword. Okay. Sword! No, we'll just go neutral. we follow Seira-tan. And we don't go to save Nanami. Nice. Then we wake up and we do this twice. Hazuki. Wearing glasses. Oh! New scene. Okay. Oh, that's right. It did say it would branch in chapter 7. I guess we are in chapter 7 now. Save real quick. Will it say US route? Okay, not yet. Maybe all the normal beds were full because of all the people who'd been injured in yesterday's earthquake, and they just happened to put me in one of the beds in the psychiatric ward because of that? Or maybe they decided that me collapsing was due to psychological factors rather than physical ones. Well, I suppose they wouldn't be wrong then. My mood was gradually getting worse and worse. Oh, okay, that was it, I guess. Actually, let me check something real quick. Tips list. Is there anything? Oh, okay. Conan. Oh, I guess this was after we did her route. I guess we get to see the entry for it. But the memory of her bangle, the symbol of her love for her brother, taken shape as a blade. That is Nanami's D sword. Influenced by her strong desire to not let anyone else have it, even the hilt itself is made of blades. This makes it impossible for even other Gigalomaniacs to hold or wield the sword. Diagnostic results. I think I had like... Did I pick most of them except for like 6? Okay, it is new. You are extremely delusional. You are likely subjected to nothing but painful things in your everyday life. I can understand why you'd want to avert your eyes from such a reality. However, you're not yet ready to fully surrender yourself to these delusions, for you still believe that you will someday be able to return to reality and live a fulfilling life. Do you ever find it difficult to distinguish between delusions and reality? This is not a good position to be in, as it's dangerous for your delusions to affect reality. The time for you to make a decision is drawing near. Will you gather your resolve and devote yourself to your delusions, or will you strive for the faint wisp of hope that you may return to reality? A word from Nimi. From this point forward, I don't want you to have any more delusions. I know all too well that reality is full of pain. That's exactly what makes all the good, happy moments so irreplaceable. So please, come back. Come back to reality, okay? A word from Closet. Z's. How to go fully delusional? Well, first try not to talk to anybody at all, and then that's it. If you do that, then you'll have no choice but to have a whole bunches of delusions. Okay. Let's save again. Alrighty. I'm gonna drink some water also. I guess maybe... Well, our route maybe branch off when we, like, see her in the rubble. Was that chapter 8? That might have been chapter 8, actually. I don't know if we see her in chapter 7 at all. So I guess it might just... We, like, see her and then... No, that was right. We were getting beat up. Shogun in the hospital room. Kozupi saves us. Okay. And we're going into the store with her, right? Yeah, and then she takes out her D sword. It really is just like a huge block of metal. Scary. Do you guys have a favorite D sword? I would make a poll, but there's too many of them. I can only have 4 answer choices. But I do think I still like Mimi's the most. Yours looks cool. Honestly, Isis looks pretty nice too. Oh, chapter 8. Let's save and see. Did I mess up? Did I mess up? Oh no, you are rude. Okay. We're good. Sun and moon. Okay. Yeah. Perfect. Okay. Initiated by Momose, a meeting was slated to be held at Frisia Credit Bureau, a meeting to which Bon was now running nearly half an hour late for. Can I guess Yua will show up here, right? So this this is like right at the start, huh? Chapter 8. Momose's angry voice hurtled into him as he entered the office. In response to this, Bon gave a minor shrug, then proceeded to walk up to the desk of Frisia's president with an amiable smile on his face. He had not brought any refreshments today, something he was beginning to believe may have been a lapse in judgment. Yeah.
若い子をこき使ってバンちゃんは楽してるわけね。
いやいや、俺もちゃんとやってるよ。昨日だって徹夜でいろいろ調べてたんだぜ。おかげで最近の女子高生の生態についてはかなり詳しくなった。
あんたね、呆れて物も言えないわ。
Ghetto Froggy。
で、こうして俺を呼びつけたってことは、あの子と連絡取れたってこと？
今来てるわ。
さすがももちゃん。ちなみに可愛い子かい？
That's laugh. Momose promptly smacked Bon over the head, stopping his opportunistic grin in its tracks. The sheer speed with which she had turned her wrist made the slap especially fierce.
いつまでもバカなこと言ってんじゃないわよ、エロ親父。
冗談だって。
Before arriving at the building, Bon had made a private request to Momose. It entailed setting up a meeting between him and a certain person connected to the new gen cases. Rather than anything work-related, it was merely to satiate a personal curiosity. He was not planning on talking about anything related to new gen investigations for the time being. Okay, I guess they didn't actually go to the Ghetto Froggy store yet here, but... And due to his position, Bon could not simply meet with the person on his own, else he would risk drawing the ire of the detectives he was getting ahead of. Momose urged Bon over to a corner of the office. It was a fairly cramped space, almost all of which was already taken up by shelves packed full of files. The location was used as a reception area of sorts, and a pair of love seats had been wedged into the only place they could fit. Bon entered the section after Momose, and his eyes landed upon a lone girl sitting in one of the love seats. The girl was wearing a Suimei Academy uniform. Her head and shoulders were curved toward the ground, and she looked incredibly haggard.
ごめんね。お待たせしちゃって。
The girl looked up in startlement upon hearing Momose. In the process, her glasses had slipped down her nose a bit, leading her to swiftly readjust them with her finger. Okay, let me get rid of the skipples. It probably is all new from here, I think.
いえ、平気です。
When she saw Bon, her expression turned slightly fearful before bowing her head in greeting a moment later. Bon felt somewhat hurt by this. He had made every attempt to look as non-threatening as possible in both bearing and appearance. But the girl's reaction made him realize that, despite his best efforts, the ferocity and intimidation particular to detectives was seeping out all the same. Looks like I've still got a lot more practicing to do, he thought with bitter amusement as he sat across from Yua.
楠ゆあさんだね。
よ。
はい。
That's her.
亡くなったミアさんの双子の姉。それで間違いないかな。
Yua slightly adjusted her posture, then returned a nod. The first New Gen incident, the group dive. Among the 5 high schoolers that had leapt to their deaths was a girl named Kusunoki Mia.
まあ、そんな緊張しなさんな。君を取り調べようなんて思っちゃう。本題に入る前に、ゆあちゃんは妹さんが亡くなったことについてどう思う？
Yeah, what do you think?
ちょっとバンちゃん。
あ、悪いね。気を使うような言い方できなく
Actually,
て。
is
た
this
だ、
the
気になっ
same?
てたんだ。捜査本部でも話題になってたんだ。
I'm like, it
楠木美也さん。
ばあちゃん
seems about the
ええ、
same, but
いいんです。
oh my gosh. Is that a car? I don't know what that is. Well, before moments say goodbye to her feet over Bon's insensitive comment, Yua stopped her.
私も
Spooky. Yeah, it is a little bit. I'm like, should I look out the window? What? What is that? Wait, huh? Hmm? Hmm? It's probably fine. Surely. I have no idea what that was though. Well, anyways.
はあ、
集団ライブで飛び降りた5人には、だが、美也さん、
Van took his fan out from his vault and began cooling himself.
何も主張しなかった。なんでだい？
お父さんもお母さんも
Hmm.
みやちゃんが死んでからおかしくなっちゃったんです。
English seeped from Yua's
最
voice.
初はみやちゃんの時期、お父さんもお母さんも。でも次の日の朝、なぜか二人は楽しそう。たった一日で私わけがわからなくて、
single day.
二人はみやちゃんのこと忘れようとしてるんじゃ。そうしたらお父さんがお前に妹なんていないよって。みやちゃんが残した洋服とか
I guess
靴と
we'll
かを見せても
learn
全
a
然
bit
取り合
more
ってく
about
れ
her
ないんです。
family this route, huh?
それはお前のために予備で買ってあったものだって。そうやってお父さんたちは記憶からミヤちゃんのことを消し去ろうとしてるんです。
Like, what was really happening with
つまり双子じゃなかったことに。
the
それで
delusionary
警察に
Mia
も
too?
うちは
She
一
was
人
like,
っ
what
子だっ
if
て言って
you're
追い返
actually
してたわ
Mia?
けか。
Who's to say?
私とミヤちゃんは一卵性で、あの子は、妹は、あの子はいつも自分の気持ちを押し殺して、私のことを一番に考えてくれていたんです。
As Yua spoke, memories from when Mia had still been alive resurfaced in her mind. Said the wrong name there. First came a memory from when the two had still been in elementary school. One day, some relatives had brought the girls a single large teddy bear as a present. In contrast to the raw joy Yua displayed, Mia insisted that she did not like stuffed animals and proceeded to not even so much as lick the plush's way. Both her relatives and parents were upset with Mia for not acting as a child should. But despite Mia's protesting, Yua whispered to her that the two of them could share it, that it could be something they could both treasure. However, in response to her sister's kindness, Mia simply said that she did not want it and that Yua could have it. About a month later, when Yua had grown tired of the teddy bear, she woke up in the night and happened to witness a certain scene. With an incredibly joyful look on her face, Mia was hugging and talking to the bear plushie. Little ladybug hair clip is cute. That was the first time Mia had ever seen her sister so happy. And from this, she realized that her sister's insistence about disliking stuffed animals had been a lie. Mia had been keeping her own feelings hidden, all for the sake of her older sister. The next day, Yua found a lovely drawing of a bear beneath Mia's pillow. It's cute. Until her sister grew tired of the teddy bear, Mia had been hugging and sleeping with the drawing in lieu of it. Things very similar to this happened again and again over all the 18 years they had spent together. For their birthday celebrations, Yua had always blown the candles out on the cake. When Mia was prompted to do it, she would say, "I refuse to do something so ridiculous," angering her parents. Yua advanced to the private high school Suime Academy. Mia, meanwhile, had been misbehaving at school, deliberately scoring low on exams, and thereby moved on to a public high school. Due to the exorbitant fees, their parents would have only been able to afford sending one of them to private school. No matter how hard Yua would try to let her sister have something, Mia would always gain the upper hand and force Yua to be prioritized. To achieve this end, she even intentionally took a dislikable attitude.
私は結局ミヤちゃんの優しさに甘えてミヤちゃんがいなくなって初めてもっと私が代わりにしかも挙句にこんなのあんまりですあんまりに悲しいです
Yua. Yua, having now reached her limit, could no longer squeeze out any more words. She took off her glasses, pressed her fingers against the corners of her eyes, and broke down in tears. Momose sat down beside her and gently rubbed her back.
それでゆあちゃんは一人ミヤちゃんに一体何があったの？
それは大変だったろ。
そして
As Momose held Yua's shoulder, she turned her eyes toward
西
Ban.
条匠くんよ。
Takumi. Stroking the stubble on his chin, Ban leaned forward from the sofa.
いつだったか西条と追跡劇をしてたっていう女子高生のもしかしてゆあちゃんだったりする？
Yua nodded apologetically.
興味あるな。おーと思ったけどちょっとごめんよ。
With a strained smile, Ban lightly bowed his head to Yua and Momose. His words had been interrupted by the cell phone in his suit pocket. He simply took out the phone and checked the screen. Sua's name was displayed across it. Was this when Sua was like, "Oh, I've been kidnapped," or was that later?
もしもし、どうした？
先輩、7番目っす。
Okay, that was later then, I guess, yeah. Sua's voice sounded strained. The sounds of investigators frantically scurrying about could be heard through the phone. Sua must have been at the investigation headquarters.
ニュージェネ第7の事件が起きたんすよ。
Ban's eyes opened wide, and his expression turned bitter as his teeth sank into his lip. Sensing the seriousness of the situation from his behavior, Momose and Yua watched the detective with unease.
会社は3
Is this the... okay, yeah, this was the Dokyun one.
人とも胴体から体が切断されてて。
So we learned the truth about this one, right? It was Sua, and there's like the dinosaur or whatever, the monster, the creature from Spark Wars.
それぞれの上半身と下半身を別々に入れ替えて手ぐす、釣りとそれと額にそれぞれ Q、D、L って読める。
何か？
そこまでは。それと気になること。
Okay.
司法解剖の結果は分かったんですけど、
Oh?
外車の胴体の切断部は
Yeah, okay, this is still the same, I think.
なんか強い力で
Torn apart. Ban repeated Sua's words back to him with a low groan, then roughly scratched his head with the handle of his fan.
まるで怪獣だな。
One of those
映画オタク
wizards.
の自分でもさすがにそう
なんなら例えばバカ。いいからさっさと捜査に戻れ。
After barking that order to Sua, Ban ended the call. Okay. By the time Yua finished up with Ban and Momose and left Frisia, the sky had long since been covered by a thick veil of darkness. During the time she had spent there, Yua had explained all the suspicions she had gathered from investigation of Nishijo Takumi. Ban was a detective and Momose was the head of a private investigation agency. If she could get the two of them on her side, then perhaps Nishijo Takumi would finally be arrested. That was what Yua had been hoping for. Nishijo Takumi needed to be arrested. Yua had sympathy for the boy's painful circumstances, so she would have preferred it if he had turned himself in to the authorities. But since he had refused to do so, she had no choice but to get the police involved. That had been her plan at any rate. But much to her surprise, Detective Ban had told her that Nishijo Takumi had been removed from the list of suspects. Yua found this news absolutely unbelievable. She did not want to accept it. Why had her theory been dismissed? It was blatantly obvious that Nishijo Takumi was behind Yugen. Biting down hard on her lip, Yua increased her pace as she hurried toward the station. She had to return home as quickly as possible, investigate the case from top to bottom, and find some conclusive evidence. And with that evidence, she would be able to prove her theory correct to Detective Bond.
あれ楠木さんのところのお嬢さんじゃないっすか。
Who's this? The sudden sound of her name startled Yua, stopping her dead in her tracks. The words of her homeroom teacher came to mind. Shibuya has become all too dangerous lately. Women really shouldn't be out alone at night right now. Remembering that warning, Yua froze completely. The voice she had just heard belonged to a rather friendly-looking young man. Oh, so...
確かユアちゃんっすよね。
Well, we know now that he's not good. Villainous. She felt like she had seen him somewhere before, but at the moment could not remember exactly where.
覚えてないっすか？自分、諏訪守って言います。ほら、こういうものっすよ。
Making sure that only Yua could see it, the man took out his police badge and showed it to her, and quickly shoved it back inside his suit pocket.
集団ダイブの後、一度楠木さんのお宅に伺ったことはありますよ。その時にユアちゃんともいろいろお話ししたんすけどね。
すいません、思い出しました。その説はどうも。
His face, it's so punchable, yeah. Grrr. Yua bowed her head. The incident had really shaken her to her core, so much so that she genuinely could not recall Sua's face. However, their talk back then had indeed helped Yua sort out her thoughts regarding the bizarre nature of her sister's death, and for that she was truly grateful to him.
さっきまでバン刑事と一緒だったんじゃないっすか？
バンさんとお知り合いなんですか？
そりゃ同じ警視庁捜査一課っすから。自分の先輩っすよ。いつも怒られてます。
Man, I can't believe he shot Bond.
よっぽど若い女の子と話せるのが嬉しかったんすね。ここだけの話っすけど、今日ユアちゃんと会うって自分に教えてくれた。できれば自分も同席した。そうそう、ユアちゃんのご両親には連絡行ってるんすかね。多分
連絡と言いますと？
ああ、いや、集団ダイブのね、犯人が使ったと思われる遺留。
本当ですか？
Yes, the first you had heard of this. With all hesitation now evaporated, she stepped closer to Sua.
ええ、どんなものだと思うっすか？
Ah,
最近別の事件でマスコミが散々取り上げてるんで有名だと思うんすけど。
that was you. That was all you.
ダーススパイダーのヘルメットっす。
それを集団ダイブの犯人もかぶっていたんですか？
そう、ネットに事件。それにしてもダーススパイダーといえば例の渋谷エスパー騒動の少年が有名っすよね。なんで彼が集団ダイブの犯人と同じようにダーススパイダーのヘルメットを持ってたんすかね。
And he's just feeding into Yua's idea that it was Takumi. Then when she heard those words, dark impulses began to flood Yua's heart. She had been completely convinced. She'd only begun feeling it a few moments ago, that all she needed was one piece of decisive evidence. One piece to prove herself to Ban and Momose. And now she had it.
さてと、
Oh well.
それじゃあ自分フリージアに行くんで、この辺で失礼し。
And with that, Sora waved goodbye and left. All by herself now, Yua stared down at the pavement, utterly paralyzed. Her memories were to no one but herself.
彼なの。やっぱり彼だった。彼しかいない。
She's very sure of
彼に
this.
間違いない。彼が妹を殺したのよ。彼がミアを殺したのよ。
Dun, dun, dun. What will she do now? Oh, chat room. Is it just us and Hazuki? Yup. Hey, Nidar-kun, I'm waiting for you. What are you gonna insert ASCII art here? Hey, Jen, dude, do you think I'm on about? Use some common sense. There's a seventh case. The seventh case! It happened again. Nothing new, Jen. How long was this damn thing gonna go on for? Was I next? Would I be the victim of the 8th case? The 9th? Anxiety aside, Grimm was pretty much the new gen news guy at this point. He had been keeping me in the loop about basically everything. Even now, he was going out of his way to link a bunch of blog posts and news articles about it. Seemed like he really wanted me to take a look. Biting my lip, I reluctantly clicked the first link. Okay. 7th new gen case of the Dokium puzzle. I feel like, did we read this before? I don't know if we did, actually. 7th new gen case of the Dokium puzzle. Maybe we did. November 4th at approximately 4:50 a.m., the dead bodies of the 3 men were discovered hanging from an iron pole near a railroad in Shibuya, Tokyo. The deceased have been identified as 19-year-old Fujita Kohei, unemployed, 20-year-old Anzawa Saburo, a college student, and 19-year-old Takagi Ryo, a construction worker. According to the police, the bodies were severed in half at the waist, but the wounds do not indicate the use of any sharp weaponry. Furthermore, the bottom halves of each of the bodies were interchanged with one another, forming new combinations which were tightly sewn back together with thread. Carved into each body were the letters D, Q, and N, respectively. The police are investigating the possibility that this may be a message left behind by the culprit. On the popular anonymous online message board @channel, images of the incident were leaked prior to official coverage of the events. It has already been accepted as the 7th case of the New Generation Madness, aka New Gen, and it was Kaisen, the Dokium puzzle, due to the manner in which the top and bottom halves of the corpses were recombined. Notably on @channel, the term Dokium means an individual lacking basic common sense. Regarding the serial New Gen cases, the mourning facilities of the victims have been taking legal action against some particularly offensive posts on @channel, a move which has sparked fierce debate online. On @channel. Wait, it says Dokium and zero connection to the other cases. Chang is one of us. Dokyums. My body saw drums like a puzzle with corpses. If only I could trade in my upper body for some all puzzle now. Whisper boy Nishijo. Sniff out the perp press anytime now, lol. The cases. To be continued. Shutters.
今日午前4時50分頃、東京都渋谷区の線路沿いで男性3人の警察の調べによりますと、殺されたのはいずれも渋谷区に住む無職藤田康平さん。大学3人とも胴体の部分が切断され、3人の額にはそれぞれ謎の傷がつけられ、渋谷では2ヶ月ほど前から猟奇殺人事件が頻発しており、警察では今回の事件も同一犯による犯行の可能性が高いとみて捜査を続けています。
At the end of the news clip, photographs of the 3 victims were shown. I had seen those faces before.
あいつらだ。
Wait, let's see. It's been a little bit. Yes. Okay.
昨日僕に絡んできた。
I'd given them my wallet, they kicked my ass anyways. I'd then fallen unconscious, and when I woke up, Kozuki was beside me. The 3 of them had been collapsed on the ground, covered in blood. I dug my wallet out of my pocket and stared at it intently. When I came to, Kozuki had been carrying it, and she'd given it back to me soon after. Could the person who killed those 3 be? No, definitely not. The last time I'd seen them, they had been beaten to a pulp and covered in blood. They hadn't been cut in half or anything, which would mean they'd been killed after Kozuki and I had left. It had to have been Shogun after all. Was he trying to provoke me? Was I next? Would I be the next one to die? It was also possible that Shogun could show up in person again. He seemed to be playing with me like it was some kind of game after all. Maybe he'd feel like sending me on another quest soon. Just the thought alone terrified me. Mimi, save me, please. Where did you go? Weren't you supposed to protect me? Knocking at the door. Will it be Yua this time? Yeah, because I guess this is... Or, well... The story didn't progress as much on Nanami's route, but we did hear knocking at the door and then it was actually her, right? Actually, no, we left him around that time. That was right. We were like, we're gonna go save her. But then she was just there, I think. But will this be you? Just now, there'd been a knock at the door. Someone was there. I looked at the clock on my PC. It was 8 p.m. Past 8 p.m. Who in their right mind would show up this late? Wait, Mimi, it had to be her. She'd finally come to save me. She'd said she would stay by my side, hadn't she? So it only made sense that she'd come back to me. I'd have killed her to come a little earlier, though. Oh, Takumi. Feeling like my salvation was at hand, I practically threw myself out the door. I then removed the padlock and opened the door. And it is... I tried to call out Nimi's name, but a hand suddenly clamped my mouth shut. That really is Yua behavior. Panic instantly overwhelmed me. I didn't even have the chance to see who it was. I tried forcing the hand off of my mouth, but before I could, my attacker threw all their weight against me and I staggered backward. Still, I desperately tried to stand my ground. I flailed my arms around wildly, thinking it'd somehow help me break their grasp. I then opened my mouth wide and bit down on their hand as hard as I could. Despite that, my attacker remained silent. They weren't even fazed. I bitten down with all my strength, so they must have been in pain, but they still didn't let go. They pressed against me even harder, causing me to lose my balance. No longer able to resist, I fell to the floor with them on top of me. The back of my head hit the ground so hard I nearly lost consciousness. My vision started to go blurry, and I couldn't tell how exactly I'd landed. And to top it off, the assailant was still covering my mouth, so tightly, in fact, that I could barely breathe. My consciousness was starting to fade, so before I blacked out, I desperately tried to get a glimpse of the person who attacked me. Is Yua, like, kidnapping us or something? Ooh, the blood from him biting down on her hand. Yua! Oh god, I'd completely forgotten about her. I was so focused on Shogun, his #1 underling slipped my mind. Realizing that, the sheer terror sent shivers down my entire body. I struggled as hard as I could, desperately trying to escape. But under the full weight of her body, I couldn't move an inch. Under normal circumstances, I would have been focused on the fact that our bodies were pressed together, but I lacked the capacity for that right now. Now wasn't the time to be drooling over female contact. There was only one thing on my mind. I needed to get away somehow or she'd kill me. Blood trickled out of Yua's hand while I'd bitten her. Even so, she kept pressing down with all her might, her grip just as intense as when she first grabbed hold of me. She was trying relentlessly to keep my jaw shut to the point where her nails were digging into my cheeks. A sharp, stabbing pain pierced through my body. Her mutters came between ragged breaths, much to my horror. I had to keep resisting, so I grabbed Yua's long hair and pulled hard. But Yua still didn't budge. All she did was grimace. Using her free hand, she gripped my hand tightly and dug in her nails once again. She really is kind of scary. Immense pain forced me to let go, and then, using that tiny opening, she pinned my hands to the floor. Yua's glasses had slipped down from her nose during the fight. Tears were welling up behind them, likely from the pain of me pulling her hair. Just like that day at Choco Park, she was staring right through me with those cold, sharp eyes. What the hell is she talking about? Was it the same BS as always, calling me the new gen killer? I hadn't killed anyone. You came here to kill me. I tried to glare back at Yua, but hers was just too terrifying to confront. Nothing good could come from making eye contact with dangerous people. And I soon came to realize how true that was. How unhinged a look could really be. I looked away, wishing from the depths of my soul that I'd wake up from this nightmare, but... Oh my gosh, she's doing this again. Yua brought her face in even closer. I could feel her ragged breaths on my cheeks. How close she was, it was practically impossible to look anywhere else. Her breath was incredibly hot. I wanted to headbutt her, but Yua was pressing down so hard, I couldn't even lift my head off the floor. The ID. Multiple personalities, in other words. When we were at that cafe, you had said the same thing. But that was just some delusion of hers. She didn't know shit, and she sure as hell didn't know me better than I did.
西条くん、まだ知らない。何も知りませんでした。今まで何度も忠告してる。あなたの中にはもう一人の人格。これ以上放置はできない。あなたは早く病院へ行って治療すべき。それがよ、将軍を放置することは西条くんの罪よ。あなたも人殺しに加担しているんだって理解して。
I don't need to understand
理解
anything.
できるよね。
I didn't kill
理
anyone.
解してもらわなきゃ困る。
I don't have multiple
理
personalities.
解すべき。
This is the kind of stuff you only see in anime and manga. This is real life. I don't have DID.
出てきて。私はあなたと話がしたいよ。聞こえているんでしょう。将軍。
I wonder, what if this causes him to, like, be delusional and actually have another personality? Could that happen to him? I'm not Shogun, you got the wrong guy. Shogun is someone else, I've even met him. He uses a wheelchair, he appears out of thin air like some kind of ghost. He's always reading my mind. And despite having the voice of a kid, he's covered in wrinkles like an old man. He's my enemy. Don't lump me in with him. Just the thought makes me want to puke. Wait, wasn't Yua supposed to be Shogun's underling? I could have sworn she was working for him. But it really did seem like she genuinely had me and Shogun mixed up.
西条くん、自重し、将軍にその体を渡して。
Even if I do go to sleep, that won't happen. I don't have multiple personalities. I tried my hardest to say all that to her, but since her hand was still pressed firmly against my mouth, the best I could do was make a bunch of muffled
出て
groans.
きなさい。出てきて。出てきて。出られないの。出てこられるはずよ。出たいでしょ。出てこ
Oh,
い。
Yua.
人殺し。
Tears began to fall from my eyes. I lost all will to resist. All remaining strength left my body. I was so tired. Was I gonna pass out? Or why? Why did I have to deal with this psycho? Why did I have to listen to all the BS she spewed at me? What had I done to deserve this? This was just too much. All because this delusional stalker had come to the wrong conclusion, and now no one would save me. Was I going to die by her hands? Even if I didn't, even if I made it through today, there'd be no guarantee I'd survive tomorrow. Shogun could still show up at any time. But I have to live the rest of my life in fear? Please, I didn't want that. I didn't want to live like that. I'd rather go insane than get locked up in some mental facility somewhere. I'd rather die right here,
どう
right
して
now.
泣くの？
Okay, Yua slowly began to remove her hand from my mouth, and then she started lifting herself off me. As soon as her weight was completely off, I felt instant relief. Okay, I guess we're not gonna pass
将
out
軍が
here.
出てきたの？
I shook my head lifelessly.
うっざりなんだ。
Any more?
いっそ殺せ。
殺さない。私が殺させない。あなたは罪を償うべきなのよ。そして真実を語るべき。死んで逃げることは許さない。許さないわ。
Not even through death.
許すわけにはいかないの。
将軍は別にいる。ニュージェネの犯人はそいつだよ。
将軍はあなたよ。あなたなの。あなたしか考えられない。
My words had gone in one ear and out the other. She refused to listen to me. She was completely convinced that she knew the truth. And she has her mind set on something. There is no point
将
resisting.
軍、出てきて、出てきてよ。出てきてって言ってるでしょ。どうして出てこないの？あなたがそこにいるのは分かってるのよ。絶対に将軍を引き出してみせるわ。私は諦めないから。それまで絶対に逃がさないから。
She really is just so persistent. Suddenly, Yua stood up and went to close the open container door. She slowly picked the padlock up off the floor and used it to lock the door shut. And then she stashed the key in the pocket of her uniform. Alright, I guess she's staying with us in the container. Why was she doing this? What was she thinking? Oh! New sprite. She does look kinda cool. A faint murmur spoken to no one but herself, one that chilled me to the bone. Okay, for a moment I was like, are we gonna get like jump scared or something right now? But no, okay. At the countless fast food restaurants located throughout Shibuya, every single one was always packed front to back with young people. It took a lot of courage for a lone middle-aged man to come to a place like this. After all, he would be sure to stick out like a sore thumb. Those were the thoughts circulating in Ban Yasuji's mind as he sipped his coffee, surrounded on all sides by young people chattering away. The drink in his paper cup was already starting to go cold. A single clear file folder sat on the table in front of him. Inside it was a handful of photocopied documents from the investigation files, many of which were adorned with Ban's countless sticky notes. Ban had arrived at the restaurant about an hour ago, location where he planned to personally re-examine the file's contents. And like beeping, it's like we're actually at a restaurant fast food place. As for why he had chosen such a busy place like this, he had been removed from the Newton investigation team a few days prior, but he still wished to independently run background checks on all relevant persons. Okay, this is kind of unrelated, but thinking about fast food places, I did get some Taco Bell the other day, but when I was looking at their menu, I saw they have like a limited time Baja Blast gelato. It seems interesting. I kind of want to try it. Wait, let me see also how it's limited, but how long will they have it for? Baja Blast gelato. Hi. Hello, Suchiyoko. How long is this? Oh, I guess it's been a thing for a while, huh? From late July. Wait. What? No, okay. Mountain Dew Baja Blast Gelato was released September 3rd. I guess it's exclusively for reward members. We have like the app and stuff, I guess. How long is this gonna be for though? Oh, like, apparently it had a limited release in 2023 as well. Just for a limited time. I want to know how much of a hurry do I need to be in to try it out. Limited time and while supplies last. Oh wait. Not available for delivery orders. I mean, I guess that makes sense, but... But how long will they have it for? Wait, let me look at the Taco Bell subreddit, I guess. Gelato. Ooh. Interesting. I'm just looking at the Taco Bell subreddit now. But apparently, someone made a post 6 hours ago. They said Taco Bell is testing out 3 new crunch wraps in New York City. Let me post the link if anyone wants to look as well. But there's Southwest Hot CHX, Indian Buffet, and Crispy Thai Noodle. The noodles in the crunch wrap. It kind of sounds good. But I do see that it contains cilantro. So I'd have to ask for it without it. Actually, do they all contain cilantro? In the Indian buffet one, it doesn't necessarily look like it has it, but it says it does in that Southwest Hot one as well. That one looks good. I wonder if I can get the sauce still, but like with, you know, potatoes or something instead of chicken. Oh. Someone in the comments says this wasn't a test, it was just a marketing gimmick. You never see these in an actual taco bowl, maybe at the cantinas. You can't eat cilantro? I mean, I can, but I don't like it. It tastes like soap to me. Tested. I see. Yeah. Okay, anyways, let me search gelato. Yeah. Oh, wait. Huh, is this real? This post is saying there's gonna be a Baja Blast pie in November. It looks so funny. It reminds me of the like Miku curry. You know what I'm talking about? What's wrong, babe? You haven't touched your Miku curry. But it's just like blue. Blue, green, teal. I mean, the image I'm like thinking of is not coming up in Google Images, but backseating with the gelato actually seems tasty. Yeah, that sounds scary. I guess there are Miku noodles. I'd try them. What if I just bought a bunch of like Miku food collab instant food items? I think that'd be a fun stream. I like only eating teal foods. That pie is crazy. Gelato, how long? Oh, after they're gone, they're gone. Okay, maybe I should hurry and try it out then. But But it's funny, apparently all the people in the comments are saying that the Baja Blast gelato is not good. And it's like $5 for a little cup, but I guess I'm falling for the gimmick because I still want to try it for myself. Hmm. You found, yeah, food FOMO. Okay, anyways, maybe I should get back. Plane. Well, let me take a look at the Taco Bell app real quick. I just want to see. I don't think I would order it today. It seems so interesting. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it though, you know, I was like, I've never had an actual Baja Blast before, right? But I don't think I've ever had Mountain Dew before either, actually. Now that I'm thinking about it. What exactly is a Baja Blast? I mean, it has Mountain Dew in it, right? Is it just frozen Mountain Dew? Okay, anyways. Let's get back to the game. Wait, did I read that line? He had been removed from the Newton investigation team a few days prior, but he still wished to independently run background checks on all relevant persons. The copy of the report that Bond was sifting through, which was never intended to leave the police station, had a few images attached to it. One photograph depicted one of the victims of the first New-Gen incident, the group dive, a girl named Kusunoki Miya. Bond's interest had been piqued the previous day when he had met with Mia's older sister, Kusunoki Yua. After hearing Yua describe Mia's personality, he had decided to investigate further. At first, he was also looking into rumors from around Shibuya, such as the high school girl with a sword, but in the end, every lead turned up cold. That is, except for Mia. No, I guess he didn't talk with Yua about this, huh? So he didn't hear about like Ayase and everything, but and after reading through the documents again and again, he still felt like something was off. There was a lot of information which seemed trivial at best, or at the very least not directly related to the case. But after putting the pieces together, something felt out of place. And when Bon heard Yua's story yesterday, that feeling had crept up on him all the more. After all, there was something in the file that Bon could not ignore. Oh! Dun dun dun. A pair of glasses was found among the possessions of Kusunoki Miya, one of the group dive participants. That was the detail that rubbed Bon the wrong way. Did she really switch places? Yeah. He took a look at the list of notes taken from various interviews conducted during the investigation. Taking another sip of coffee, Bon let out a befuddled grunt. From her birth all the way until her death, there was not a single photograph of Kusunoki Miya wearing glasses. It was her sister, Kusunoki Yua, that wore them. He had even gone so far as to obtain access to Kusunoki Miya's medical records. Sure enough, she had boasted perfect 20/20 vision and thus had no need for glasses. Kusunoki Miya had been a quiet girl with an interest in anime, quite the contrast to her happy-go-lucky sister. That all matched up with the description Kusunoki Yua had given. While the first 5 victims of the group dive were friends, some reports suggested that their encounter on the rooftop was the first time they had ever met. Allegedly, they were online friends who had gotten together for an offline meet. Naturally, their online activity was heavily scrutinized as part of the investigation, but there were never any signs of suicidal tendencies displayed by the victims. Furthermore, several hours before the group dive, 2 high school girls, who appeared to be twins, had been spotted walking into a fast food restaurant in Shibuya. Bon took a look around. He was sitting in the very same fast food restaurant mentioned in the report. Before sitting down, Ben had also taken the time to speak with one of the restaurant's employees. The employee had told him that the two girls had chatted for a while and proceeded to take a 10-minute bathroom break. What on earth could have taken them so long in there, Bon wondered. He stared intently at the women's restroom, which caught him the scornful glare of every young girl nearby. Realizing this, Bon flashed a wry smile before returning his gaze back toward the streets outside the window. Maybe they switched places in there. But I guess them being twins was real then, if people saw them together. Unless her twin was just like a delusion that Yua had real booted, ? But no, probably not, right? Probably not, surely. I mean, there's that whole thing they were saying last time about how real booting Nanami would, like, destroy the world, right? So you probably have to be really strong gigalomaniac, so maybe not. I guess they are real. 18 excruciating hours had passed since you had raided my container. My hands had been tied up behind my back and around the leg of my loft bed. Oopsies. Fortunately, I'd been tied sitting down so it wasn't too exhausting. And unfortunately, the rope coiled around my wrists was constantly digging into them, which was fairly painful. I somehow managed to doze off for around 3 hours during that time, but it didn't do me any good. I was still very sleepy, likely due to the fact that no one could get any half-decent sleep like this. Damn it. I wasn't into this at all. If only I could hit decline on this RP invite. Oh, she's still in that pose. Yo was still sitting on the sofa watching me. She had been doing so all night. Now she's hoping to see us change into Shogun, but she really had been putting her all into it too. She did nothing else the entire time. Did she ever sleep? Oh, Yua. What was she even trying to accomplish here to begin with? He was convinced I had DID, but I knew that wasn't true. She could wait like that all she wants, but Shogun would never come out. She ungagged me and actually allowed me to speak right after she tied me down. Of course, I'd taken full advantage of that to voice the above thoughts over and over again, but they just went in one ear and out the other. After a few hours of trying to change her mind, I realized how obstinate she really was, so I just gave up. And after that...
あなたが将軍を生み出したんです。あなたが将軍なんです。現実逃避の手段。将軍はあなた自身であり、同時にあなたではない別の存在。もう一人のあなた。あなたの負の側面。あなたの弱い心を守るための存在。あなたの狂気。
I mean, I guess technically he is us, but also not us, but...
手段は選ばない。
He's the original, actually.
殺す相手も選ばない。殺すことが存在理由。誰でもよかったんですか？本当にミーアはなぜ選ばれたんですか？答えて、答えてよ。答えてください。答えてほしい。答えないと許しません。
So insistent. Yua kept mumbling her pathological ramblings over and over and over again, never coming up for air. My room was extremely small, and my only means of covering my ears, my hands, were tied up, so I had no choice but to listen. I thought I was going insane. On top of that, I felt as if I'd only gotten to experience the tip of the iceberg. I started trying to think of a way to escape. I tried pulling the toilet card to weigh my chances of getting out of here, but it didn't work. She did untie my hands and allow me to go, but she followed me very closely. She stood right behind me the entire time, never taking her eyes off of me, even when I was doing my business. And to make matters worse, she even continued spouting those insane ramblings of hers from behind my back. Oh, even when he was using the restroom? How long was this gonna go on for? I couldn't even get some actual sleep, because who knows when she was gonna snap and kill me out of nowhere. Then again, even if I was awake, I wasn't confident I'd be able to defend myself anyway.
何がきっかけ？どうすれば出てくるんですか？肉体的苦痛、精神的苦痛、性的衝動、トラウマ、偶然。
Yua's murmur suddenly came to a stop. Even then, she was still glaring at me. The room had become dead silent, and yet, given the circumstances, the stillness only served to make me even more tense. Suddenly, the sound of a stomach growling broke the silence. I hadn't had anything to eat or drink, so I was obviously hungry. That still hadn't been me just now. Oh, it was her stomach? Which meant that Yua was hungry too. Moreover, I was sure I'd heard his stomach growling, but Yua's lack of reaction almost made me reconsider. Normal girls, Seira-tan for example. Is Seira-tan a normal girl? Would have had a way cuter reaction. Yeah, she'd most likely say something like this. Quick Seira-tan delusion, I guess.
しょうがないっしょ。食べたいけどすごく我慢してるんだから。なんでって、それは前にあなたに太ってるって言われ。でも別にさ、あなたに言われたからダイエットしてるわけじゃないよ。勘違いしないでよね、このコケナス。
Ah, what a classic tsundere, as transparent as a glass window. Sid, you're so cute when you get mad and blush like that, Sid. Damn it, the situation I was in was really making me want to escape into my delusions.
食べないんですか？
Oh, Ya's tone was as ice cold as ever. As I was still sitting, she lowered her gaze down to my feet. A plate had been placed in front of them. Oh. It was a plate full of pasta, tadako spaghetti to be precise, served with a finely cut seaweed garnish. However, it had already been sitting there for around 2 hours, so the pasta was probably all dry and sticky by now. Oh, I see. You had made it for me. She tied me up and left without saying a word, then came back about 30 minutes later with a heaping plate of pasta. It would seem she'd gone to the supermarket, bought the ingredients, and cooked them into a pasta for me outside of the container house. Also, as a side note, something I was wondering, the way Nanami's route went, are all of these character routes gonna be, like, romantic? Or or are they just, like, focusing on the character? Like, I guess we'll see with Yua. The second one. I mean, I guess it could be the case that not all of them are necessarily romantic, but we'll see. She did cook us food, I guess. What was she plotting by making me a home-cooked meal? I couldn't wrap my head around it. She could have just bought something that was ready-made at the convenience store. Maybe she'd poisoned it. The thought made me want to stay as far away from it as possible. Besides, it wasn't like I could eat it even if I wanted to. My hands were tied up, and the plate was at my feet. Oh, it would be hard to eat pasta without your hands. Remembering that Yua's stomach had growled, I gave that sarcastic retort.
あなたを肉体的にいたぶろうとか、そんなつもりはないんです。私はただ、将軍が出てくるのを待っているだけ。だから、食べてください。食べてくれなきゃ困ります。
この状態で、無茶言わないでよ。
Yua stood up, walked up next to me, and then she crouched down beside me. Is she gonna feed us? I looked away in fear, still holding on to the hope that she'd untie the rope coiled around my hands. But of course, that wasn't what happened. Instead, Yua picked up the plate, struggled to twirl the dry-as-hell sticky pasta with a fork, and then once she finally managed to, she held it out to my
どう
mouth.
ぞ。
嫌だ。食べないぞ。
Okay, open wide say and its variants were events you could only experience in eroge. This was real life. When things were this tense, all her feeding me did was highlight her murderous intent all the more. At least untie me. At least if I was untied, I could pretend to eat some and go, "Yep, this tastes like shit, take it away, Kay, thanks." But here I wasn't even afforded
レン
that.
ジでチンしましょうか。
いらないって言ってるじゃないか。
I thought about knocking the plate out of her hand with my knee, but if I did that, she'd definitely get pissed, and there was no telling what she'd do next. The thought sent chills down my spine, so in the end, I decided to hold back the
分かっ
urge.
てください。私が西条くんにこんなことするのは、あなたを救うためでもあるんです。決してあなたを傷つけるためじゃないんですよ。
What are you talking about, Yua? Are you stupid? Wanna die? Who the hell did she think she was? She wanted to save me? Sure, it was true that Newgen, Shogun, and all that stuff scared the living shit out of me, and that I desperately wanted someone to save me. But that someone was clearly excluding Yua. I never asked to be subjected to her delusions.
食べて。
Oh.
無理にでも食べて。
There was cold pasta twirled around the fork. Yua shoved it toward my
食
mouth.
べられますよね。
Yua moved even closer, still glaring at me to no
食べて
end.
ください。食べて。
Okay, if you insist. Suddenly, Yua stopped dead in her tracks. Why did she come closer and closer every time she got mad? I kept looking away and clamped my mouth shut. She must have been insane if she thought I'd ever eat something she made. I'd end up with food poisoning. Okay. An hour or so had passed. My stomach was still growling. I was so scared that I wanted to scream, but I
食
couldn't.
べて。食べてよ。食べてって言ってるでしょ。
Oh my gosh, has she just been saying this for an hour?
食べて。
Yua was still crouching down next to me, staring at me, and she was still trying to shove the pasta down my throat too. She had stayed there the entire time in the exact same position.
食べてください。食べないと。食べて。食べてほしい。食べて。食べなさい。
Oh my gosh.
食べて。食べていいの。食べなよ。食べろ。
She just kept on making her demands in a series of low murmurs, refusing to do anything else. I had a feeling that another hour had passed already. I was so creeped out I couldn't even lift a finger. I was petrified. I was a deer perpetually stuck in the headlights. She hadn't hurt me or anything, and she hadn't forced me to eat the pasta either. And yet, somehow, I felt more and more afraid of Yua with each passing moment. She was simply waiting for me to eat and nothing else. And yet, I was still scared. A normal person would have given up after about 5 minutes, but not Yua. No, Yua had kept at it for over an hour. If this were a normal version of this kind of thing, Yua would pull my hair, force my mouth open, and scream at me to eat it, you scum. But she didn't, so I didn't have the slightest clue what the hell she was thinking. She was a total freak. She was broken. No sane person could do what she was doing. She wasn't human. She couldn't be. I'm scared, 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 I'm scared. I was at rock bottom. I wanted to kneel down and beg for her forgiveness. My entire body was covered in a thick, disgusting sweat. I was enduring so much anguish mentally that I could hardly breathe. I didn't know what to do. I never had a girl stare at me from this close and for this long before, but who the hell has? If we were a couple having some lovey-dovey conversation while we rubbed our noses together, that'd be fine, but no. No, no, no. Yua just kept on repeating the same shit over and over again like a broken record, but this broken record never stopped glaring at me. How was this even real?
食べて。食べなさい。食べてよ。食べてください。
Oh, Yua. I couldn't deal with her gaze on me any longer, so I dared to squeeze out a single word. My voice had gone hoarse.
食べるよ。
Wow! Yua's murmurs stopped. And the music stopping too. She remained completely still in the same posture as before. I forced my mouth open. I nervously ate the pasta that she'd been trying to feed me for over an hour. My mouth was already dry to begin with, and eating this withered pasta definitely didn't help. It just sucked away any remaining moisture I had left. I couldn't bear the taste, so I almost didn't chew at all as I choked the pasta down. Yua blinked a few times, surprised to see me actually eating. And like a statue come to life, she started moving again.
おいしい。
The light's back. No, it doesn't taste good at all, I thought to myself, but there's no way I could say it to her face, so I just gave a weak nod instead.
よかったです。
Okay. Despite what she said, Yua still had the most deadpan expression on her face. I couldn't detect even the slightest bit of happiness. That sound effect. She moved the fork back toward the plate she was holding. And then with it, she picked up another clump of the dry sticky pasta and held it out to my mouth once again. Did I really have to eat all of it? Would she not let me go otherwise? Give me a break already. Tears started flowing from my eyes. I couldn't hold them in anymore. I was just too scared. Oh, and yet no matter how hard I cried, Yua didn't seem to care. She would keep on doing this until I finished the entire plate. So I ate, tears endlessly streaming down my face, and she kept on feeding me that dry pasta. By the time I'd finished all of it, I was both physically and mentally exhausted.
お腹いっぱいになりましたか？なりましたよね。なったはず。一生懸命作った甲斐がありました。
Yeah, so yummy, thank you. In contrast to what she said, Yua's tone was cold as ice. Then, at last, she took a small step away from me, placed the plate on my desk, and sat down back on the sofa. After sitting down, she looked in my direction and went right back to staring at me, and as she stared, she stopped moving. Don't look at me. Please stop looking at me. I did nothing but chant those words over and over inside my head, but I couldn't say them out loud. I was too scared. Was she really going to monitor me for an entire day? This was straight up psychological torture. Just the mere thought of it made me even more depressed.
なんでこんなことするんだよ。
I was crying now, but I couldn't help but ask that. I needed to know.
僕に
妹が死んだんです。
Huh? Younger sister? Oops. For a split second, Yui looked like she was about to cry, only to quickly reassume her ice-cold expression.
集団ダイブの被害者の一人。私の双子の妹、ミヤって言います。私は妹を殺した犯人を許さない。そして、あなたにたどり着いた。あなたの苦しみを知りました。私は妹がなぜ殺されなくちゃいけなかったのか。なぜ犯人が。それと、分かってください。分かってくれますよね。分かるは
She
ず。
wants to save us. Surely that makes it all okay,
分
right?
かるはずです。
I thought back to the video of the group dive that had been uploaded to YouTube. Had one of the crying victims in that video been Yua's younger sister? I knew full well what Yua was going through. The same kind of thing had happened recently with Nanami, after all. That's right, yeah, he did go to O-Front. That didn't mean I could forgive what she was doing right now. She had broken into my house, tied me up, and now she was holding me captive. Yeah, no way in hell I could ever feel sympathy for her after all that. Well, I had completely lost track of time. My room had no windows after all. Oh yeah, that's right. I had no way to tell what time it was.
その目誰の目ってどういう意味？
She's back to questioning us.
どうしてこれから殺す相手に言わせたの？どうしてダイイングメッセージとして残したの？
That's
あ
right,
な
the
たは何を
vampire
訴え
king.
たいの？
Usually I just check the time on my phone or my PC. Not that there were any other ways to do so. But since I was still tied to the leg of my bed, I obviously couldn't use either method. The only chance I got to check the time was whenever I went to the bathroom, but even then it was a pretty small window. But the longer this torture lasted, the harder it got for me to get up and use the toilet. I simply didn't feel the urge, likely because I wasn't drinking enough water. It felt as if I'd been deprived of all physiological phenomena for over a day
ど
now.
うしてダーススパイダーなの？それを被ることで何を訴え、宗教的な意味があるの？ダークヒーロー
Which is
願望。
significant.
それともセランをバカにしたいだけ？
Yua practically didn't move an inch. She simply continued sitting on the sofa, standing up every once in a while, only to sit back down right after. And the murdering hadn't stopped the entire time. How is she still talking after this long? Yeah, actually. It wasn't like I could kill time on my PC, nor could I make any calls or send any messages. I couldn't even sleep. All I could do was sit there and be assaulted endlessly with questions. Yua's mumbling was starting to sound like a mantra or something at this point. I couldn't stand being watched for this long. Sure, I had to cope with Shogun reading my mind, and the sensation of being observed by the gaze. But while those things did suck, I could still at least stomach them. But I wish I could say the same about Yua's unending watch. Her gaze was so utterly devoid of any emotion or warmth that it genuinely felt as if I wasn't even there. Like my very existence itself was constantly being ignored, if not outright denied by her. Regardless, the point is that I knew nothing about what was going on in the outside world. And I wouldn't, no. Couldn't, as long as I was tied up. I had lost all perception of time. I didn't know how many days had passed since I'd been tied up. I had a feeling that 2 days or so had gone by, but it sure as hell felt more like a month. Being deprived of my freedom of movement was really stressful. Every minute of however many hours had passed, I would think to myself, I need to look at a clock. That was the sole thing on my mind.
それとも
Are they even sleeping at all? Like, I know he's, like, having difficulty sleeping, but is Yua sleeping? Oh? Yua's head suddenly tilted. She took off her glasses and rubbed the eyelids that occulted her bleary eyes. She was only human, I'd imagine, so she was finally starting to get tired. She hadn't caught a wink of sleep the entire time after all. Okay, I guess not. Maybe she should have thought this through before doing it. She was just wasting her time. Nothing would come of any of this. This never would have happened if she'd just listened to
い
me.
つ出てきてくれるんですか
I don't know what's gonna happen, Yua. Her whispers were practically delirious. Come out. She must have still been talking about
ど
Shogun.
うしたら出てきてよ
Unfortunately for you, he won't come out no matter how much you plead, because he's not there to begin
待っ
with.
てるから待って
Is she gonna pass out? When silence took over the room once more, Yua's body slowly tilted over. With all her strength gone, she fell to her side on the sofa. Had she fallen asleep? Had her batteries finally run out? I breathed a sigh of relief, and all the tension in my body released along with it. I hadn't had even a single moment to relax the entire time she'd been staring at me, and now that she wasn't, I could finally take it easy for a bit.
タッキー、何のんきなこと言ってんの
Sanaton's voice rang out from beside my monitor.
逃げるなら今がチャンスなんよ
Skedaddle.
それど
It's
こ
a
ろ
silly
かさ
word.
今なら無防備なユアッチを逆監禁できるかも
Well, she did tie us
そ
up with
した
rope
ら
though,
や
right?
りたい放題じゃんボケなす
Yura was still lying on the sofa, so I took a nervous glance at her face. To be honest, if I ignored everything else, her sleeping face is actually pretty cute. It reminded of when we first met, that gentle smile she'd had. I obviously didn't know what you had been really thinking back then, nor that she'd seen me as a murderer. If anything, I saw her as an enemy, as one of Shogun's underlings. But it was her fault for making me think that. She was the one who deceived me, who betrayed me. No. I think that's a little different. I peeked at Yua's sleeping face once more. Her eyelids twitched erratically, and her face contorted in a pained expression. Then, in the corner of her eye, a single tear ran down her cheek. Could she be having a nightmare about her dead sister?
タッキー調教師ないの
After seeing her shed a tear like that, I'd already lost the drive.
監禁されて禁縛されてるのにタッキーって聖人君子だね優しいすぎる
That's
そ
not
こ
what
は
I
タッキ
meant.
ーのいいところだけど時と場合によるよ
Of course, I wasn't gonna forgive Yua that easily. I just didn't have the strength to be angry with her, nor to even resist at all. It was all gone, completely sapped. Was it because of the huge release in tension? Or could it have been because she told me about her little sister? It didn't really feel like Yua wanted to hurt me or anything, weird as that might sound. Suddenly, I was struck with an intense drowsiness. And so, I surrendered my body to the feeling, allowing myself to forget, if only for a moment, the pain my bound wrists were being tortured by. I'll think of a way out of this later. Okay, so we're getting some sleep too. That's good. As soon as I woke up, I knew something was off. Like something was missing. Ooh. Will it be Yua missing, or will it be the rope around his wrists? Still half asleep, I looked around my room. I tried to stand up, but the rope coiled around my wrists dug in deep, and the sheer pain stopped me in my tracks. The pain immediately reminded me that I was tied up. and the one that had done so was Yua. Oh, Yua wasn't here. So that's what had felt off. I was the only one in the room. Where had she gone? Had she gone to make food or to use the bathroom? I didn't know how many days it had been since Yua locked me in here, but what I did know was that neither of us had been to school the entire time. We only went outside to use the bathroom or cook something. I wasn't even allowed to take a shower. I let out a heavy sigh. Yua should come back any minute now, and when she did, she'd start watching me all over again. Had Yua always been this stubborn? Or was it the hatred and regret she felt from her sister's death that made her start acting this way? Regardless, how could I make her understand that I wasn't Shogun? Maybe I could show her the messages Shogun had sent me, if they were still on my PC anyway. But let's be honest, we were long past that. Yua was fully devoted to the delusional BS she'd come up with. I doubted she'd believe me even if I did show them to her. I needed something more concrete, something to convince her that Shogun and I were two completely different people. If only he would just show up here, then there'd be no denying it. That'd kinda suck for me if that happened, though. I didn't want him anywhere near me. And besides, if he came to my base, it'd probably be to kill me.
ねえねえタッキー私あんな思い込み激しいストーカー女にこれ以上タッキーがいじめられるのを見たくないもん
Thank you, Sarah. But I can't run. I can't untie myself on my own. I'd obviously already made my fair share of attempts to escape. My struggle had proved futile. It was not so tight, and no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't even get them to budge.
私が3次元になれたら今すぐタッキーを助けに行くのにな
Well, I mean, in the other route. I don't know, as great as escaping sounds on paper, Sarah, I think just doing whatever she says like I've been doing is the far safer option. If I tried to escape and failed, it could make Yua go berserk. Whenever Yua lost her temper, it was crazy how scary she got, so I was going to do everything I could not to provoke her.
自分の命を守るために一番いい方法をちゃんと考えてるんだねすごいだけど私さこれ以上タッキーとあの女が同じ部屋にいるのは嫌だな
As much as I hated to admit it, as long as I was tied up, I was entirely dependent on Yua to survive. Luckily, she hadn't been violent with me at all yet. She'd even cooked for me and let me use the bathroom whenever I asked. She was still treating me like a human being. And I was sure that once she finally understood that no matter how long she waited, Shogun wouldn't come out, she'd let me go. Hell, even better, I was sure she'd beg me for forgiveness. Or if they make her get down on her hands and knees, or else what would be the point? And then it'd all be forgiven. Yua would go back to her own life, and I'd go on with mine. She'd never see me again, and I'd never see her again. So at the very least, the Yua threat would disappear completely, or, if I was very lucky, there was even a chance that she would have a change of heart and end up joining my party. Shogun was still real and very much a problem, so Yua could step up and replace Mimi as my protector. It'd be better than nothing. We even had some common ground. Above all else, Yua resented the new gen culprit and therefore Shogun. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Yua's interests and mine coincided.
僕って頭良くね天才じゃね
タッキーってば天才私さますますタッキーのこと好きになっちゃった
Oh, and so I decided to ride this storm out. Okay. Good luck, Takumi. Okay, where the hell was she? Yua still hadn't shown any signs of coming back. It'd been a good while since she'd left, too. I knew for a fact that at least a few hours had passed. Probably. Where in the world had she gone? Sure as hell wasn't the toilet. I could also rule out that she'd been grabbing dinner, since there was no way it would have taken this long. Every time she'd gone out to buy us food, she just went to the nearest supermarket and came back shortly after. So where was she? Had she gone to school? Oh, I guess that's possible, yeah. I didn't even know what time it was right now, but if it was around noon, then it was certainly a possibility. If I could have just looked at the minimum attendance chart, then I would have been able to know what day it was instantly. It would have told me a lot, really. For example, if you had kept me locked up for 3 days straight, and the first day had been Friday, That would explain why she'd been able to stay here and not go to school, because it'd been the weekend. In other words, today was Monday and you had gone to school. It had to be it. It had to. What day had it been when you had broken into my room again? My consciousness was already foggy as all hell, so I couldn't remember clearly. But what if she hadn't gone to school? What if she'd gone back home, for example? They would stay out overnight without asking their parents, but Yura wasn't like that. Even if she had gotten permission, staying over at my place for who knows how many nights would have definitely made her parents worry, so knowing that, she'd gone back home in order to pacify them, probably. That made a lot of sense, actually. Well, regardless of where she'd gone off to, she had to come back eventually. So it'd be in my best interest to stay put and conserve my energy. Letting out a small sigh, I closed my eyes. Might as well get some sleep. Yeah, may as well. And looking at the door. She back? I couldn't sleep. Aww. I closed my eyes and tried my hardest to doze off for hours on end, but I just couldn't manage to. I ended up staring at the door, torturing myself over whether or not Yua would come back. There was a bit of a windstorm going on outside, so the door rattled faintly every once in a while. Whenever it did, I would immediately open my eyes, thinking that you had come back. Okay, hang on, I think I'm gonna go to the restroom real quick. I was kind of hoping there would be some music from the game coming, but we're just waiting for her quite a while, so... But let me do a poll. Not quite sure what to ask. Okay. Since we were talking about the Baja Blast earlier. This is related. Okay, I will be back. I'll also like refill my water and stuff too, I guess. Yeah. Okay, I'm back. Okay, I have a BRB. Okay. Welcome back, thank you. Okay. Back to imprisonment. Except I have water here, I guess. Okay. Yes, we read this line. Okay, but no matter how many times I thought that, she still hadn't. I was left all alone in this container, tied up like an animal. Since she was taking her sweet time, I decided I might as well try to break out of the restraints on my wrists. The rope that bound me to the leg of my bed was made of nylon, which is why I thought that maybe with enough force I could break free, and so I poured all my strength into my arms. Sorry, I just noticed, but does he have NSO open? Or ESO, right? Was it? Yeah. But it was no use, the rope didn't even budge. Or maybe I was just too weak. After all, I was a pretty big weakling in general, an otaku freak that did nothing but play video or surf the web all day long. There's no way I could have broken that cord like some kind of movie protagonist. Tearing the cord with just arm strength alone was obviously impossible, so I tried to think of some other way. Obviously, it would have been really easy if I had a knife or something, but unfortunately I had no such luck. If I only had one of those, what are they? Like, the thingies. Oh, my cat! Are they called like Swiss knives? You know, the things where it's like they have all those things? All the tools? Yeah. Yeah, this is what I'm thinking of. Okay. It's no use. I was hopeless. I couldn't even snap a single piece of nylon string on my own. How thick is this string/rope?
戻ってくるよね。
I unintentionally voiced those thoughts out loud, meaning I was basically talking to myself.
ねえねえタッキー、もしかしてさ、見捨てられたんじゃない？
Abandoned me? As in, you had left me here to rot? As in, she wasn't planning on coming back? If that was all true, I was screwed. Surely she hadn't just locked me up and expected me to survive on my own, right? If you're gonna lock someone up, then you should realize you're responsible for them until you let them go. Come on, that was just common sense. Yeah. No, she couldn't have abandoned me. I was overthinking it. Yo was definitely going to come back. She still hadn't uncovered Shogun's true identity, so surely she wouldn't give up yet. Yo would never abandon me. This is fine. Is he gonna delusion up another Yua now, or will the real Yua come back? Yeah, Stockholm Syndrome. Yes, I obviously know what Stockholm Syndrome is. But you're wrong, this isn't like that. My brain isn't dependent on Yua or anything. As if I would ever warm up to that mental case, let alone fall for her. We'll see how you're feeling at the end of this route.
僕もつい最近、ナナミのことがあったから、ユアの気持ちはわからなくはないとかって脳内で妄想してなかったっけ？
Was I lying to myself? Was I just forcing myself to believe that I could trust Yua? Maybe I was. Stockholm Syndrome was a psychological phenomenon in which people deceive their own selves for the sake of survival. Let's read the tips list real quick. Let's also save. It's been a bit. Okay, tips list. Yes. Stockholm Syndrome, a psychiatric term. In cases such as imprisonment, the hostage is forced to spend an extensive amount of time with their captor in an enclosed space. As a result of this extended interaction, the hostage may begin to develop positive feelings toward their captor, despite them doing terrible things to them. This phenomenon is known as Stockholm Syndrome. It can be described as a state of self-deception based on the idea that building a trusting relationship with one's captor rather than resisting them will increase chances of survival. The name is derived from a real hostage situation that took place in Stockholm in 1973. But what else could I do in this situation? I had no other choice. I had to rely on Yua. Maybe I backed out, and Nanami hadn't come to check on me for a long time now. Well, Nanami's kind of going through her own stuff. My parents let me know when they were worried about me via Nanami, but they never actually checked on me personally. And the only other person that I knew that knew I lived in this container was Yua, which meant the only person I could rely on was also Yua. Therefore, I had to lie to myself. It was the only way I could survive. I didn't want to die. I didn't want Yua to mistreat me, and I didn't have the courage to resist her using force. So that was why I decided to just submit. I wouldn't resist, and then, if I waited long enough, eventually she'd understand. That was the only way an otaku freak like me would be able to survive. I would trust in Yua. I would trust in her by lying to myself, and then I'd make it out of this without anyone getting hurt.
あんなストーカーメガネ女を信じちゃダメだよ。タッキーゆとりすぎ。
For the first time in my life, I completely ignored what Seiratan had to say. So please, come back soon, Yua. You're coming back, right? Oh, she's here? She's looking scary. And then it happened. Without warning, the door burst open. It caught me completely by surprise, and I immediately froze. You know, there's also, with her, like, taking her sister's place and stuff and everything. Yeah. What if she's the one with the idea or something? I could finally see outside. The sky was dyed orange by the setting sun. And there, obstructing my view of it, was Yua. I was relieved from the bottom of my heart to see her there. Realizing that I hadn't been abandoned nearly made me cry tears of joy. I was a little disgusted with how easily I'd been tamed. My disgust was immediately overshadowed by the intense feeling of relief.
おかえり。
I had no one else, so I was forced to be dependent on her. That was why something so stupid had somehow come out of my mouth. But... Ugh!
あなた、邪魔だわ。
What's she doing? Oh.
西条くん。
Okay. Yua quickly walked over to me, crouched down to meet me at eye level, and then... She grabbed my hair and yanked on it, hard. Ugh.
邪魔
Youch!
なの。あなたがいなければ、
Oh.
将軍は出てくるはずなのに。なん
Damn.
でいるの？自重してよ。少し引っ込んでよ。あなたと話しても意味ないの。私はあなたと話したいんじゃない。出して。将軍を出しなさいよ。
Yua was acting weird. Was she getting impatient because Shogun wouldn't come out? That means she was going to resort to more drastic measures? This wasn't what I'd planned. I believed in her. I trusted that she wouldn't go berserk on me. Was she about to betray me again? Who am I kidding? I'm the only one who feels betrayed. I was forced to face reality. I had decided to place my trust in Yua all on my own. She had never asked me to, not once. Are you winning my leash? Hello, Double-Red, welcome. If being tied up in our storage container for days counts as winning, then yes. Had I just been naive? It was because I was an otaku freak, and a shut-in too, wasn't it? I knew pretty much nothing about human interaction because of those things, so tricking me was like taking candy from a baby. If I was right about this, then I'd been right about everything. Nothing good could come from 3D. It was time for me to become a real shut-in. But this time, I'd lock myself in the 2D world. You thrusted something in front of my face. It was a notebook of some kind. Ah, she's gonna show us the Whose Eyes Are Those Eyes page.
たは知るべきです。妹は、ミヤちゃんは、集団ダイブが起きるもっと前からあなたに
Even since before?
ストーカーされていたんですよ。だから集団ダイブは5人を殺すのが目的だったんじゃない。そうでしょう。そうよね、将軍。答えて。出てきて答えなさい。
Yura's voice was getting more and more hysterical. The fear of her, or my fear of her, had come back full force. My heart was beating out of my chest. My entire body trembled. I wonder though, I hope we can look at the notebook more closely. I want to see if the name on it is Yua or Mia. But even so, I still couldn't accept what Yua was accusing me of. It was just a bunch of delusions she'd come up with, nothing but pure falsehoods. I never even met Yua's sister. I desperately shook my head from side to side. She'd grabbed my hair so tight, the pain kept me from moving very much. Yua's face drew even closer, close enough to whisper in my ear. And then she brought the diary even closer to my face. Oh. Yua's diary. Yua's diary, not Mia's. She forced me to look up. Then, while still holding the diary with one hand, Yua started dexterously turning the pages. And what I saw written there sent a chill down my spine. Whose eyes are those eyes? What is this? What the hell is this? You know her heart rate wanted it? Yeah, I forgot to do it one time and then I haven't been doing it since. But I can set it up. It won't take very long. Okay, okay, I was just lazy. I was just like feeling around and trying to find it. Let me actually look. It's not what I thought it would be. Why is it not here? Oh, okay. You take your life down too soon. No. No. Man, that Nanami root was really something. Okay, but I'll put it on. But what is this? What the hell is this?
日記の最後のページ。ミヤの最後に書き残した。
Last thing she ever wrote. Someone who died in it. Whose eyes are those eyes?
9月6日。
September 6th.
集団ライブでミヤが殺された前日です。
将軍だ。あいつに思考盗撮されてたんだ。
思考盗撮って何？違うでしょ。違う。
I mean
将軍はあなたに。
僕は将軍じゃ。
あなたの中にいる将軍にです。
だから言ってるじゃないか。将軍は他にいるんだ。
将軍は西条匠です。言い逃れしないで。その目誰なのというあなたが昔書いた作文がその
that's
証
right.
拠
She
で
was
す。
looking at the essay.
他にもいくつもの情報証拠がある。あなたしか考えられない。考えられないのはあなたじゃなきゃおかしい。妹はあなたに殺された。
That's not true. That's not true at all. I don't sleepwalk and I don't have multiple personalities either. The Shogun does exist, but he isn't me. He's someone else, I swear.
どう思う？この日記を見てミヤを追い詰めて こんな日記を書かせるぐらい追い詰め、どうしてミヤにこんなひどいことをしたの？どうしてミヤを殺したの？どうして？
ユアは間違ってる。
Everything you say is wrong.
間違ってるのはあなたよ。あなたは人を殺した。殺したじゃない。人殺し。
だってこの日記は
Yeah.
ユアの日記じゃないか。
Says Yua's diary.
なんです。
Yeah, take that! Objection! Yua looked puzzled. It stuck out to me like a sore thumb since I'd first seen it. What was written on the front cover? Yua's diary. Dun dun dun. Yua's diary. At first I thought it was just a mistake. I was just mistaken or something. But Yua had said exactly whose diary she thought it was.
妹の日記です。
But if it was her sister's diary, shouldn't it have said Mia's diary?
これはユアの日記だ。表紙にそう書いてある。
I'm scared. How will she react?
何言ってるの？
Yua deliberately avoided looking at the front cover.
これはミヤちゃんのよ。死んだミヤちゃんの日記。あなたに殺されたミヤちゃんの。ミヤちゃんのなのよ。ミヤちゃんが書いた。死ぬ前に書いたの。
だったら表紙を見てよ。
Terrified, I nervously pointed out the notebook. Without showing a hint of hesitation, Yua closed it and took a look at the cover. And when she did, she turned back toward me and said, I wonder, will she still just be like, no, it says Mia.
やっぱりミヤちゃんの日記だわ。
Huh? She must have seen it just now. There's no way she hadn't. Yua's diary was right there written in bright red markers, so how had she... Well, she's a
こ
little
れはミヤ
delusional
ちゃんが書
herself.
いた日記。私を騙そうとしたの。騙されるわけない
Crosses
で
it
しょ。
out and writes in Mia. Imagine.
私はミヤちゃんとずっと一緒に育ってきたんだから。生まれてからずっと一緒だったんだから。あなたなんかよりずっと私の方がミヤちゃんのことを知ってる。
I mean, I don't think we were claiming that per se.
ユアには見えないの。はっきり書いてあるじゃないか。それはユアの日記。
Oh gosh, she gets cut off. What's gonna happen to him? Oh, okay. Yua's hand suddenly shot up to her temples. Her face was warped in pain.
違う。
Her vibes go
この日
hard.
記は私じゃなく
Yeah.
てミヤちゃんが私西条君にあなたは DID 多重人格なんです。
君は誰だ？
Who
私は
are you?
ユア。私は
You are? Could it be that I'd never been the one with DID? It'd been Yua all along?
楠木ミヤなんて実在するの？
Had the police ever officially announced the identities of the group dive victims? Since she was a minor, they would have just called her Girl A or something, right? Or...
ユアに双子の妹なんて本当にいたの？
While it was certainly possible that someone named Kusunoki Miya existed and had died in the group dive, it was also possible that they were completely unrelated to Kusunoki Yua, the person standing in front of me right now. They could have simply been someone with an extremely similar name. Ugh.
ヒルア。
Suddenly, Yua wrapped her hands around my neck. Her fingers were oh so slender, and yet they harbored a terrifying amount of strength within them. I couldn't breathe.
いたわよ。ミヤちゃんは確かにいた。はっきり覚えてるもの。
証明できるの？
Yua's grasp weakened.
自分は DID じゃないって証明できるの？楠木ミヤじゃないって証明できるの？
I, for one, couldn't prove that I wasn't my alter ego. After all, The only way to prove that I wasn't Shogun would have been for him to show up next to
でき
me.
るわ。
We can prove it. What's she gonna do? Yeah, took her hands off my neck. She let the notebook fall to the floor.
みやちゃんにはほくろがあった。
Where is this mole exactly? Okay. Yua slowly began to remove her uniform's
左
top.
胸の下、そこにほくろがあった。私にはないほくろ。
Oh. She unbuttoned her blouse one button at a time, her hands trembling impatiently as she did. You do have one there. But she didn't stop there. She went on to remove her bra too. Covered only by her hands, she calmed down, searching for a certain spot on her skin. I searched too with my eyes. And why is her skirt like partially unzipped too? Was a mole.
ある。
あるよ。
どうして
Dun dun dun.
私にはほくろはないはずなのに。私、
Oh.
誰？
Who are you indeed? Yua's face grew pale as a ghost and her lips trembled in fear. Her eyes swam in place, gazing into the abyss as she wrapped her arms around herself. She didn't even care that she was still half naked.
私はユア。
I think I had to unzip to pull it out. Usually you can just take it out, though.
私はずっといい子で。みやちゃんはずっと悪い子で。私はずっといい子になりたくて。みやちゃんはユアちゃんが大好きで。ユアちゃんはみやちゃんが心配で。
Her ramblings gradually turned even more incoherent. I was pretty freaked out, but I knew I couldn't just abandon her and make a run for it. I knew full well exactly what mental state she was in, because I, until only a moment ago, had been in the same exact one. From the moment you had told me I had DID, I'd been suffering from non-stop anxiety, instability. So I really did understand. I knew what it was like to feel your entire existence was one step away from crumbling to dust. I didn't know if she was suffering from DID or if it was something else entirely, but from what I did know, it was that there was something wrong with her, and there always had been. I knew people could be two-faced, but she was far, far too good at it. It was still hard to believe that she'd been acting when we first met. The difference between her back then and her when she snapped was like night and day, so much so that it didn't even feel like the same person.
ユアは DID なんじゃ。
違う。ちゃんといた。ちゃんといたの。みやちゃんはちゃんといた。
She fished for something in the top she'd just taken off. She then took out her phone, hit a few buttons, then showed it to me. Does she have a picture of them
見
together?
て。ここにいるでしょ。私たちがいるでしょ。
あ、
Yeah, there are two of them. She did exist. There were definitely two people on the screen there, and the image didn't look edited either. The two looked eerily similar in that picture, although they were twins. The only difference was that one had glasses and the other didn't. Even their hairstyle was the same.
私は
I
ここにいる。
君はどっちなんだ。
私は
She pointed to the one on the left. Oh, earthquake? Right at the moment, the floor started shaking violently. An earthquake? It's even bigger than the last one. Ooh, she's red. I was struck with a violent ringing in my ears. It was such an intensely shrill, resonant sound. My head felt like it was about to burst open. Yua grabbed her head and fell to her knees. I wanted to do the same, but my hands were tied up, so I couldn't. It felt like my ears were being pierced by thousands upon thousands of needles, while that does not sound very fun. And then... I was hit by an enormous impact, and a blinding light dyed my vision completely white. Okay.
あの日、私たちは入れ替わった。
When they were at the fast food restaurant. At the Shibuya McD, a large wave of students arrived as soon as evening hit. I could hear the high-pitched voices of high school girls joyfully chatting away with one another. I took a moment to look out the window, and then I took out my phone. It was now 5:02 p.m. on September 7th, 2 minutes past the time she was supposed to be here. I took a bite of my chicken sandwich, feeling a little bit annoyed.
ごめん、みやちゃん。待たせちゃった？
It's Yua, the real Yua, I guess. Yua-chan appeared, tray in hand, and sat down in front of me. I let out a small sigh.
待った。5分くらいおまけしてほしいな。あ、みやちゃんもチキンバーガー？私もだよ。
She pointed to the chicken sandwich on her tray. The two of us were twins, so it was only natural that we'd have the same preferences. She really didn't need to point out every little time that we had something in common, but she happily did so anyway.
みやちゃんとこうして渋谷で会うのって初めてだよね。
His name is Frog. I went to a vegan restaurant earlier today, but I had like a vegan chicken sandwich there. It was pretty good. I didn't go to school in Shibuya, and the two of us saw each other at home all the time, so we just didn't have many reasons or opportunities to meet up in Shibuya. That was all there was to it.
私にお願いしたいことって何？私にできることなら何でも言ってね。
Does it taste like a regular chicken sandwich? It was similar. Not like exactly the same or anything, but it was fried nicely. I took the last bite of my chicken sandwich, sipped some of my iced tea, and then I leaned toward Yua-chan.
実はこれから人と会うんだけど。彼氏？そんなんじゃない。今まで一度も会ったことない人たち。
This is talking about the group dive, yes.
たちって何人？4人かな。どういう関係なの？ネットで知り合った人。別にやましい関係とかじゃないから。アニメのファンサイトみたいな掲示板があるんだけど、そこで。
Actually, yeah. Makes sense. They said Mia likes like anime and stuff, right? And then the Yua we know, she was like interested in blood. Well, I mean, I guess part of it was like made up, right? But
へえ、私インターネットなんて全くやらないからよくわからないけど、そうやってネットで知り合うことってよくあるの？まあね。でもオフ会は私も初めてで。みえちゃん人見知りだもんね。人見知りじゃない。人に合わすのが苦手なだけ。そういうことにしておいてあげる。本当は会おうと思ってたんだけど、今になってやっぱり
getting cold feet.
怖くなっちゃったんだ。めんどくさくなっただけ。でもドタキャンするのも悪いし。だから私が代わりに行けばいいのね。
Yo-chan was really perceptive. She'd understood what I was trying to say before I even finished my sentence. Usually that was more annoying than it was helpful, but this time I was glad that I didn't have to explain everything.
そういうこと。お願いしていい？別にいいけど、みやちゃんはそれでいいの？友達を作れるチャンスなのに。そんな小学生みたいな扱いしないでよ。別にもうみやちゃんは本当に意地っ張りなんだから。言ってくれる？わかった。私は楠木みやになりきればいいのね。
I guess maybe it was from like the guilt she felt. That she
そこまでしなくてもいいけど。
Yua.
どうせならとことんやった方が面白いじゃない。そうだ、制服も入れ替えようよ。なんでそんなにはしゃいでるの？みやちゃんから頼み事されるなんてめったにないでしょ。だから嬉しいの。ゆあちゃん、バカみたい。どうせバカなお姉さんですよーだ。ほら、
The dorkiest of all
着替えちゃおう
dorks.
よ。
Aww. Yo-chan forcefully pulled me by the hand. It's unfortunate. We went into the private bathroom, and after a couple of minutes, we'd swapped all clothing and personal effects.
みやちゃん、水泳の制服似合うね。きっとお父さんやお母さんでもどっちがどっちなのか見分けつかないよ。あ、でもメガネかけてたら一発でバレちゃうかな。これも外して行くの。初対面の相手なんだからここまでしなくてもよかったのに。もうまだ言ってるし、待ち合わせの時間そろそろなんでしょ。それまで打ち合わせしておこうよ。私アニメのことちっともわからないけど、何を話せばいいの？適当に相槌打ってればいいよ。どうせ一回こっきりしか会わない人たちなんだし。そんなことないよ。この出会いを通してお友達付き合いすることになるかもしれないでしょ。もしかしたら彼氏もできちゃうかも。興味ない。あるくせに。なかったら会う約束なんてしないもの。うるさいな。頑張って楠木美也はとってもいい子ですっていうのを印象づけてくるね。本当にそういうのいいってば。
If she did that, it'd be even harder for me to go the second time. I just wasn't as sociable as she was. Feels bad too with her parents. Like,
それじゃ行ってくるね。
I wonder if they knew that they had switched or if they didn't know.
よろしく。そこまで頑張らなくていいから。はいはい。じゃあね、みやちゃん。
Yua-chan smiled and waved goodbye, wearing my uniform, holding my bag, and then she disappeared into the crowds of Shibuya as none other than Kusunoki Miya. That had been the last time I'd ever seen Yua-chan. I then had gone home, waited for her to come back. Simon could just chalk up any personality changes going up. I guess. Is this container? Oh, I guess the earthquake really did a number on it, huh? It's completely blocked the exit. When I came to, my headache was so bad it felt like it was splitting in two. First thing I realized was that I was pinned under my bed. The second was that the bed had fallen on top of me. So not only was my head about to burst from the pain, but my back was too under the weight of the bed. The only thing I could move were my eyes, which allowed me to witness the sheer devastation of my room. But the anime figures, are they okay? I slumped against the wall, staring off in a daze. She'd been half naked before the earthquake hit, but it seemed like she'd put her clothes back on. Takumi. I heard she'd been completely topless while also keeping her glasses on, which had honestly brought some life back into me. But now her glasses had fallen to her feet, the lenses were cracked. And she can still see, can't she?
紐ほどいてよ。
It took nearly everything in me, but I managed to fight through the headache and call out to Yua. And with the most empty eyes, she looked at me.
思い出したの。
Oh, literally, who cares? I don't care what you remember, just untie me already. I can't move under this thing.
思い出したのよ。
What cute glasses. Oh, Yua slowly got up and easily untied the tight knot. Almost too easily, in fact, considering how dark it was and she wasn't wearing her glasses. Yeah, she is Mia. Finally, a free man, I managed to slip out from under the bed. But that was about as far as I went. My head felt as if it was being cracked open, just like it had during the previous earthquakes. Even standing up felt impossible, so I endured the pain on all fours.
ゆあちゃんだったのよ。
Yo was once again mumbling something in a low voice.
集団ダイブで死んだのはミヤじゃない。ゆあちゃん。
ゆあ、何を。
私はゆあじゃない。
A wry smile spread across Yua's lips.
私はミヤよ。自分をゆあちゃんだって思い込んでただけ。あの日、私たちは入れ替わったの。 それでユアちゃんは死んだ。本当は私が死ぬはずだったのに。
Suddenly, the expression on Yua's face disappeared, complementing the empty eyes that had yet to leave her. And then, she extended her hand toward me.
西条くん、
Yes?
もう将軍のことなんてどうでもよくなっちゃった。
Oh, okay.
結局ユアちゃんは私が死なせたようなものだから。
Oh.
ねえ、一緒に来てほしい。
どこへ？
She couldn't have known.
ユアちゃんが死んだ場所。一緒に来てくれるだけでいい。
Okay. I didn't know why exactly she was asking me this, but I had an idea that soon became a realization. Yeah, no, Mia was planning to die. I had no idea whether or not I should stop her. It was probably too late for me to say anything that might reach her. And so I took Mia's hand and went to pull myself up. Such a splitting headache. Yeah, I felt a stabbing pain in my head. I pictured my eyes being dyed a scarlet red. The throbbing pulsation of the blood vessels inside my head reverberated throughout my entire body. It hurt too much to move. I didn't have the strength.
歩ける？
Blech. Mia supported my body with her shoulder.
歩いてくれないと困るわ。一緒に来てほしいの。私を助けると思って。お願い。
I think you can save me. How exactly? What are you thinking? Okay, 107. With my body supported by Mia, the two of us began walking in the direction of Shibuya. Shibuya had transformed into a city of death. Everywhere you looked, corpses were strewn across the ground. Some were covered in blood, some had their limbs severed, and some had their heads crushed. Not even a shred of human dignity could be seen in the absolute hellscape spread out before us. Not a single glimmer of the city's former glory remained. The only things it held now were death, ash, and despair, nothing more. Huge cracks tore through the roads, large scars indicative of how it would all come down crashing at any moment. Huge chunks of debris had fallen from the crumbling buildings, blocking our way. It was difficult to even walk in a straight line. But none of that was enough to make us lose focus of our goal. Mia and I marched on, completely disregarding the cries for help around us. Our destination was the building towering above in the distance, Cornelius Tower. Imagine this chart looks and sounds like. Oh, the tower was still standing. The outer walls were crumbling in certain spots, but the structure itself had more or less tanked the earthquake. It still stood straight and tall. As far as we could tell from the outside, it seemed that the lights were off on every floor. Maybe everyone had evacuated, leaving the building vacant and abandoned. Naturally, the lobby was completely empty. There didn't seem to be any electricity either, so the elevator didn't work. Our only option to get to the rooftop would be the emergency stairs. It was spooky. When the details behind the group dive case had appeared online, I had done a little digging into the building. Cornelius Tower stood at 184 meters tall, with 41 floors above ground. There's absolutely no way I could climb that many floors, not when I couldn't even walk straight with this headache. Oh yeah, I would die, I think. And yet, Mia kept on supporting me. Leaning on her, we climbed the stairs step by step, sweat dripping down our foreheads.
お父さんとお母さんは、私が自分のことをユアちゃんだって言い出して、気を使ってくれたんだと思う。私をユアとして扱って、ミアが死んだことにしたのかも。
She was talking to herself. I listened along in silence. So I wonder, has the heart rate monitor, is it like out of battery or something? Why is it just flatlining at 70? Let me try refreshing. It says battery level high. Okay, there we go. I was like, it's just been 70, huh? Very steady heart. Ayun, me better if it's scaring. Oh. As long as I listened along in silence. Well, she probably didn't need me to listen. She was just talking aloud and I just happened to be there.
昔からそうだった。
I think God knows.
私は生意気な娘だったから。
I think at that point though, it was still working, right? But yeah. Oh.
両親はいつも私を腫れ物にでも触るかのように扱ったわ。ミアを死んだことにするなんてね。親はイワちゃんよりミアに死んでほしかったのかもしれない。
I feel like my heart rate goes up more easily just when I'm like like, what is it? Like worked up, I guess, but not like in that sense. You know what I mean? Like if I get excited about something. I was just back on scene when I was your stream. Yeah. Well, I feel like also it's kind of funny, but it spikes a lot when I like yawn. I don't know if you guys have also noticed, but it goes fairly high, like above 100 whenever I'm yawning. Exciting, right?
それも全部私のせいだけど、自分がイワちゃんだと思い込んだ私のせいよ。イワちゃんが死んだみたいに私も死ねばいい。
Affects heart rate? Yeah, makes sense. It's just funny though, how high up it goes. No, Mia.
ユアはどんな人だったの？
憧れだった。羨ましかった。たまにイラついたりしたけど嫌いじゃなかった。むしろ大好きだった。イワちゃんのこと大好きだった。私のこと、イワちゃんが笑顔でいてくれれば私はどんなに辛いことがあっても嬉しかった。いつも私のこと心配してくれたわ。心配させてるのが申し訳なくて私はつい冷たく接してた。それなのにイワちゃん
Mia kept climbing the stairs, tears gently streaming down her face. Were they tears of regret, tears of sorrow, or tears of guilt? That I couldn't tell. Alright, I guess they made it up. The wind was stronger than I thought it would be on the helipad. A panorama of Shibuya's nightscape spread out right before our eyes, but now its former brilliance was nowhere to be found. The city had been fully engulfed in darkness. One could just barely make out landmarks like Tokyo Tower, Roppongi Bills, or other buildings situated in Shinjuku in the distance. $2 US strong. The Shibuya beneath our feet was veiled in complete and utter silence. There was very little light, allowing darkness complete reign over the ruined city. If it were noon, then Shibuya's new form would be nothing less than stupefying.
西条くん、もしよかったら。
Mia gently let me go, retracting the arm that had been supporting me. I immediately sank down to the ground, not a single ounce of energy left in my legs.
一緒に飛んでくれない？
Mia stared deep into the dark night. Fierce gusts of wind sent her long hair fluttering in the sky, hiding her expression from view. That was when I realized Mia had come here to jump, to follow in her sister's footsteps. With that in mind, my answer was clear.
やだね。
Hell no.
僕は死にたくない。なんで僕を監禁した女と心中しなくちゃいけないんだ。
そう言うと思った。
One step at a time, Mia walked toward the edge of the heliport, facing the strong wind head-on.
そうそう。西条くんと予約しに行ったセイラちゃんのフィギュア。
Yes. Suddenly she stopped and turned around.
ちゃんと買ったのよ。
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, like, did she cancel it, or?
とても可愛くてセクシーだね。すっかり気に入っちゃって、私の部屋の机の上に飾ってあるの。
I see. A transient smile spread over Mia's lips. Of all times for her to have said that, why now?
そんなこと言っても僕は君に同情しない。
同情なんて求めてないわ。それじゃさよなら、西条くん。私を殺した人。
I can get more stand-up figures. You're so right. That should be what Takumi's saying to her.
私もゆあちゃんのところに行くね。
Oh. Don't do that. Oh, her POV? What Nishijo-kun had just said was very reasonable. It was strange, though. It had made me feel lonely. There was this heart-rending pain in my chest. Her wife. In the end, I had never been afforded the opportunity to confirm whether or not he was Shogun. Maybe I'd been telling the truth, and I was the one who'd gotten it all wrong. But even if I wasn't wrong, there was no point in holding a grudge against him now. If only I hadn't asked Yua-chan to switch places with me back then. If only I had just gone to the offline meet myself, then Yua-chan would still be alive. Yua-chan hadn't deserved to die. She'd had so many friends, our parents had loved her more than anything, and she'd been the smartest, most beautiful girl I'd ever met. It's a little funny saying most beautiful girl when you're identical twins, but... And yet she had died anyway. Kusunoki Yua had died anyway. Do a flip. Wow. Do a flip. And when she had, Kusunoki Miya disappeared along with her. She'd vanished into thin air, becoming a ghost. That was the choice I had made back then. Self-love, very important. Stealth flex. Yeah. I could no longer tell whether I was alive or dead. All I knew was that Yua-chan wasn't here anymore, so I'd rather be dead. I stood at the edge of the helipad, where Yua-chan and the other four had jumped off that night. Looking down made me feel dizzy. The whole nightscape was pitch black. All the lights in the city had gone out, and yet, even in that darkness, I could still tell just how high up I really was. I wondered how Yua-chan had felt when she jumped off of here. She had probably been terrified. I'm sorry, Yua-chan. I'm sorry you had to go through something so terrifying because of me. Is she really gonna do it? I'll be going too, very soon. I will take the pain that you endured, the pain that I alone was supposed to feel, and engrave it onto my body, Yua-chan. I took a deep breath. My heart and mind were at peace. I wasn't afraid of dying. I spread my wings. My arms lay in the empty air. I closed my eyes. And then I stepped forward into the bottomless abyss before me. And with nothing there to support me anymore, I fell. My whole world turned upside down. There's nothing left to chain me back. It turns on goes the others imagine. Even though I was in free fall, it almost felt like I was floating amid the rumbling of the wind. The ground was rushing toward me, the very same asphalt that Yua-chan had crashed into 2 months back. The hardened tar that had crushed her bones, ruptured her organs, and then sprayed her blood and grey matter across itself. I don't want to die. Just a moment ago, I hadn't been afraid to die. But the second I had lost control of my body, I had been overcome with a tremendous sense of dread. I don't want to die. Even if Yua-chan had died, I still wanted to live. This was just my survival instincts taking over. I screamed. I screamed from the bottom of my soul. I desperately reached out my hand into the distant night sky above me. I knew that there was no one that could grab onto it, but I reached out all the same. There's no end to my screams. I pleaded. I don't want to die. And nobody heard me. Nobody grabbed my hand. I simply fell, with the earth coming closer and closer. gosh. Hmm? Is that a passerby or was that just all a delusion? I had felt my body shatter into a million pieces, but that feeling had disappeared soon after. When I came to, I found myself collapsed on the roof of Cornelius Tower. Nishijo-kun was in front of me, but he still wasn't looking at me, but he was reaching his hand out even so. I had definitely jumped, no doubt about it. I had definitely taken that nearly 180-meter dive and smashed right into the ground. But now, I just sat there, staring at Nishijo's hand, utterly dumbfounded. I even forgot to wipe away the tears streaming down my face.
気が済んだ。
Did he make her see that delusion, or... Nishijo-kun's words were blunt and curt.
君に死なれるのは困るんだ。まるで僕が突き落としたみたいじゃないか。
that's true, I guess.
扱いされたくない。
That's his reasoning, though, for saving her.
私、落ちたのに、自分で飛び降りたのに。
Okay, I guess he just delusioned her back up, or...
妄想でも見てたんじゃない。
Wasn't? A delusion? You're telling me all those sensations, all that pain was just a delusion? That's impossible. It felt so real.
ねえ、西條くん。
If you're on time. Imagine they introduced more abilities
あんな
into
痛い
this.
思いをして死んだんだね。なのに、私、ゆあちゃんと同じ痛みを味わおうとしたのに、私は死にたくないって思っちゃったの。本来死ぬのは私だったのに、死にたくないって。もう飛べない。あの痛みを知ってしまったら、もう怖くて飛べない。私どうすればいいのか。
今ので君は一度死んだ。ユアの痛みを知ったならもうそれでいいじゃないか。これからはもう一度楠木宮として一から生きていけばいいと思う。
He's actually giving good advice.
ユアの運まで。
Good job, Takumi. Oh, CG.
ありがとう。
Very Takumi W, I guess. I reached for the hand that he had extended out to me and took it. When he's only with him getting back home, he needs to be cheered up. Oh, it was so very, very warm. I could feel his body heat through his palm. A warmth so comforting, I felt my hand stop shaking. Oh, I guess this is the ending. Credits? Question mark? Yep. What? Okay, okay. I see. This wasn't necessarily romantic. So I guess not all of them will be like Nanamis. We won. Yeah, I guess so. We won. Another ending. Done. Collected. Typical thing. Day in your life was pretty romantic. I guess, yeah, but you know what I mean. How are you feeling, my liege? I'm feeling fine. Feeling normal? Yeah. Yeah. There's a thought in my head, but I'm like, I don't know if I should say this. Oh, a picture of them. You and Mia. Oh wait, anyway, was any of the Newton conflicts resolved? Yeah, I guess none. Now I'm curious. Well, it's just mildly serious, so I'm like, but Moon and Sun reached US ending. Reached Sun and Moon ending. Yay! Okay, I will save. Or no, wait, I guess we have to just start a new one to save. Even more curious. No, it's just that, you know, in this game earlier, there was a scene where Takumi was attempting suicide, but I'm like, I read out the narration, I read out what he was thinking, but I was thinking after, I was like, if there's another scene like that, I think I probably just won't read it out loud. But I guess this one was fine because there was more of a fantasy element to it, I guess. You know, it felt less real, so, but anyways. But yeah, that Takumi scene was rough. But anyways.
視線が空から降ってくる。
Wow. So her
その瞳は
delusion will be
い
in
つも僕を見つめていて、
chapter
眼
2.
差し
Let's
は
skip until we get there. It says a handful of ISA-related intermissions. And then it says the game will branch into the route in chapter 7. Okay. Oh wait, let me save also. Let me get a new save file going. I guess I'll do this one. The drawing. I keep saying this every time we like go back to the beginning, but I still can't believe Grim was Hazuki. Just types so differently from what Hazuki's like. Or what she seems like, I guess, from our perception of her. I'll just go neutral. Is this when he sees whose eyes are those eyes? Yeah. Okay, so we'll not get the right answers for this by going all yes. Alright, was I supposed to go all no? Does it matter? Okay, skip any route, only giving yes answers. Okay. We will go yes then. Not liking Simpson Musk. Oh my gosh, also I've been eating a cough drop, right? And it's like only a tiny sliver now, but I almost accidentally just inhaled it. Redwin got a restart. It's funny, I don't know if you were there when it was said, but based on your answers at the start, it changes whether Hazuki wears glasses or not. So she was wearing glasses our last run. And I guess she won't be this time. Honestly, I wasn't really paying attention to what I was clicking this time for the prompts, so... Why? Why would you worry about me? Man, you encounter. Here we go neutral again. Something about this like CG just feels so different from like all of the other illustrations in this game. The way they like shaded her outfit, it's different. Okay, we go neutral. So this is unrelated, but I've been thinking that like I want to take off my nail polish and like change it, you know? But I've just been lazy, I guess, or like the time has been evading me, but I've just been picking at the nail polish on my nails while I've been playing. It's fun. My index finger is now clean. I will get the rest of them too. Speaking of shading, how's that emote going? I have not touched it since. I was hoping to work a bit on the 3.0 VTuber model tonight though, after this stream. But we'll see how long I feel like playing for. If I play for a while, I guess I'll just try to sleep early, but... Spooky themed nail polish? Maybe. I don't really know what I'm doing yet. Oh, the quiz again. Right, okay, so this time I'll just check like 6 of them, I think. That's... yeah. Last time we did all but 6, this time we will just do 6 and we will see what it gives us. Okay. Yeah, so sleep early. I know. I've been like messing up my sleep schedule recently and it's not good. It's not been great. Scene of the crime. Picture. Don't look at me. Mia, I guess, not Yua. Browsing cat channel. Phantasm webpage. Wow, going to see them live. My sleep is whack now. I don't think I'll ever be able to fix it. Oh no. Rip. It do be like that.
Ne.
Whenever that music plays, I really am just like, it really sounds like Pokemon music. The ESO theme. Ghetto Froggy! Borger. The Falcon with Grim. Whose eyes are those eyes? Actually, wait, what chapter is this? I messed up. I messed up. I forgot. To get onto ISO route, it has to be, I have to choose the negative delusion in chapter 2. It's already chapter 3. Whoops. We gotta go back. I guess I can just start in chapter 2 though. Right, if I... Oh no, wait, no. I shouldn't have pressed that button. It was a different one. Is it low? There's a way you can start from like a certain chapter, right? Nice that the spooky sound effects don't frighten you. You're really brave now. I think I've just gotten used to them. Shortcut. Chapter 2. Yes. I Fine, we'll skip until the delusion. It is ... looked at me. I guess this is when he's at the Phantasm concert. Probably. And not this one. Hazuki. Yep, no glasses this time. This Seiratan delusion.
体質嫌いなのに病院来るなんてすごい。
This one was so crazy. We've woken up. Ah, right, this. Okay, we'll do 6. Okay. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, at the concert. Okay, here we go. I gotta do negative. The dot looked at me. Okay, it wasn't like she just glanced in the general direction of my eyes or like she'd briefly made eye contact with me or anything like that. Fess was blatantly looking right at me. I'd even go as far as to say she was staring at me, fixedly, as if evaluating my existence, as if searching deep within my heart. Her gaze was all too intense, and yet, somehow, she seemed a little sad. Man, you know, this is somewhat of a tangent, but it's related to this, but... I went to, like, a live music event somewhat recently, but... I feel like... like, maybe this was real. Maybe I was just making it up. But I feel like I made eye contact with the people. I mean, I guess I was, like, somewhat near, like, the front. So it's, like, not impossible. But I was like, oh my gosh. Did I just make eye contact? Describe that crazy delusion. No. No. But before I knew it, I was slowly walking on a rooftop all alone. The wind was extremely strong, blowing raindrops into me from the side. What was strange, though, was that I didn't feel cold. I remembered this place. It felt like I had been there many times before. Oh, I knew where it was now. This dreary scenery surrounded by a fence. It was the school rooftop. Rather in the mosh pit. Imagine. I took a look around me. But the rain had made everything so hazy I couldn't make out anything. It was surreal. It felt like the world itself had become blurred. Oh, Ayase. Cool outfit. Beyond the haze, on the other side of the fence, was Fess. She was standing there facing me and she was soaking wet. She was looking straight at me, just like at the concert. And in her right arm, just like before, she was gripping that sword-like mic stand tightly. The wind blowing from below sent Fess's soaked hair fluttering furiously in the air. If she even slightly lost her balance, she would definitely fall. And at this height, that would be a death sentence. Just looking at her made me stop dead in my tracks. And yet, despite where she was, Fess stood tall without the slightest hint of fear in her eyes. Yeah, I guess there's a little triangle there. On the verge of tears, Fess gently extended her left hand toward me. Oh, let's jump off together. It was almost as if she was asking me to go with her, trying to seduce me. Oh, Fess must be asking me for salvation. Okay. Let's see. The answer to this is yes. Oh, maybe I should have saved. Oh well. I want to give in to Fess's seduction. His character does this is Ayase's. The answer I'm supposed to choose is no. I'm sure jumping off would feel amazing. The answer is to choose this is yes. I don't care if I die as long as it's together with Fess. The answer is yes. Oh, that rhymes. Fess, yes. I want to be set free from everything. The answer is yes. Okay. Pound in the steak discovered Ayas's story. Okay. I couldn't give any response. Don't mind me cracking my back. I had no idea what to do. Fess said nothing back to me either. She just spread her arms out wide, taking on a pose as if she'd been crucified. Suddenly, the rain and the wind stopped. I tried to say something, but I couldn't make a sound. Nothing would come out of my mouth. Fess's body slowly tilted backward. Everything seemed to be happening in slow motion. I tried to reach out toward Fess, but my own movements were in slow motion too, so I could only look on in frustration as my arm slowly extended out in front of me. Fess was already closing her eyes, and not long after, her figure disappeared from my line of sight. Ugh. Okay, we're back home now, I guess. I'd been getting lost in my own delusions as usual, but it had all gone south pretty quickly. Well, that just goes to show how strong the aura Fess gave off truly was. She sort of had this sense of ruinous beauty to her. That said, I didn't have the slightest clue what ruinous beauty was supposed to mean though, lol. Okay, slow now. In the end, I got sick from the size of the crowd at that concert, so I had to rush to leave the venue. As a result, I barely watched any of the performance at all, and honestly, I never wanted to go ever again. Well then, guess I'll log on to ESO or something. That ought to rid me of this depression. Okay. Let's save real quick. Yeah, we'll save over this one. I just messed up in that save file. Okay, we'll skip. Okay, we go neutral. I feel like some crazy stuff will go down in this route, I'm not gonna lie. Ayase being Ayase. But I guess we'll learn more about her childhood, maybe. Like, she was in that psychiatric hospital when she was young, right? And then it was, like, taken over by Nozomi, and then she was tortured there, so... And now that I'm thinking about it also, I guess in, US Root, she didn't actually even awaken as a Gigalomaniac there, huh? Like, I kind of thought she would maybe at the end, but she did not. But okay. As morning progressed, Kishimoto Ayase stood before the school gate watching the sky absent-mindedly. Sounds exciting, yeah, for sure. So happy and lighthearted. Students passed by on either side and she paid no attention to the strange looks she received from them. And giggle, oh maniac. Her gaze was full of emptiness. From her perspective, school was utterly pointless, her reasoning being she knew the world would end very soon. Even as a third year, she felt out of place wearing a school uniform. This was no time to be attending school, so she believed. Still, she occasionally went in order to continue her search for the Gate and the other Black Knights. Suimei Academy was the place where the Black Knights would gather, or rather, it was the place where they would be gathered. That was the conclusion she had reached. From a young age, Ayase had been seen as a problem child. She never finished middle school, thus preventing her from enrolling in high school. In spite of this, she transferred into Suimei Academy during May of her first year, a day she remembered vividly even now. She had stood before the gate on that day, just as she was now. Until then, she had been institutionalized by Arkhart Medical. During that time, she endured a hellish trial in order to become a Black Knight. 1 month of psychiatric treatment later, she was finally discharged. The hospital's director, a man whose name she had long since forgotten, spoke to her at that time. Starting tomorrow, you'll be attending high school in Shibuya at Suime Academy. I've done all the work needed to enroll you already. She was not told why. Those words still in her mind. The day she had arrived before the school gate, she murmured something to herself.
天空、赤く染まるとき、邪神王の帯同と呼応し、7つの黒き邪神は生まれ、やがて聖域へと召喚される。そして宣言するのだ。悪夢よ、最悪よ、暗黒なる肉塊たちよ。邪神により邪神をほふられ、邪神王が支配する世界は砕け散ると。
She's spitting. They were the verses of the legend from the Gladial Book of Psalms and Revelation, a prophecy Ayase had taken to heart. One she uttered only because she knew now for certain. This was the gathering place of the Black Knights. Thus, she would continue waiting, thus she would continue searching. And as time passed, she had never felt a single trace of wickedness, until now. At last she could sense a presence, the presence of a potential Black Knight. Chuny prophecies, yeah. It had certainly kept her waiting, but the change was wholly a welcome one.
もう時間はないわ。グラジオールの復活はすぐそこ。
Gladiol's resurrection. Her words a faint, quiet murmur. Another Black Knight. With this thought, Ayase passed through the gate, seeking the boy she had met at the concert venue. Yeah, and then she finds us, and she's like, "You have to find your sword. With it, you will be granted salvation." Doesn't even so much as look at him. I don't remember, was it the red one here where it's like one of them gets killed? I don't remember who. Let's just go neutral. Asana, yeah, D sword. Okay. Control. So man, I'm kind of craving Jimmy John's. Maybe I'll go tomorrow or something. Oh yeah, Nimi. And we knew her name. I guess we will. I don't think it's happened yet. Or no, wait, no, I guess it did. Oh yeah, I'm called Isuku. D sword! Okay, we're gonna go buy our sword. You ever try their giant-sized sandwiches? I don't think so. I've tried the like baby ones though. What are they called again? Like little Johns? Question mark. Will you try it tomorrow? I don't know. I feel like the regular size is already like fine. You know? Or even like a little too much for me. Mini Johns would go hard in jail. So true. Yeah, maybe I can get some chips too. Hehe. Kettle cooked sea salt and vinegar chips. Yum 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 yum. Okay, I'll scan. I don't know. Let me look at their menu actually. Don't they have... I did get Jimmy John's semi recently, but they have some like hot sandwiches now, right? Is that just a limited time thing or... Ooh, the sound effects. Kozupi. No idea. Let me go to their website. Intro. What's new? Ooh, pumpkin white chocolate cookie. I guess it is that time of year, huh? I think I saw something like that but never looked into it since one in number 12. There's... what's new? Smoked cheddar bourbon club turkey. Oh, it has sriracha. Oh yeah, and they have wraps around all year now. All year round now. Oh, yeah. This dramatic music. The police. Oh, okay. I guess we'll probably get something special here now, right? Let's see IS. We'll just neutral. Man, should I sign up and become a rewards member for Jimmy John's? Special offers, birthday surprises, sneak peek new menu items, and more surprises. Maybe I actively chose to ignore it because it wasn't the cookie sauce that I wanted. Don't do it, don't sell your soul to large crowd. The sound effect always gets me. But what if I want special offers? Okay. But what was I doing? Menu. Neutral. What? Oh. There's actually... there are some that are open right now still. Not for long though. I will not get it right now though. Oh my gosh, talk to me. Giant. It's just double the size, huh? I really don't think I could eat it all in one sitting. The thing is too with the veggie, it's like if you wanted to have like leftovers, you know, I don't think it tastes very good later because like the avocado would go brown and stuff. Oh, what else was I? Oh yeah, hot sandwiches. Interesting. Ham and cheddar stack, 3 cheese chicken melt, roast beef and cheddar, ultimate Italian chicken bacon ranch. And these are veggie, huh? I guess customize it, but turn it into an eating stream. Imagine. Oh yeah, I was talking about it earlier, but did you know there's a limited time Baja Blast gelato at Taco Bell? Apparently it tastes bad. And it's not worth the money, but I want to try it. I thought about it again just now because I was saying at some point before, right? I was like, haha, what if I do Taco Bell eating stream for about a month or so? Wow. I did order Taco Bell semi-recently, so I only saw it just then. I wasn't on top of things, I guess. Sprinkle some lemon lime over it to keep it from getting oxidized, I guess. But I feel like the bread also just doesn't really taste that good later, because, like, you know, it gets kind of like weird and soggy. Did I tell you mentioned Baja Blast last time? Oh, did you? I might have just deleted it from my memory. Or forgotten. But yeah, I did see the pie. The pie is done though. Yeah, I guess I saw it. I was looking at the Taco Bell subreddit earlier, but okay, wait. I need to see what the right answers are. I think this one was yes. Let's see if I remember. This one was yes. This one is no. I think this one was supposed to be no as well. What was this one supposed to be? Let me see, let me just see. Oh, this one's supposed to be yes. Okay. That pie looked interesting though. Like, I feel like the gelato, it looks okay, you know, like it's not like that abnormal, right, for like ice cream like desserts to be a funky color, but the pie. Did you try the pie? Has anyone here tried the Baja Blast pie? I have not. I was thinking of baking like an apple pie or something though. Sometime. I bought some apples the other day. Pie sounds good. Pie. You see Taco Bell? Oh, I see. Wait, let me save also. It's been a little while. What chapter are we even on now? Ooh, chapter 7. Wow. There really have not been that many cutscenes, huh? We've just been skipping through. But, gelato's member exclusive could go with strawberry tart, though. Yeah, I did see that gelato's member exclusive, but I saw some people were saying in the subreddit that, since it was selling so badly at their local Taco Bells, they just started selling them at the counter to anyone and just asking people, like, would you like to try the Baja Blast gelato too at the end of their order to try to get them to buy it. But, I haven't been hearing you talk about it. It makes me want to try it. I'm so curious. I'm so curious about it. Also, I see the poll, how the poll is progressing, but majority of the people here do like Mountain Dew, apparently. And 0% have never had it before. It's just me, I guess. But yeah, it's funny. The gelato. The Baja Blast gelato. Not reading it makes me cranky. I already hate the membership stuff. So I want to backtrack from disclosures makes me angry. Oh, really? Totally do a soda tier list stream. I think it would be fun. But also, I don't really want to buy all that soda. I'd feel bad dumping them after, but I don't want to drink that much soda either. I mean, I guess I can, like, just give the rest to someone else, but... According to the minimum attendance chart, I didn't have to go to school today, but despite that, I came to school anyway for one reason and one reason only. To see Demi. I had no doubt that the Dokyuns in class would make fun of me, just like they always did. Oh yeah, this was after the whole Esper Boy incident, so... It would definitely suck, but if it meant I could see Demi, I could endure it. It was also possible that Shogun could show up again. Also, this is a bit of a tangent, but speaking of, like, you know, food and whatever, I keep thinking about this, but I went to this food place with my friends the other day, and I don't know what took over me, but when I was ordering, I was like, and then could I have the tacos? I was like, why did I say it like that? Like, I've always just said tacos. Like, I don't know what took over me. And then I was talking with my friends after, and I was like, I don't know why I said it like that. And my friend was like, yeah, I heard you. And I was wondering too. The Spanish streamers do a big time. Yeah, taking that quiz, I guess that was the most I've ever, like, used Spanish in years. So it changed something in my brain. It was so funny. Like, I've never when ordering, I've never said it like that. It's funny. Tacos. But anyways, he seemed to be playing with me like it was some kind of game after all. Maybe he'd feel like sending me on another quest soon. Just the thought alone terrified me. I tried to grasp my D sword, but even that was just to protect myself from him. Without that sword, how could I ever hope to escape his evil clutches? Maybe if Nimi was by my side like she'd said she would, but... She'd been absent from school lately, which worried me. What if she'd been taken hostage just like Nanami? Was there anyone out there who could help me? I entered the classroom with my head pointed straight at the floor. Before taking my seat, I took a quick look around. I looked toward Nimi's seat first. Empty. Was she taking today off too? Was it really that simple? Was she really just taking time off? I began to feel anxious. Next, I looked over at Kozupi's desk. Oh, she is there. She was in her seat, face down and huddled up. Good morning, Kozupi. Morning, Kozupi. I didn't make eye contact, but I greeted her with my inner voice. The field Dokyuns are watching me smirking. Oh! It was no different than yesterday. They'd all already labeled me as that otaku freak who said he was psychic and made an ass of himself on TV, and that label wasn't going away anytime soon. Cute twin tails, please tell me she's tsundere. I would not say she is tsundere. How to describe her? If anything, I would say she's more yandere than Mia. She's a little murderous, maybe. I do like her too. I like Kozupi. But her route will actually be after this one in this recommended order, so excited to see it. I wonder if it'll just be sad or if it'll be more like... It'll probably be somewhat sad. They all kind of have like their own tragic backstory, so... But... the male Dokyuns didn't seem to have arrived yet. It was pretty common for them to skip first period, and that was fine by me. I think I'll do it this stream. I'll save for next. We might get started with it this stream, but I probably wouldn't be able to finish it. Suddenly, someone clapped me on the back.
Oh.
What up, Taku? Yeah, considering it's been like 3 hours since the start to do the last route. We had started it last time too, so we'll see how long this one is, I guess. But it was Mizumi-kun with an uncomfortable look on his face. His slap was a lot weaker than usual. You certainly had no issue ignoring me before. Oh yeah, that's right. You started ignoring us after the incident. After our live TV appearance. Why start paying attention to me now all of a sudden? I'm sure you'll regret talking to me. You'll become the Dokyun's next target just like me. I mean, it is the weekend, yeah, but I'm sad. Tomorrow is already Sunday. I feel like my weekend is passing me by. Yeah, Mizumi-kun, even you. You'd be better off not associating with an otaku freak like me. I remained silent, but Mizumi-kun forced a smile.
暗いな。朝から新規臭いぜ。ま、お前はそういうやつだって分かってるけどな。
As harsh as his words were, I didn't get the feeling that he was joking or acting sarcastic. After all, it was pretty common for him to say stuff like that. There's a chance I'll have Monday off. I'm jelly.
あれだ。この前は悪かったな。
Hmm.
自分の立ち位置ってのも
Whatever
つかみ
social
かねてて
cred.
な。
Yeah, sure. Whatever. I don't even care. I just thought of like, you know, in, actually wait first. I don't know if being unemployed, I finally get a day off. Oof. But, you know, in Gekkan Shoujo Nozaki-kun, right? There's like, that one part where they're playing this, VN and then there's like, a secret route or whatever with the, male protagonist's like friend who helps him to get with the girls and then they end up writing like dojinshi with the two guys. It's like, what if there was a Mizumi-kun route? There is not one though. I know that from looking at this guide, but imagine.
でもまあ、いろいろ考えて。
There should be.
やっぱ今までとよろしくな。
Rose. Oh, he had an indefinite expression on his face. You seriously want to keep talking with me, same as always? Do you actually enjoy hanging out with an otaku freak like me, even though there's nothing to gain from it? I feel like if there was a route with him, this would be like the start of it or something. Takumi? Huh? What? What are these lines?
まあ、正直なところを言うと、お前に優しくしてやること
Of
で、
course, he had to ruin
モテ
it.
るわけだ。あんなダメ人間にもわけ隔てなく接するなんて、とってもかっこいい人だわ。キャ
Mizumi.
ってな。
Oh, a little homosexual. Mizumi Daisuke, go die in a hole. And to think I was this close to falling for you. Full homo. If you just didn't open your stupid mouth, nobody would have ever realized you were such a narcissist. Worst of all, as if I even needed to say it, was that it was totally in character. He was being completely sincere. And so, I finally cracked. My lips curved into a bitter smile.
岸本のまだ入院中らしいぜ。怪我いいか、タク。女を落とすのに一番
I had this line again, act like you care.
弱というわけで俺、
Oh.
本気でそういえばタクって。
It was the typical subject matter for Mizumi-kun, but that was beside the point. He'd mentioned Ayase. With Mimi gone, maybe she was someone I could turn to. Maybe I could depend on someone like her. He's always just looking for someone to save him. He really is. Norose. 7th case. Yeah, let's save real quick also. Save. Okay, we are on ISO route now. Nice, nice. A contract of blood to seal our sin. What is going to happen in this round? What will happen, I wonder. 7th case. I'm taking notes. Don't take notes from him. It happened again, another new gen. How long was this damn thing gonna go on for? Was I next? Would I be the victim of the 8th case? The 9th? Anxiety aside, here's new. Okay, this line is like the same as before. I really wanted me to take a look. I reluctantly clicked the first link. Docking puzzle. Yep, same as before.
今日午前4時50分頃、東京都渋谷区の線路沿いで男性3警察の調べによりますと、殺されたのはいずれも渋谷区に住む。
Okay. This seems the same as before, but
藤田康平さん、
my attacker is being tortured by forces beyond his control. I mean, I guess that is true,
胴体の
but
部分が切断され、それぞれの上半身と下半身が別々に入れ替えられて糸で縫合されていました。3人の遺体にはそれぞれ謎。渋谷では2ヶ月ほど前から猟奇殺人事件が頻発しており、警察では今回の事件も同一犯による犯行の可能性が高いとみて捜査を続けています。
I've seen those faces before.
昨日僕に絡んできた。
Yup. It had to be Shogun. Mimi, save me, please. Where did you go? Weren't you supposed to protect me? I love Ayase? Okay, Kishimoto Ayase was lying in a hospital bed, idly gazing out the window. No bars lined the outside of it, a fact which set it apart from those at Arcart Medical, where Ayase had stayed in the past. All that stood past the window's frame was the landscape of Shinjuku, decorated by skyscrapers and illuminated by the sunset. Flocks of pigeons soared freely through the sky, flapping their wings to their heart's content. Every now and then she would gaze upon this sight with a pained expression. Her slightly tired eyes were empty and bleak. Her irises reflected nothing. Her lips, which could let flow a voice so beautiful it shook the youth of Shibuya, were now sealed tight. Not even so much as a hum escaped from them. Following her suicide attempt, an event which caused quite the turmoil, she had been admitted to the psychiatric ward of a large hospital in Yoyogi. Her injuries were already very nearly healed. According to the doctors, it had been nothing short of a miracle that she had been able to survive a fall from that height, let alone with barely even a scratch. However, she had indeed hit her head fairly hard, and, as such, she had been rushed to the hospital, primarily so they could see how the situation would develop. It had already been over a week since then. However, despite her having been admitted for such a reason, all it seemed to entail was a few rudimentary tests taken every couple of days or so. Beyond that, she had been rather neglected. Her hospital room was private, with no other beds inside it. Ever since her stay had begun, her D-side had been leaning against the window. It constantly emitted a blue light, yet nobody who visited her ever seemed to notice. Not that there had been many visitors to begin with. Phantasm fans would attempt to force their way into her room daily, but as they always caused a disturbance in the process, the hospital had an excuse to forbid them from visiting her. And since Ayase was somewhat detached from her family, there were almost no others who came to visit her. Her fellow band members had made an appearance once, but Ayase used that opportunity to announce her decision for the band to break up. They had not contacted her again ever since. That's right, they did that. They broke up. Hazuki-san.
体温計ピピってなりました？
A nurse wearing white scrubs opened the door to the room, then swiftly entered. Ayase slowly turned to look at the nurse's face, then took out the thermometer that had been resting under her arm. It was as if she had only just remembered its presence. The nurse took a look at the recorded temperature shown on its digital screen, then took note of it on the clipboard she had brought with her.
37度1分と。ちょっと熱っぽいかしら。ズキズキする頭。
Ayase grimaced in pain once again.
あら、また頭痛？でもそれは薬の副作用よ。気にしなくてもそのうち良くなりますよ。
Having recorded her temperature, the nurse consoled Ayase with a kind smile. Her expression was so gentle, it was clear to all how she was able to put her patients at ease. Grimace mentioned. Honestly, whenever I see the word now, I do think of like the McDonald's grimace. The grimace shake. Happy birthday, Grimace. And yet, despite the nurse's attempts, Ayase simply pushed her hand against her forehead as she shook it back and forth. Ayase had been plagued by mild headaches ever since she had first been hospitalized. They were not especially painful, but they still left her with an uncomfortable feeling that refused to go away. One that felt as if her brain itself was convulsing. Blech, doesn't sound very fun at all. It even reached the point where her ability to think was impaired. As well as this, her body would feel as heavy as lead. Ayase had experienced such symptoms in the past, namely when she had been institutionalized at Arcart Medical. Back then, her head had constantly been split apart by painful headaches 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. It deprived her of all sleep and emotional stability. Those are the memories she did not want to resurface, the past she had sealed away, the events of around 2 years ago, and yet her headache was causing them to flash back into her mind once more. Torture. In them, a dark room, its single window locked behind bars. Apart from the wall in which that window stood, the rest of the walls were covered with mirrors. Ayase had been placed in the center of the room, sat in a crude steel chair. Cool helmet. She was wearing headgear with countless cables protruding from it. Her hands were tied to the back of the chair. Her head was locked in place with her chin tilted slightly upward. Not another soul was present in the room. Thus all that could be heard were the sounds of Ayase's labored breathing and the metal groans of the chair she sat upon. Saliva trickled down from the corners of her mouth, accompanied by moans akin to those of a beast's. If anyone were to hear them, they would never have been able to guess that they would be coming from a girl as young as her. She was being tortured. Slow, methodical torture, one that made very, very little sound. The method only involved one single thing, not even an action. A drop of water falling from above onto her forehead every 5 seconds on the exact same spot. So let me get rid of the skip. I'll probably open you from here. That was all it took. And it would continue unrelentingly for 2 full days. The result. Ayase could only think of the drop that would fall next. Her senses were sharpened to their limits. And each time a drop fell onto her forehead, another hallucination would be born. One in which each and every nerve across her body was plucked out one by one in which the bones of her entire skeleton crumpled to dust. One in which her head was pierced by a long sharp awl. One in which all liquids within her body, including her blood, froze to ice. And time is always random, yeah. One in which the skin lining her entire body slowly rotted away before eventually peeling off. Assailed without end by these sensations, Ayase could no longer maintain her sanity. Returning to her senses, she breathed erratically as she tightly gripped the sheets lining the bed. Her body trembled as those dark memories of hers resurfaced in her mind. The nurse that had been in her room just a moment ago was already gone. Dinner time had just arrived at the hospital, and the clamorous sounds that came from it resounded from down the hall. Ayase tried to recall the words the nurse had spoken to her right before leaving. Was her headache really just a side effect of the drugs she was on? Or had it been caused by her hitting her head, perhaps? Or maybe it was just a hallucination brought forth by her past memories. She was unable to come to a decisive conclusion. Wiping away the sweat that ran down her forehead, Ayase called forth a smile laced with self-loathing. Fine punishment. Murmuring in perhaps delirium, Ayase soon became aware of a sound reverberating throughout the hall. the comforting sound of shoes stepping on the linoleum floor. It was certainly not being made by a nurse, and the sound of footsteps was heading right for the room she was in. Was it... Is this Sua? I'm knocking the door and her lips seal tight. It is. That someone was but a simple man. He had come bringing gifts, namely a large basket filled with all manner of fruits. She could recognize the man, which was far from a good sign. Thus, she stared at him with a dubious glare.
どうも。
Fruits basket.
別に怪しいもんじゃないっすよ。自分は。
知ってるわ。
The man was a detective at the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. He had once shadowed Ayase as she was originally a suspect for the New Gen case. The detective, relieved by her response, scratched his head. His demeanor was unendingly casual.
いやー、嬉しいっす。君みたいな美人に覚えててもらえて。記憶力いいんすね。
The detective moved closer to her bed. Ayase briefly glanced at her D-sword leaning against the window. It lay just outside her reach.
今日はお見舞いに来たんすよ。
But how do you peel your bananas? That's so random, but I do peel from the side, from the top, I guess. The side with the little thing sticking out of it.
そうは思えないわ。目的は
Thinking about it because of fruits basket. I see. Straight to the point. The detective flinched very openly, his reaction perhaps bordering on theatrical.
まあ、ちょっと綾瀬ちゃんに聞きたいことがあって。あ、これ、よかったら食べてほしいっす。
The detective smiled innocently, presented the basket he had brought with him, then placed it at Ayase's feet without waiting for approval.
うまいっすよ。あと、高かった。と。
いらない。
まあ、そう言わず、せっかく買ってきたんで。後でお母さんが来た時にでも切ってもらって。あ、しまった。Ayase ちゃんは
That was probably on purpose, huh? Knowing Sua. Despite the detective's insensitive remark, Ayase felt nothing in response to it. Not getting the absolute trash. Yeah. Her ties to her parents had been cut from a very young age. Her parents had a reputation to uphold, so a child that often caused problems like Ayase had been very inconvenient to them, to say the least. Her only remaining contact with them was the wire transfer she received for her living expenses each month, but it could hardly be called that.
申し訳ないっす。
The detective apologized, bowing down hastily. Ayase had only just gotten over the shock caused by her flashback, so she was in no mood to speak with him. Nonetheless, she urged herself to talk all the same.
聞きたいことって何？アリバイ？
違うっすよ。それは前に散々聞いたし。もう綾瀬ちゃんの容疑は晴れたっす。君は白、真っ白。
目星
Totally
が
in
つ
the
いたの？
clear.
犯人の
それは教えられないんすよ。
匠。
秘密っす。
The detective smirked. He was attempting to laugh the question away, and yet something unrefined could be seen through the cracks of that smile.
しかし
We
西
know
条
his
君
true
は
nature
不思議な
now.
少年っすね。
Sure is always
彼
a
を見
kid,
ている
huh?
と殺人の容疑者にはとても見えない。もしあれで本当に犯人だったとしたら、
The
まさ
demon.
に。
まだ容疑者なの。彼。
いや、そういうわけじゃないっすよ。
The detective casually denied it with a smile, putting Ayase's persistent questions to rest.
ああ、今の話、誰にも言っちゃダメっすからね。情報漏洩すると上司に怒られるんすよ。この前も先輩のとばっちりで怒られたばっかで。綾瀬ちゃんも一度会ってると思うんすけど、バンさんっていう髪がボサボサで武将髭生やしたおっさんでか。
Ayase did remember him. When she had been questioned, that older detective had been even more talkative than the younger one she was conversing with now. His way of speaking had been a lot more assertive as
あの
well.
人がすぐこのバカってどうなるんすよ。
I don't remember when they talked with her actually.
そのくせ自分は本来の操作をせずになんだかわけのわからないことばっか調べてて、挙句の果てに自分まで無理やり付き合わされて、最近胃が痛いんすよね。いやまあ根はいい人っすし、勘が異常に鋭い人で、過去にも何事件をいくつか解決に導く。
その話をするためここに来たのは。
Isa interrupted the man and his smile quickly soured.
ああ、いや申し訳ないっす。今の話は全面的に内緒にしてほしいっす。
それで
Rolled up to patient event. Imagine.
一つ目は
Okay, for starters.
なんであんなことを？
Despite his ambiguous phrasing, Isa could tell he was referring to her diving off the school rooftop.
もう何度も話したわ。他の刑
She
事
can't leave, she's bedridden.
邪神王グラジオールの復活を阻止するためですか？
死ぬつもりなんてなかった。魂を一つ上のステージに持っていこうとしただけよ。
Yeah. Oh.
例の若者の間で話題になった君の歌についても似たようなこと言ってたっすよね。
And that was the second question he had for her. Isa let out a faint sigh.
ニュージェネのことを歌ったものなんかじゃないわ。あの詩はグラジオール記目視録詩編のインスピレーションを受けて作った。
Chapter 3,
第
verse
3章
102.
100世界に邪神はグラジオールが現れようとしている。復活を阻止するにはグラジオールが流した黒い血によって作られ
Seven stakes forged in black and blood by Gladiol himself.
杭は剣へと形を変え神罰を乗り越えた7人の黒騎士の手に
D
は
swords.
目には目を歯には歯を邪神を背負いし人間だけが邪神王を滅ぼせるの。
なんか映画みたいっすね。そういう壮大な設定は好きっす。
Isa glared at the detective in response to his comments.
設定
Go for a stake. Oh.
現実よ。
じゃあ最後の質問っす。
The detective casually brushed away Isa's objection, though she was all too used to this form of dismissal by now. Not a single person she had told this story to thus far had believed it.
君や西条くんの他にも水明の生徒について何人か洗ったんすけど。
The detective mumbled to himself as he folded his arms. This was obviously another act of theatrics, and Isa had no intention of commenting on it.
何？
そのすごくバカバカしい質問なんすけど、刑事が質問するようなことじゃないんすよね、本当は。
Honestly, fries sound pretty good right now.
そう。質問する気がないなら出て行って。
But I'm still full from lunch, so I don't think I should be eating fries right now.
頭が
Steak and fries.
痛いの。
ああ、いや実はね、バンさんが妙なことを言い出してるんすよ。君たちは魔法使いなんじゃないかって。
Wizards. I guess he did say that, but as for lunch, I had that vegan chicken sandwich. Upon hearing the subject of that remark was plural, Isa raised her eyebrows in suspicion.
違いますよね。
使えるわ。
That was today? Yes, it was indeed. As she replied, Isa's line of sight was not directed toward the man, but toward her hand that lay atop her bed sheets.
綾瀬ちゃんって面白い子っすね。
でもニュージェネはグラジオールの騎士とは無関係。
ああ、そうっすか。まあどうでもいいんすけどね。
The detective, completely disinterested in what Ayase had just said, brushed off her words once again, then began to stretch. Oh! His ringtone. Rowan did so. A digital sound suddenly cut through the silence of the room. The detective, surprised by this interruption, reached into the pocket of his suit and took out his cell phone. This kind of goes hard, though. I don't know if it'll just keep going if I stay here, or if it'll just stop at some point. Oh, it's fading out. Okay. You have custom ringtone? I do. And every time I hear it, I'm like, oh shoot, I need to change it. Usually my phone is on silent, so I usually don't hear it actually go off, but... Interested. I think it's gone off on stream a few times before accidentally. I don't know. I don't know if I should say what it is. Anyways. Totally should. But what if I don't want to? Hazuki then? Question mark? 4 years. I'm surprised it's not longer actually, if this is actually Hazuki. He turned his phone off with a grin, forcing the caller to hang up. He then turned to Ayase once more. Oh lord. He's gonna start talking about Darth Spider. Oh, I see. It's Darth Spider's theme. He really does like Spark Wars, doesn't he? I had no interest in movies, nor anything of the sort. Having long since decided that she had no obligation to further entertain the detective's questioning, she returned to gazing silently outside the window. Oh my gosh, my stomach. It rumbled just now, but I'm not hungry. Alright, see you, Sua. Did you ever make a ringtone voice back? What would that entail? I guess it can be like the Seratan alarms that Takumi has and that sort of thing. Like pick up the phone. That would be funny. But the first thing that came into my head was, do I just go like beep 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 beep? You have a call. Beep 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 boop. Fires are too strong. Imagine. With that, the detective concluded the conversation with which he had no partner, then left the hospital room. Ayase did not even turn around to watch him go. With the man gone, all that reflected in her eyes was the twilight sky slowly turning indigo. Okay. Also, now the nail polish is gone from all the fingers of my left hand, except for my thumb. But I messed up a bit when doing the pinky, so my pinky nail is now quite a bit shorter than it was. But I was gonna trim them down anyways, so it's fine. It feels weird now seeing them without nail polish since I've been wearing this. I've been wearing the design I had on for like a month. You're filing them? Not right now, but I will be. I've been peeling the nail polish off though. But usually I don't let my nails get this long, so it's kind of weird seeing them like this. They do look nice though, I feel like. Pretty weak nails? I don't think so. I think they're normal actually. I wouldn't say they're particularly flimsy. Well, but I mean, the nail polish was adhered on pretty strong, so. I was picking up nail polish. It really was adhered on strong. Like it was gel nail polish too, so more so than regular nail polish. Yeah, and on the pinky finger too, you know, the nail is smaller, so I feel like it's easier. You also rip off your nails. I will, yes, but I think that's like, I feel like most people could do that. Can most people not? Maybe, well, rather than being weak, I would say maybe they're a little thin, but not really. I think they're average. I think they're average. You can't? Well, I don't know. I was gonna say you could try, but I don't know if that's a good idea. But I guess I've also been doing this for a long time. So there's a technique to it, you know? Let me save also, it's been a little while. Scraping grout dried plaster to file. That's a bit extreme, isn't it? But, okay, anyways, let me get back to the game though. Actually, let me drink some water first. Okay. I showed up at school on Tuesday for one reason and one reason only, to meet up with Misumi-kun so we could go see Ayase in the hospital. Granted, he had more or less forced me to tag along, but I still figured that maybe Ayase could help me out. Just a really perfect source of my ego is raised cooking. Congratulations. With Mimi seemingly out of the picture, I needed someone else to protect me, and Ayase was one of the candidates I had in mind. So maybe, just maybe, if she had already recovered somewhat, she might have been able to do something to that effect. And on top of that, with her help, my chances of obtaining a real D-sword would skyrocket. I really couldn't do it on my own. Then again, it was Ayase herself who'd said, obtaining a D-sword isn't something one can teach. But still, this was Ayase we were talking about here. Surely she could help somehow. Coming in through the front entrance, Misumi-kun looked around the lobby in confusion. Excuse me, going. You're welcome, Double Red. What's wrong? I called out to him.
いや、岸本の病室ってどこなんだろうなって思ってよ。
Oh yeah, I guess in this route they don't go with Mimi, huh? She's just not around. So I guess she won't get lost here. Had he seriously come this far without knowing that? This guy was beyond belief sometimes.
ここは外来棟だよ。病棟は隣。
そうなのか。
AH Tokyo General Hospital. It was the hospital I'd gone to ever since I was a kid. I'd even come here just the other day, so I was pretty knowledgeable on where everything was. Dr. Takashina's face flashed across my mind, and I involuntarily groaned to myself. As we walked to the hospital ward, Misumi-kun turned toward me.
で、病棟の何号室だと思う？
そんなのわかんないよ。
I'm sorry, this is a general hospital, so there are obviously a ton of different wards and departments, if I had to guess.
多分。でももしかすると。
In the original route, he goes and talks to Hazuki, right? And then he sees the drawing on the clipboard, but what will he do this time? There hadn't been any visible injuries on Ayase after she'd fallen, and considering she'd attempted suicide, her mind had likely been brought to the brink, so her being in the psychiatric ward seemed very possible. Even I'd been taken to the psych ward after the uproar at O-Front.
タクって物知りだな。
Thinking that wandering around the ward would cause problems for the patients, we decided to ask for help at the nurses' station, and just like I'd predicted, they told us that she was on the floor for psychiatric patients. I guess since we went together, it wasn't
なあ、
Hazuki-san
この前話し
also.
たよな。女を落とすのに一番簡単な方法。
Misumi-kun grinned from ear to ear as the two of us walked down the hall. Was that seriously your only reason for visiting her in the hospital? At least have the common sense not to talk about it out loud. Regardless, I think he'd said the fastest way was act like you care in her moment of weakness or something like that.
俺は今日こそあの難攻不落の岸本を落としてみせるぜ。
Misumi-kun shone a pearly white smile and gave me a thumbs up. It didn't matter how confidently he said them, the words coming out of his mouth were totally disgusting. But I guess he could get away with it because of his good looks. Must have been nice being an alpha male.
でだ、お前って岸本と仲いいだろ。
別に。
しらばっくれるなよ。というわけで、
無理だよ。
無理とか言うなって。マジ頼むからさ。
Have a little restraint, will you? You're at a hospital, not a mixer. With him acting like this, was it even a good idea to have him see Ayase at all? It wasn't like she really cared much about him anyway. The pit in my stomach was getting deeper and deeper by the second. Footsteps?
お、タク。病室はここじゃねえか？
I guess that was them. Misumi-kun stopped in front of a door and pointed at the nameplate. It definitely did say Kishimoto Ayase. The door was closed though, so we couldn't actually see who was inside.
いいか？うまく俺に話を合わせろよ。
うん。
For the time being, I nodded in agreement. Although, even if I did get the chance to say something to Ayase, I doubted I'd be able to say much, regardless of whether Misumi-kun was there or not.
おーす、岸本さん。
Misumi-kun opened the door, greeting Ayase with a cheerful tone.
お見舞いに来た。
What are we gonna see? Last time she just wasn't there, cause we saw her talking with Mimi, and then there was like the slap. But what are we gonna see this time? Will she also not be here, or will she just be there? But that tone didn't last very long. His face immediately froze. Wondering what made him stop, I decided to peek over his shoulder. What could it be? Oh! The D swords. That's Nimi's, and also, is that Nanami's? The room was around 10 square meters in size. Past the entrance, there's a bathroom to the right and a bed in the back, and on the bed... Oh wait, Okay, sad Ayase stained with blood from head to toe. Her eyes pierced straight through us. I just was not expecting that. Okay, I guess the chapter, or her root name was like blood. What was it again? A contract of blood to seal our sin. Did she kill them? What is happening? Let's save, I guess. Oh my gosh. Happy Halloween! That eyes is stained with blood from head to toe. Her hollow eyes pierced straight through us. Looks like a bad day, yeah. Oh my gosh. Misumi-kun let out a pathetic scream, then shoved me aside and flew out the room. I wanted to run as well, but... Timing stroke your heart rate did not increase much when yeah. I don't know why I don't know why I screamed. I mean, I guess I was just slightly startled, but I don't know why I screamed so loudly. My legs were frozen in place. I quivered in fear. And yet, at the same time, I was struck by the bewitching beauty of the blood-drenched girl, as well as the things leaning against the wall behind her. I couldn't move an inch from where I stood. We'll see about it. The objects resting there as if it were the most normal thing in the world were... D swords. 3 of them to be precise, including the one I'd seen her wielding before. Each one had a different shape. One had a form so strangely sophisticated it could barely pass for a sword. Another was shaped like a cross, its form evoking a sense of heart-rending pity. And the last one, which Ayase had used before, appeared mystical yet aerodynamic. I guess he hasn't seen Nanami or Rimi use their swords in this route, huh? Why did Ayase have 3 D swords? Wait, why did I assume that a person could only have one? Maybe Senran Kozupi had multiple swords too.
匠
Yes? She called my name and I gulped. She began to approach me, her body surrounded by an air of elegance. I was frozen in place.
来てくれたのね。
どうしてそんなに血が。
Her pajamas were dyed crimson by an abundance of blood. Blood that hadn't even dried yet. The rusty smell of fresh blood seeped into my nose.
黒騎士の血よ。これは
Yeah.
黒騎士って綾瀬本人。
いいえ。
ちょっと誰？綾瀬はその人を殺したの？
You got a little something on your face. What's with all the ketchup? Don't just hee me. Isa smiled a wide smile and then she giggled.
怯えているのね、匠。
I think most people would. She stroked my cheek with her blood-soaked fingers.
でも君を怯えさせているのは君自身の心の内にあるものよ。不浄なる邪心に打ち勝って純粋な邪心のみを心に留めるのよ。そうすれば理想度は手に入る。手に入れてもらわなくちゃいけない。
At all costs.
君は黒騎士なのよ。君には力があるわ。
理想度を手に入れたら僕も殺すの？黒騎士を殺してきたんだろう？
惑わされないで。
Do not be
それ
fooled.
が不浄なる邪心よ。
Okay. I just appeared on my face, hands still on my cheeks. Oh wait, let me check the app. Reconnecting, it says. Ice appeared at my face, her hand still on my cheek. Her eyes looked hollow, and yet I could sense a profound radiance buried deep within them. I couldn't take my eyes off her.
黒騎士は本来なら邪心を制御できるわ。
Okay.
けれど邪心王は巧妙だった。グラジオール記黙示録詩編第6巻2章50節。グラジオールは邪心を少しずつ侵食することで静かに支配を完了し邪心の暴走を引き起こすのよ。負けてはいけないわ。邪心王の精神侵略に。
I had never made eye contact with a 3D girl for this long before. I was completely captivated by the traces of sorrow, desolation, and vigor in her eyes. I had not listened to a single word she'd said. He's always just not listening to her.
守って。
When I snapped out of the trance, I found myself muttering that.
僕を守ってくれ。
いいわ。
Oh. She actually said yes. Isa nodded without a second thought, and then she brought her face closer to mine. The stench of blood grew stronger, becoming more and more overwhelming.
これは予定されていたこと。
Okay. She whispered softly in my ear. My heart was racing.
君を守るわ。君も私を守って。
Okay. With her body smeared in blood, she was so corrupt, so impure, and yet so bewitching at the same time. It was hard to believe that a girl like her was a student at my school, and in the same year as me, no less.
他の黒騎士はもう当てにはできない。最初は予言通りの黒騎士を集めようと思ったけれど、でも匠がいてくれるなら。
Just like she had at the concert, Ayase showed me a face that was unbearably seductive, a face she rarely ever showed.
いずれ完全に開くわ。呼吸とその門は。その時、邪神王はこの世に降臨する。だから、急いで集めるのよ。7本のディソードを。
All 7 D
私と君、二 二人で。
Okay. There were 3 D swords leaning against the wall. In other words, there were 4 left.
うち一本は匠、君が見つける。
僕は手に入れられなかった。
Back at Ofront, I'd come so close. But in the end, I'd thrown it all away. I'd given up completely on getting a D
落
sword.
ち込むことはないわ。
Do not
機
succumb
会
to
はいくら
despair.
でもやってくる。すでに匠は見えているんだから。 それこそが君が黒騎士である証拠よ。
いつか
不浄なる邪神に打ち勝てば必ず。
What was wicked heart supposed to mean? Was she saying my heart was wicked and impure because of my delusions or something? Oh god, it would not be easy to conquer that. Probably even impossible, WTF? Ayasa let go of me and returned to her bed, and right when she did, she suddenly began undoing the buttons on her pajamas. Of course she is.
着替えるわ。
Flustered, I instantly looked away. I figured I should probably leave the room. But right as I went to...
そこにいて。
After hearing that, I couldn't move an inch. The only thing I heard after that was the sound of Ayasa taking her clothes off, echoing throughout the quiet room. The hospital room wasn't very big. It was slightly larger than my base, but still pretty small. And so there I was, alone in a tiny room with Ayase, and she was right behind me, changing clothes. I could tell it was happening right behind my back. I was so nervous, but why? It made no sense. It wasn't like I wasn't used to this kind of stuff. There's a scene just like this in that one eroge. A slime girl appears with CGs by Higashi Matasema.
なぜ目をそらすの、匠。
Oh,
みーちゃんまずいし。
my voice almost cracked as I spoke.
恥ずかしいのね。
Abashed.
綾瀬は恥ずかしくないの。
Was she trying to tell me that it was okay to look? I mean, I wasn't into 3D girls, not even remotely. That being said, if she was giving me permission to look, I wasn't gonna say no. Oh.
惑わされているのよ、君は。
I thought you were being fooled.
その感情こそが邪神に侵食されている証拠。
惑わされているって誰に？
邪神をグラジオール。
The wicked-hearted King Gladiol. I casually picked up the book on the bedside table in front of me. On the cover was The Gladiol Saga, Volume 17, the Book of Songs and Revelation.
グラジオールってなんなの？
邪悪なる存在。
Wicked existence.
負の妄想の塊。人の心の闇に偏在する無意識の集合体。世界に破滅をもたらす神。言い方はいろいろ。
そいつは車椅子に乗ってるの？足が不自由とか？
グラジオールは人の形をしているとは限らないわ。もういいわよ。
I'm thinking about his drawing, you know, with the IR2. That creature. Okay. I slowly turned back around to face Ayase. She was already done changing clothes. And for some reason, she was now wearing her school uniform. Is she just gonna leave the hospital?
なんで制服に？
迫っているから。
He is
グラジオー
drawing
ル覚醒
near.
の時が。いつでも動けるようにしておかないと。
Then wouldn't normal clothes be better? Well, whatever. What's done is done.
グラジオールがギガロマニアックスとどう関係してくるの？
ギガロ？何？
Oh, Ayase raised her eyebrows in confusion. Seemed like she didn't know. Maybe Gigalomaniac was just the term that Senna used for them.
ギガロマニアックスだよ。理想度はディラックの海に繋がったパイプだとかなんとか。
Oh yeah.
呼び方は人それぞれかもしれないわ。理想度は
人の邪心を具現化したものよ。
The realization of one's own wicked
グラ
heart.
ジオール記目視録詩編に、そうかい。予言書なのよ。それは。
She just memorized everything in the books. As she said that, her gaze was fixated on the book in my hands.
みんなはこう言うわ。私が歌詞によって予知を行っていると。だけど私はグラジオール記目視録詩編からインスピレーションを受けているだけ。その詩編こそ予言の書なのよ。なぜ気づかないの？誰も。
予言の書って冗談でしょ。
事実よ。
Completely serious.
この渋谷で今まさに起きていること。
シーグラー。
グラジオール記目視録詩編の作者。個人だけれどツィーグラーは強大な黒騎士だったと思うわ。私は。
I was really starting to think that Black Knights was just a term for gigglomaniacs. And if the author of this book was a gigglomaniac, then no wonder he could predict the future. I skimmed through the book I was holding, the Gladiol Saga, Volume 17, the Book of Psalms and Revelation, and what I saw shocked me. Oh? It was blank. Dun dun dun. No matter how many pages I turned, no matter where I looked inside the book, there wasn't a single word. What the hell? Did she make it all up herself? I turned back to check the front cover. It wasn't a normal book cover, it was almost entirely blank. All that was written was the title and the author, not even the name of the publisher. Once again, I tried flipping through the book from the beginning. She reads Braille? Maybe. 71. Oh, is it stuck again? Man, maybe I should just leave my phone open on the app or something. Maybe it's saying battery level high, but maybe I really need to change the battery. Well, anyways. Even the first page was blank, and no matter how many pages I went through, I couldn't find a single one with any writing.
これ不良品。
どういうこと？
だってこ
It's
れ
like
全部
the
白紙じゃない
diary
か。
all over again.
何を言っているの？ちゃんと書かれているわ。何度も読んでいるのよ。私は。
そんなこと言ったって。ほら、
I shoved the open book right in Ayas's face.
どこからどう見ても真っ白だよ。
ちっとも白紙なんかじゃないわ。
いや、白紙だって。
ここに字が書いてある。見えないの？匠。
Oh, was she screwing with me? Or was she actually being serious? Maybe Ayasa had been a complete mental case all along and I'd only realized it just now?
君には見えないのね。侵食されているからだわ。邪神王に。
Being eroded. Ayasa was dead serious. She really didn't seem to be joking. In fact, I was pretty sure I'd never seen her crack a joke even once before. I took another look at the book, but I really didn't see a thing.
僕には白紙にしか見えないよ。
そう。
Ayasa's shoulders drooped in disappointment, and she then took the book from my hands. Her hands were cold to the touch. Kind of book.
考えたことがある？世界は人によってその差異を確かめることはできないわ。概念や認識を他人と完璧に一致させることは不可。でもこれだけははっきりし、君が見ているものと私が見ているもの、その違いは邪神による影響よ。
You say.
邪神の集合体が邪神をグラジオール。目覚めよ
So
うと
this
し
is
ている。
very unrelated,
もう
but
すぐ。
my cat is sitting on my lap right now. She's so cute. She's purring so much. Actually, can you hear it? I think it might be getting picked up slightly by the mic. I can move it closer. Along with the hospital beeping. I can turn the gain up a bit. Perfect time to try pairing to all your R's. I don't think so. She's so cute though. Sorry, I'm just trying to not make it too loud. I think it is loud though. Since I turned the game Okay, I turned the game down. Isn't this kind of nice though? I guess I'm the kind of person that enjoys like hospital sounds, so. Suddenly, it became like an ASMR stream. Hospital ASMR, yeah. And with the cat too, for some reason. Any background noise? Yeah. It's nice. You listen to white noise or something when you sleep? I haven't lately, but I enjoy watching like hospital ASMR videos to sleep. You know what's funny though? Is I feel like me watching so many of them has made me look forward to going to the doctor's office and stuff. I'm like, oh, I'm sure it'll be so relaxing, just like in the videos. I guess I haven't really had a negative experience, so, or like anything too negative. But yeah, there's this one channel in particular that I like, called like Cozy Hospital ASMR. It's nice. And I think she used to be a nurse, so they're fairly realistic. Well, some of them are a bit more fantastical, but I enjoy her videos a lot. For yearly physical, unless you like emergencies, I like everything, I think.
I do enjoy also. She makes some videos where it's like putting you under for surgery. Where it's like, it'll be like you're like half awake during a surgical procedure. But I like those too. I think they're kind of fun. I guess there's also the classic like ear cleaning videos, you know? Those are always nice. Okay, anyways, I should probably get back to the game now. So I think I will do that. Let me sit up. I started slouching. Ever rewatch your slime VOD? Nope. And I have no plans to do that. Okay. I'm back. Back to normal. Okay, here's about to awaken soon.
もしも目覚めたら
Oh wait, what? Oops, that was the wrong button. That right, talking about Gladio. Okay.
この世に67億ある世界は邪神王が生む混沌によって混じり
No
溶け合う
slime
ことにな
ASMR
る
to sleep. Yeah.
境
None for
界が
me.
消え邪神により連結された世界になるのよ。あらゆるものが規則性もなく生まれ、あらゆるものが一瞬で死ぬ。概念も認識も因果律もすべて破壊される。
Well, that sounds pretty crazy.
すべてあるがゆえに何もない世界。あらゆる神話と同じように予言されているわ。終末予言。滅びの
Oh, but
歌。
speaking of going to the doctor and stuff, I should get flu shot, I think, at some point. Because if I probably will get it. Probably will get the flu at some point. And then, like, usually when I was younger and stuff, my parents wouldn't be like, let's get the flu shot or whatever, so I just wouldn't get it. But then I'd get the flu later and I'd be like, darn, I should have gotten it. Was that really true? Was that what was written in that blank book? In the Gladio book of Psalms and Revelation?
このままでは滅びの結
The
末に
type
至
that
る
gets
だけ。
yearly flu shot? I mean, I try to. I feel like I don't know. I think I get sick a normal amount, which is like I don't know. How often do I get sick? Maybe like, you know, once, twice a year, but yeah. I just remember there was this one year, and I think I got like strep throat and like the 2 strains of flu, and I had them all at the same time. And that was terrible. The first time I ever got the flu was in like early middle school when I first got my flu shot. Oh, I see.
今止められるのは
No, but
私と
yeah,
君
I'm like I should do it
2
even
人
if
しかいないの。
for a little bit I won't feel good after. It'll probably be better for me in the long run if I do get the flu. Which I feel like maybe I will.
どうして僕ら2人なの？
You've been streaming for a while and you haven't been severely sick since. Yeah, I guess that's true. I have not been sick since the summer at
導
least.
きよ。
I remember in the like spring winter though I was sick this year.
他の黒騎士は
Like right after
すで
New
に邪
Year's I
神王に
remember
侵
being
食されて
sick.
しまった。
And I remember being really sad because I just wanted to play Sound Voltex. Wait, I had said earlier that the blood on her was from the other Black Knights. Had she killed them somewhere here in the hospital? If she had, then where were all the bodies? Then, right as I thought that, Ayase walked past me and placed her hand on the door.
どこ行くの？
おしっこよ。
Okay. With a dead man expression, she answered me, then headed off without waiting for my reply.
Huh?
I looked around the room trying to find more volumes of the Gladiol saga, but no dice. I didn't know how many volumes there were in total, but the one I picked up before was the 17th. Volumes 1 through 16 were nowhere to be found. Of course, it was possible that she just hadn't brought them to the hospital. I still couldn't believe that the book was totally blank, despite seeing it with my own 2 eyes. And so, I left the room before Ayase came back. Okay. So, the hospital had this corner set up on the far end of the lobby. Countless PCs were lined up there, and they all had internet access, something I'd learned from the countless times I'd been here. Now that visiting hours had ended, all signs of life in the lobby had vanished. Even though it was so busy during the day, the lobby was now covered by an eerie silence, making it impossible for me to calm down. I'd definitely get kicked out if a nurse saw me, so I made a dash for the PCs. I wasn't an idiot. I knew a thing or two about Western mythos and stuff, and I learned it from all the anime, manga, and games I'd gone through. Silence, my beloved. But even with all that, I'd never even heard of the Gladiol saga before. The first time I'd even seen the name was when I looked into Ayase online. So, without further ado, time to look it up. Download. I got quite a few results, way more than I expected actually, which worried me. Maybe I really was the only one who didn't know about it. But as I looked closely at the results, I noticed one common denominator. All of them had something to do with Phantasm or Fess. Whenever the Gladiol saga was mentioned, it had to do with something Fess mentioned, or Phantasm's world building, and other stuff like that. It was all a bunch of hearsay. But no matter how much I searched, I couldn't find any discussion on the actual contents of the book. Gladiol saga. There's a wiki entry for it, but it barely even touched upon the premise. This is fictional. Fictional, a series of high fantasy novels based on the Eastern European myth of Gladiol, the wicked-hearted king. Told over the course of 23 volumes, it depicts the battle between the 7 Black Knights and Gladiol. It was written by R.C.O. Ziegler from 1929 to 1951. The series has been translated into several languages, but it never gained widespread appeal due to its rather esoteric writing style. That was all that was written there. Compared to the pages on other legends, each of which were filled to the brim with information, this one felt a little lacking. Even the wiki page on these swords went into more detail than this. Since this was this website, a free encyclopedia that anyone could edit, there was really no way to verify its accuracy. The picture on the D-sword page had been entirely off the mark, for example. In the end, there was one thought that kept coming to the forefront of my mind. What if the Gladiol saga was simply a product of Ayase's delusions? Maybe Ayase was trying to create some sort of Lovecraftian mythos or something. Hell, Lovecraft himself, if I remembered correctly, had used his books to share his crazed delusions with others. If that was what Ayase was doing with her songs, then all this, even though it might have sounded kinda cool, was just a whole load of BS. And to make things worse, Ayase didn't seem to realize that. She was confusing it with reality. Was everything Ayase told me nothing but her insane delusions? Maybe the whole apocalypse thing was simply some delusions she wanted to see. Typical Chunibyo stuff. Tortured kids who just wanted to see the world burn.
ああ、それは僕もだった。
So if that was true, then what exactly did Ayase actually want to happen? What kind of ending did she wish to reach? How did she want this legend to end? And was she someone I could trust?
信じるも何も綾瀬しかいないじゃないか。
Nimi was gone. Senna was kind of scary, and Kozufi was unreliable. So, it didn't matter how crazy she was. She could spout delusions all day for all I cared. Ayase was the only one I could rely on. Plus, she had a D sword, there was no denying that. And her songs really had prophesied the Nugent cases, whether they were based on delusions or not. Or, Nugent had been happening because her delusions were becoming reality. If anything, though, that just meant she was even more powerful than I thought. No harm in using that power to my advantage. I needed her. And luckily, for God knows what reason, she seemed to be interested in me, so as long as I took her words with a grain of salt, I'd probably be fine. Yep, it was all going to be just fine. Okay. If you say so. All the swords still there when I came back to the hospital room. Oh, she's singing. Scared me a bit.
闇夜を切り裂き月光を浴びて幾千もの鉄鎚は汝の痛みとなりて今解き放たれるやがて叫びは宙に舞い夜空は赤く染まるだろう
Nice voice, yeah. Ayase was sitting on her bed eating some hospital food. Wait, she wasn't actually eating it. She was just listlessly poking her frozen tofu with her chopsticks, all while quietly singing a song. Tofu. It was one of the prophetic phantasm songs, the one that foretold the third Nugent case, the crucifixion. It was called A Contract of Blood to Seal Our Sin. Also the title of her root. I was familiar with it myself as I had bought the album. But in this case, Ayase wasn't striking a stake. Rather, she was striking her chopsticks into her tofu. Or, I suppose it was closer to stabbing. As soon as she saw me, she gave a faint smile as if relieved about something.
戻ってこないかと思ったわ。どこへ行っていたの？
ちょっと調べ物をロビーの PC で。
今日はここに泊まって一緒にいて。
Oh, the music is so... What? Really? I flinched instinctively at Ayase's bold request. Had I tripped a flag without noticing?
お腹空いていない。
Oh, I guess this is kind of a common denominator in these routes, just staying like multiple, or at least like, yeah, the night with them. Oh.
食べてもいいわよ。
I would like some tofu. She picked up some frozen tofu with her chopsticks and offered it to me.
それって綾瀬が食べたくないだけじゃ。
Yes. She's funny. Oh. She pursed her lips into a smile.
まずいの。
Funny that she was honest. It's a wicked heart. At the hospital food. God damn it. Wicked heart's this, wicked heart's that. Was that all she knew how to say? If the two of us were talking online, she'd have been banned for spamming by now.
邪神に染まってるのに僕は食べてもいいの？
Even if it's a wicked heart, it's tainted.
普段から邪神まみれでしょ、匠は。コンビニのお弁当やカップ麺は不浄なる食べ物の最たる例よ。
Oh no, my heart must be tainted too.
黒騎士として覚醒するためには摂取をやめるべきだわ。
I guess I'm not gonna awaken as a Black Knight.
綾瀬は
Instant noodles are so good. They're so good.
チョコレート。
And chocolate is not tainted.
チョコレートって
I do like
十
chocolate
分
though.
邪神に染まってそうな気がするけど。
Was that actually all she ate? Chocolate? Talk about an unbalanced diet. Hers was even worse than mine, WTF.
チョコレートはいいわ。
Maybe.
邪神を打ち払う力を持つのよ。あの甘さは。
She's just saying whatever she wants. BS. You may talk fancy, but really you just have a sweet tooth.
というわけで、匠。さあ。
I guess I brought the frozen tofu closer to my face. Yeah, I'll pass. I'm not really a fan of frozen tofu either. I guess have they all fed us too? Like, well, in Nanami's route, she cooked for us. Did she like hand feed it to us too? I can't remember. I feel like maybe. You cooked for us and also fed us while we were tied up in our apartment when she had kept us captive there. I guess Ayase is feeding us too, but just hospital food. Oh.
それは許されないわ。
What was going on? This wasn't fair. It was every man's dream to hear a girl say, okay, say ah, so why did it do nothing for me? Maybe it was because the food was Ayase's unwanted leftovers, or maybe it was because she was a 3D girl. Well, she definitely wasn't going to give up trying to feed me, so I reluctantly opened my mouth. As I chewed the tofu, the broth spread throughout my mouth.
よく頑張ったわ。これで一歩、黒騎士に近づいたわよ。
Wow.
匠。
I sure didn't feel any closer.
次はこのきんぴらごぼうを。
Oh. Please, Ayase, no more. She's just giving him all of it. Oh, that was funny. When she'd finished feeding me, Ayase had once again started going on about the Gladiol saga, but this time she really got into it. Even once the sun started setting, she seemed oblivious to the fact that the room was getting darker. Not once had she thought to turn on the lights. For the most part, though, she'd pretty much just gone in-depth on things she'd already mentioned prior to that, nothing really new. And she wasn't exactly the most engaging storyteller, so now I was starting to get sleepy. Though, considering that Shogun was still out there, it probably wasn't smart to be dozing off.
というわけなのよ。理解できた？
I hadn't listened to a word she'd said. He's just never listening to her. But I decided to just nod for now. But when I did, Ayase squinted at me, then moved in close.
聞いてなかったのね。
She got him. She didn't usually show much in the way of emotion, but I guess even she could get mad under the right circumstances. Maybe I should apologize for upsetting her.
それも邪神に染まっているせいよ。
Oh my god. Again with the wicked hearts?
先に取り除かなくてはならないようね。
Not at this
君
moment
の
though.
侵食した邪神を。
Okay. What does this entail?
でなければ純粋なる邪神は培養されない。
取り除く？
What was she trying to do to me? By the sound of it, some kind of terrifying heart surgery. It gave me the chills just thinking about it. But it seemed like my guess was off. With a slightly sorrowful expression, Ayase licked her lips. I'd caught a glimpse of her pink tongue, and I must admit that moment was extremely sexy.
君の邪神を取り除くためなら何でも
Oh,
するわ。
okay.
望みがあったら言って。
What is gonna happen here? Anything? Well, I still didn't know what she meant by excised impurity, but... Takumi, what are you gonna say? Well then, how about, for starters...
キスでもしてもらおうか。
Despite the darkness, I could see the rigidness of her expression. Uh-oh. Maybe I'd gone a little too far. I really didn't want her to start hating me, and I definitely didn't want her to abandon me, so I rushed to apologize. Oh. Why in the closet? Or at least I tried to, but she didn't give me the opportunity. Instead, she grabbed me by the collar and shoved me right into a nearby closet. Are we gonna see a CG for this? Probably. She pressed her body up against mine, and then she closed the door behind us, leaving us tightly packed inside the closet. I feel like we will. Okay. The closet was incredibly cramped. It wasn't designed for people. In order for two people to fit, they had to be pressed right up against each other. It didn't help that I could feel Iris's stifled breaths on my ear either. Oh. Why are they whispering? Oh, so that's why we were hiding. Visiting was prohibited at night, so obviously sleeping over was too. If they found out I was here, they'd kick me out immediately. But why is Iris in the closet too? Wouldn't her be missing, like... you know, leave more questions for them? Okay, but why is Iris hiding with me? There are enemies all around. Okay.
敵グラジオールの使い私たちの心を支配しようと虎視眈々と狙っているのよ
Even the nurses were our enemies? Well, one of them definitely is.
それってただの被害妄想
静かに
I had no clue what brought it on, but Iris suddenly sealed my lips with hers. Oh, okay. Ah, there it is. Okay, okay. Her lips were so soft. It was enough of a shock to make my mind go completely blank. Sound effects. That was when I heard the door open. And at the same time, some strange mechanical sound. Whoever they were trying to be stealthy, but I still had heard them come through the door. Oh, Hazuki-san. It's scary. Hiding inside the locker and seeing her there. Also, it kind of reminds me of that one part in Isomnium Files. Was it? Second? It was the second game, yeah. When you're like in that one somnium and you have to hide. Oh. I died so many times. I heard a female voice. I felt like I'd heard it before, but I couldn't exactly remember when.
逃げられたのかしらまさか私たちの正体に気づかれた不用意に接触しすぎたのかもしれない
Can't remember, I will agree with you. Yes, yes. She was talking to someone, but I couldn't hear the other person's voice. She must have been on the phone. I guess probably Sua. Iris's lips were still glued to mine. Her sweet aroma lingered in the air. It smelled absolutely incredible. They were so soft. Every part of her body that pressed up against mine was soft as could be. There was probably someone really dangerous standing right outside the closet, but that thought didn't even register in my mind. I was completely lost in pleasure.
そっちの処理は済んだそうこれからなのね分かったわ私はスクランブル交差点に向かうから
In the original route, that was where we call her out and she dies.
それじゃあね
Will that happen this route?
あなたに
Aya Mamori, that is Sua. May the divine light save you. It seemed like they'd finished their conversation, and with that, the suspicious woman silently left the room. I could tell that the coast was clear. It would probably be safe to come out of the closet now.
But Ayase still hadn't let go of me. And then, for only a moment, she pulled her lips away from mine. She looked at me, tears welling in her eyes. Why is she crying?
匠、私は導きで
Oh.
救世主
Okay.
そう決まっているの。だから何をしてもいいのよ、私に。
Okay.
叶えてあげるわ、君のどんな望みでも。
I didn't really get what she was trying to say. I figured she was probably just spewing her crazy delusions again, but either way, I didn't mind.
匠、匠。
Okay. Ayase kissed me again, except this time it was nothing like before. Nothing else mattered to me anymore. I just let myself give in to the pleasure, embracing Ayase. Okay, it was becoming a little hard to breathe. When I tried inhaling, I just ended up sucking in Ayase's hot breath. Okay. Ayase's... okay, it tastes incredibly sweet. My brain was completely paralyzed, mesmerized to the core. I never expected the touch of a 3D girl to feel this good. Oh. Bang. Was this when, Sua kills Bon? I heard a sharp sound off in the distance. Startled by the noise, Ayase backed away.
今の音は
Okay, even in the darkness, it was clearly visible. I couldn't care less about the sound. I just wanted to get back... Talk with me! Go even further. Wait, hold on. Had Ayase been with other men before? If so, then wouldn't that kind of bring down the whole experience? Or maybe Edoga just rotted my brain. No, there's no way... I mean, even Misumi-kun had run away from her.
ヘラヘラしていないで、匠。
さあせん。
She slapped him. I said slapped me. My hopes and dreams were dashed in an instant. And in their place, anxiety rose. I felt like I was about to cry. Ayase was staring daggers at me, but I couldn't help but cling on to her all the same.
ごめん。嫌わないで。
邪神に支配されるのではなく、邪
The
神を
wicked
己
heart
に
again.
取り込むのよ。でなければ、黒騎士として目覚めることはできない。それを忘れないで。
Pretty sure it's because of the kiss, not all this wicked heart stuff, but I couldn't be bothered trying to argue with her.
行くわよ。
どこへ？
銃声だったわ。さっきの音。
A gunshot? Here? In Japan? In a hospital? It hadn't sounded like one to me. Then again, I'd only ever heard them in movies and videos, so it wasn't like I had any frame of reference as to what a real one sounded like.
銃声だったとして何をしに行くの？
これもまた予言にあったわ。
This
す
too
でに
has
邪
been
神王との
foretold.
戦いは始め、黒騎士の心が殺されていく。だから回収するの。理想道。私たちにできるのはそれだけ。
The Black Knights are going to perish? Had that bullet we'd heard been fired at someone?
警察に。
ダメよ。警察も邪神に支配されてしまっている。
We were reaching unprecedented levels here. I had completely lost it. The Gladiol saga was nothing more than a delusion of hers. Everything she'd said was nothing more than a delusion of hers. I'd asked myself earlier what kind of ending she wished to reach, and I was still asking, seriously, what was her end goal here? And what the hell was I supposed to do?
ついてきて、匠。
Ayase was already on her way out. I hesitated to follow her. But that was when I realized... the swords are gone! The 3D swords leaning against the window were gone. Did Hazuki take them? Had she taken them with her?
Oh, I guess she was also... I bit my lip, hesitating for just a moment longer, but in the end, I decided to follow after her. Okay. Well, let's see. And I guess the Darth Spider helmet will be there too? Or will it still be there? Iris had gone straight for the rooftop. It was almost as if she knew exactly where the gunshot had come from. There was no hesitation as she walked. The hospital's roof had been turned into some sort of garden. The plants were all fully grown, and the flowers were in full bloom, but it was too dark to tell what color they were. I hid behind Iris and took a look around. I couldn't sense anyone there. In fact, I didn't sense any signs of life at all. Had the gunshot really come from here? And even if it had, who'd fired it? Guns weren't exactly common in Japan.
やっぱり戻ろうよ。もし撃たれたらまずいよ。
But Ayase didn't listen to my pleas. Instead, she moved even further into the garden, meaning I pretty much had to follow her. Oh. And then I saw a dim blue light in front of me. It was extremely faint, as if it'd go out at any moment, but it was undeniably there, flickering in the darkness.
ディソードだわ。
Oh, D-sword. Oh. Oh, is that Yua's? I guess Mia's? Question mark? I don't remember what hers looked like, and I guess she was there at that time, right? Two people were lying on the concrete near the D-sword. I recognized them.
ユア。
The girl in the school uniform with eyes pointed up at the sky was Yua. No doubt about it. What was she doing here? And the other person was a middle-aged man. Not fun. Looking at him closely, I realized that it was the same detective that had questioned me after the crucifixion case. They were both lying down on the ground, completely still. Are they dead? Are they both dead? I mean, Bun's probably dead. Did Yua die here too? I carefully approached them. That was when I noticed the puddle of blood around them. Weird place to know. I jumped back in shock, but it was too late. The crimson liquid had already colored the bottom of my shoes. The detective's body was especially soaked in blood. Yua, on the other hand, didn't seem to be wounded. Okay, I guess she's still alive. For now? Question mark? Will Ayase kill her? Question mark? What the hell had happened here? Why were Yua and the detective together? Now that I knew there was a detective involved, the gunshot made more sense. But who had he shot at? Yua? A million questions are racing through my head. So many, in fact, that I couldn't even begin to organize them. I couldn't handle the confusion, so I turned to Ayase for help. Looking as solemn as ever, she ignored the detective and approached Yua's body. Stopping right in front of the pool of blood, she kneeled beside Yua and felt her neck with her fingers.
脈はある。
Oh,
まだ生
okay.
きているわ。 だけど、死んでいる。心は。そっちの男の人は、もうダメなようね。
She is speaking in her usual indifferent tone.
なんでそんな落ち着いていられるんだ。人が死んでるんだぞ。
言ったでしょ。予言されていたからよ。
What do you mean foretold?
綾瀬が望んだ妄想じゃないの。
そうかもしれないわね。
そんな。
構わないわ。原因が何だろうと。
Then Ayase stood up. She's gonna kill you up. There's her sword and pulled her D-sword out of thin air. She took her D-sword, glowing bright red, and touched it against the D-sword that was stuck in the ground. Okay, I guess maybe she's just taking the sword. Suddenly, a high-pitched resonance reverberated through the air, a resonance so shrill it felt like a drill was carving a hole in my ear. Or at least, that was the image the feeling evoked. Immediately after the sound began, the shapes of the two D-swords began to effortlessly distort. The transformation completely ignored the laws of physics. It was like they were made of liquid or clay. The two swords warped repeatedly as if writhing in pain. The resonating sound only got worse. Unable to bear it, I tried plugging my ears, but it didn't help in the slightest. Oh. Until suddenly, a shockwave ripped through the air. Before I could even begin to understand what was happening, the D sword in the ground was in Ayuse's left hand. Ayuse must have been in agony. Her expression made that very clear. But only a moment later, she looked at me and smiled. She was even blushing slightly.
4本目よ。これで。
Okay. Even though there were corpses right in front of her, and whoever shot the middle-aged detective was probably still nearby, how could she put that sword over literally anything else? Was it really that necessary to get the ending she wished to reach? Did she really need all 7 D swords to defeat Gladiol? Did Gladiol even exist?
ギガロマニアックスとなったものは誰だろうと一度は壊れているんだよ。
I remembered what Senna had told me. I suppose that meant Ayase had also broken at some point. That'd mean I'd eventually break too? Well, the eventually was probably unnecessary. After all, I already felt like I was gonna break thanks to everything happening with Ayase. Like the 70s, so it's the 70 dragon. Ayase quickly erased the D swords. The 2 of them vanished, as if dissipating into air itself.
このこと警察に通報するの
Yo was my enemy. I wouldn't lose any sleep about leaving her body here among all this carnage. But I had already stepped in the blood. My shoes were leaving red footprints all over the pavement. Oh yeah, that's probably gonna look pretty bad. Which would yet again be enough to make me a suspect.
通報はしないわ。
Oh. A wave of relief washed over me. Ayase was gazing up at the night sky. Her expression still seemed slightly sorrowful.
そろそろね。
Cute. Oh. Drawing near? What was?
グラジオールは間もなく目覚めるわ。ツイグラーの予言によれば。
I guess you could really say that about
心して
Hazuki-san.
匠。最悪に
She
包
is
まれるの。
cute.
世界は、君は見たこともない世界を見ることになる。でも、乗り越えて。そうしなければ、グラジオールを倒せない。
Ayase's voice lacked its usual composure. It was almost like she was scared. Would it really be that bad, whatever was about to happen? Or should I say, the delusion that she was about to turn into reality?
まだ心の準備が
だったら急いで。もう時間がないわ。
Ready myself? Colonel, that's easier said than done. I don't even know what you think is supposed to happen. So what am I supposed to do?
世界は誘拐し、連結が始まる。
Yo, that works too. No, yeah, I know, but... Ayase mumbled that to herself, looking up at the sky. I decided to look up at it too. In the sky, I could see a single spot dyed a vivid white. A white so bright, it stuck out like a sore thumb in the night sky. What even was that? I gulped. Come to think of it, hadn't some people reported that the sky had turned white right before the last earthquake? The white spot was gradually expanding. It had an inexplicable sense of restlessness to it. It left me completely
グラ
speechless.
ジオールが目覚
Oh
めた。
no. Oh. Oh, it's shaken. The earth trembled, the building shook. No, it wasn't just the building shaking, everything was. The white spot in the sky grew even bigger. Then we were immediately assaulted by a violent buzzing noise, one that sounded similar to the resonance of the D sword from before. My head felt like it was about to explode. And then... Kaboom! Pow! Bang! The world was dyed completely white. Okay. Nice sound effects. Thank you, thank you. Was I dreaming? Even though it had been white only a moment ago, the sky was dyed red. The world itself had turned to a rusty vermilion. This couldn't be real. It had to just be another delusion, or at least that was what I tried to tell myself. All across the sky I could see clouds upon clouds of black miasma. They seemed almost humanoid in shape. They had to be illusions, though, even if they were unusually vivid. The clouds of haze spontaneously flickered in and out of sight. Even when I thought one had disappeared, it would pop up somewhere else a moment later. The blots of black miasma were innumerable. Just looking at them made me feel uncomfortable. And there was this intense, rotten-smelling stench. It was so bad it nearly brought me to vomit. I didn't want to be here for even a second longer. That feeling was as strong as could be. When I came to, the sky had brightened up a little, and Shibuya had transformed into a city of death. AH Hospital was still standing, but cracks ran up the walls and the interior was in complete disarray. I only barely managed to make it out. The entrance to the outpatient clinic was swarmed with ambulances. The place was overflowing with people trampling over each other, fighting for medical attention. When I'd woken up, Ayase had smiled at me and said, "Let us return to Shibuya." It'd been just before 6 a.m. at that point, which meant that I'd been out for over 10 hours. Yua's body was nowhere to be found. I asked Ayase if she knew what happened to it, but she didn't seem to know. 107. Shibuya was hardly a 5-minute train ride from Yoyogi, but due to the earthquake, all public transport was on halt. The railroad had been torn to shreds, meaning there was no way it was going to be restored within the day. So we were forced to walk, something that was way harder than it sounds. The road was full of holes, and the rubble from fallen buildings was constantly in our way. It was difficult to even walk in a straight line. As a result, the trip back to Shibuya Station ended up being a 3-hour struggle. The surrounding area had been completely annihilated. Almost all of the buildings had collapsed. Countless bodies were strewn out all around us. They were so pitiful I couldn't stand to look at them. There were also a number of people still alive. Some were like us, just wandering along in complete shock, while others were crouched by the rubble, waiting for help to arrive. And of course, there were many people clinging onto dead bodies as they bawled their eyes out. Even though they had survived, they all still seemed dead, like the trauma had drained them of every ounce of life they'd once had. The terrible odor of blood and dust filled the air, making the act of breathing completely unbearable. Was this Gladio's doing? Was Gladio the name of the earthquake, maybe? I suppose that would make sense. They always gave their hurricanes names in America, like Andrew or Katrina. Was this how Ayase wanted things to end? Was this the ending she wished to reach? Then again, if you wanted to bring about the apocalypse, this would probably be the best way to do it. But there is no way a single person could cause a catastrophe on this scale, even with the powers of Gigomaniac, or the Black Knight as Ayase liked to call them. She'd said that the worlds shall fuse and all shall be consolidated or whatever, but what exactly had she meant by that? While following behind Ayase through the city, I took a peek at the side of her face. Unsurprisingly, even Ayase had turned pale and faced with the current state of Shibuya. She walked in silence, clenching her jaw as if trying to endure an intense pain.
Oi, minna! Koko wa abunai kara! Inan basho e ikou!
A middle-aged man in a suit was screaming into the crowd. He was calling out to all survivors in the area, us included.
救助を待ってたら日が暮れてしまう。避難場所まで辛いかもしれないが、立って歩こうじゃないか。俺たちには亡くなった人たちの分まで生きなくちゃならない使命があるんだ。
Where the hell had that old guy gotten so much energy from? A few people listened and started moving toward him, but most people stayed put. Ayase didn't even look at him. She just kept moving on toward her destination, and I had no choice but to follow. Suddenly, I felt a throbbing pain in my forehead. Ever since we left Yoyogi, I'd been getting headaches just like this.
頼むよ。みんな立ってくれ。どうし、俺はみんなに生きていてほしいんだよ。
My head hurt. Oh. Ugh. What the? Suddenly, the world was dyed red once more. Okay, the sky was covered by vermilion clouds. It was the exact same thing I'd seen in my dream. The asphalt of the road, the concrete of the debris, the buildings, the shattered glass on the road, the abandoned broken down cars, the uprooted trees from the sidewalk, all of it had been corroded, overtaken by rust. Maniacal laughter echoed throughout the area. It was coming from the same person who had been trying to get everyone to take refuge just a second ago. Is this like a delusion, or is this maybe how Isis sees the world? His body was covered in a cloud of black miasma. But it wasn't just him. Excluding the dead bodies, there are clouds of miasma around everyone I see. Oh, is this like the wicked heart? Maybe. The hazes were nearly human-sized. They swayed back and forth rhythmically, each one unusually vivid. It was a horrifying sight. It was exactly like in my dream. That man's laughter was starting to annoy me. Looking back toward him, I noticed that for some odd reason, he had an assault rifle pointed straight at me. Oh. He started spraying bullets. What is happening? This is not real. His laughter is kind of funny. Oh. I immediately hit the ground. I'd been shot. Ugh. Or so I thought. I had undoubtedly been standing right in his line of fire. But I didn't feel any pain. I lifted up my head to double check. And this is like reality. He wasn't holding a gun anymore. He was just pleading with the crowd around him. But it all changed so suddenly. For a split second, the man's body was covered in static. Before the static, he'd had his hand raised up in the air, but after it, that hand was holding a gun. Doing that so quickly was humanly impossible. It was barely even coherent. It couldn't possibly be real. It was almost like watching a movie with severely jarring jump cuts. And then he started firing again. The people that we shot fell to the ground, blood spurting everywhere. Their screams echoed through the air. Sorry for laughing, it's just... it's just so out there, you know? And yet, somehow, none of the bullets were hitting me. It really felt like I was in a movie. It wasn't real life.
Takumi.
Ayase. When I heard my name, I came back to my senses. Ayase was staring at me. She looked like she was about to say something, but in the end she didn't. She simply turned her back and kept on walking. I took a look at the sky. It was cloudy but not red. The surrounding scenery was overcast by a dark gray, no vermilion in sight. The shooter had gone back to pleading with everyone to evacuate. All the people who had been shot were now unharmed, and none of them were engulfed by black miasmata. What the hell had just happened? Another one of my delusions? If it actually had been, then I must have really lost my touch. That delusion hadn't even been slightly realistic. It'd been like a movie or a video game or something.
Takumi, 早く来て.
Ayase urged me forward. Where the hell was she going anyway? Was she headed for the evacuation site, the one that guy was yelling about? But if that was true, then she wasn't going the right way. Instead, she went right into the Inokashira Line station. What the hell is she thinking? Okay. We there. There were no staff members at the station, and the trains were all stopped in place. Ayase made her way down to the tracks and started walking along them. Naturally, the tunnel was pitch black. It wasn't designed to be traversed on foot, after all. It hadn't collapsed yet, but it felt like it was only a matter of time before it did. I would have never imagined that I'd have ended up walking on railroad tracks like this. What an adventure, though. They should make a movie about it. Wait, pretty sure there already was one. Granted, it'd come out before I was born, so I obviously hadn't seen it. I just knew it was about some people walking down railroad tracks to find a body. Meanwhile, walking through this underground tunnel wasn't nearly as exciting. If we continued along this route, we'd eventually pass by the Shinsen, Komawa, Todaima, Kinoe, and Shimokitazawa stations. Getting in and out of Shibuya had been made incredibly difficult, so using the subway tunnels was actually a pretty good escape plan. Stand by me reference? I see. But we had started in Yoyogi, and now we are heading towards Shibuya, so something told me that Ayase wasn't using this as an escape route.
どこへ行くの？
深センの駅よ。
What the hell was the point of going there? Maybe she was planning to head to Suime from there, or maybe my base? Actually, I never told her where my base was, so probably not the second one. Speaking of which, I wondered if Seiratan had survived. What if the Kurenai conference hall had collapsed because of the earthquake? Oh god, all my poor waifus could be buried in rubble. Popular in JP Media for some reason. You can also made a reference to one of the games. Oh, I see. Interesting. Oh, wait, is that Pokemon? I guess they both have PK, M, and N in their names, don't they? Yes, Pokemon. Okay. Yeah. Suddenly my trivial concerns were interrupted by a bright light. There was a railroad crossing right before Shinsen Station, where light from the sky peeked in from above. After the crossing, the rails went in another dark tunnel, and after that was the Shinsen Station platform. Looking at the television, I believe you should totally watch it. I see. I should totally watch it. I guess, yeah. I don't really know what it's about, but I guess they're walking on the tracks. The lights of the platform were out, likely due to the earthquake. It was pretty damn dark. I'm doing later tonight. Have fun. There was almost no one around. All I could see were two girls sitting on the platform. Judging by the uniforms, they were Suime students. Is it Senan Kozupi? Or are they just different random students? Ayase approached them without a hint of hesitation. Maybe she knew them or something. Is they going to see a dead body? Oh, that's right, there's a dead body too. As we got closer, their figures in the darkness became clearer. My brow furrowed. I felt like I had seen them somewhere before. And then I realized exactly who they were. Sena, Kozupi! But something was wrong with them. They should have been able to hear us coming, but they didn't even turn to look at us. No, they just sat there, their heads looking down at the ground, not moving.
Sena? Kozupi?
I tried calling out to them, but the two still didn't respond. What the hell was up with them?
黒騎士の心が殺されていく。だから回収するの。理想道。
Wait, no way! I rushed over to the girls in a panic, then peered into Sena's eyes. Sena's eyes were devoid of life. They were completely hollow. With no light left in them, they stared into nothingness. Those sharp eyes of hers, always glaring at everyone and everything. Not a single trace of them remained. She was trying to murmur something, but her voice was so incredibly faint, all that came out was a mere croak. I couldn't make out a single word she said. Kozupi was the same. The light behind her eyes had died out. Her mouth hung open, drool trickling down her cheek. She tried to speak, but her voice was too hoarse to understand. Something had happened to them. the hell is going on in this city? I was absolutely clueless, so I turned to Ayase for answers, but she didn't seem remotely interested in their fates. Their D-swords were lying nearby. Ayase took her own sword and brought it near them. The same shrill sound from before reverberated throughout the station. The 3 D-swords began to warp and transform. She really is just getting all of the swords, huh? Then came the shockwave, assaulting my body like a fierce gust of wind. And once it passed, Ayase was holding Sena's and Kozupi's D-swords.
これで6本揃った。
Oh, wow. All that's left is Takumi's?
匠、あとは君が手に入れるだけよ。
How the hell could she be so calm right now? My frustration was then met by the same throbbing pain in my head as before. Yeah. The world turned red once again. Everything began rusting, rotting, and eroding away. I could smell a strong odor coming from Kozupi. Kozupi slowly rose up from the ground. Her entire body was dyed red. Was that blood or rust? Ugh, spooky! Oh my gosh! Kozupi? Kozupi raised her head. Her face was covered by a black miasma. The sheer bloodlust coming from her was terrifying. Kozupi stretched out her thin arms as if to try and strangle me. When I blinked, she had somehow ended up back on the ground. Her head hanging downward, she had an indescribable expression on her face. Ugh. Static rang in my ears, and Kozupi instantly teleported behind me. The black miasma grazed my shoulder. A ghastly cold sent a chill down my spine. Oh, okay. Her whispers were emotionless and robotic, but that only made them all the more horrifying. I blinked once more. Senna's body was slumped over on the ground. She had been cut to pieces. Kozupi violently swung down her arms and stabbed Senna in the head with a shard of glass. Ugh. Dark blood stained Senna's long, beautiful black hair. Kozupi then raised the piece of glass in the air and stabbed her once more. Oh. Static. Now Kozupi was on the ground instead of Senna, and Senna had mounted a homeless man that had appeared out of nowhere. Her head was now buried in his shoulder. Her dad. Head was... Oh, wait, is she eating him? Her head was moving up and down constantly. What was she doing? Her hair was covering her face, so I couldn't really tell. That is, until she finally looked up. Ugh! The man's shoulder was stained in blood. His flesh was minced like ground beef. And I could even make out a little bit of pink muscle glistening from within. Yo. Ugh. Wait, no. Was it blood? Muscle? Rust? Ugh. Ugh. Senna finally turned around, and I could now see the blood surrounding her mouth. She was chewing on something, devouring it. She afraid of zombies? I am. We back to normal? My legs trembled, and the second I lost my balance and collapsed to the ground, the world returned to its original color. My headache vanished, too. I pressed my hand against my forehead and shook my head intensely. I felt extremely sick, like I was about to vomit. It didn't feel like a panic attack or shock or anything like that. It was more like a poison was slowly trickling through my veins, spreading through my entire body, one that hit me with a horrible sinking feeling that weighed heavily on my mind. I raised my head and looked at Senna and Kozupi. They were still where they had been originally, on the ground motionless. The illusion isn't real, Senna can't hurt you. Oh, thank you for telling me. Ayase held out her hand. It was the same look from earlier, one that told me she had something more to say. I took her hand and stood up from the ground. Okay. We left Senna and Kozupi as they were. I wanted to... my stomach. I wanted to help them, but I really didn't have the strength to do so, and Ayase just didn't care in the slightest. We made our way back towards Shibuya Station. On the way, we saw countless wounded people on the ground, and just as many dead bodies lying around. Tummy yearns for fries. I guess it does. Ayase looked up to the sky with the usual distant expression. Trying to stave off my nausea, I asked her a question.
綾瀬はどんな結末を望むの？
結末？
Mimi was missing in action. Senna and Kozupi both had their minds broken. Ayase had already taken the D-swords from all of the Gigalomaniac girls. Or maybe stolen would be more appropriate. She had to have orchestrated all of it. How could she have not? There's no way she just happened to find a bunch of for the count mind-broken Gigalomaniacs that had all had their D-swords out. Yeah, how had it all worked out so perfectly? There was just no way. If she was behind it all, then that earthquake was also her doing. And Gladiol was just a legend she'd made up.
この地震が綾瀬の妄想じゃないって言い切れる？
そうね。
Protagonist.
なんでこんなこと？
匠、結論を急がないで。すでに予言されていたの。セイムラーによって。私はそれを知っていた。ただそれだけ。
If you say so.
綾瀬の妄想じゃないか。そんな本 どこにも存在しないよ。
匠も見たはずよ。私の病室で。
Oh, now when he thinks of it, will he be able to see the words too? Or...
匠に見えていなかっただけよ。
そんなの決めんな。
世界は約67億ある。
Okay.
つまり人類の全人口よ。異なっているの。それぞれの見ている世界は全く同一であることはない。
That's a lot of worlds, it is indeed.
匠と私もそう。
それが本当だって言うならそう出してよ。どうせ無理なんでしょ。
Source? Ayase stared at me, then furrowed her brow. She seemed a little perplexed. It was almost like she was forcing herself not to show any emotion.
見たいの？私が見ている世界を。
できるならやってみてよ。
What are you
たとえ見せられても
speaking?
信じないだろうけど。
違うわ。匠。君はもう
Yeah, I guess
すで
that red one.
見ている。
That's what she sees.
私の世界と君は少しずつ同期し始めているのよ。
何よ。
The world rusted over once more. Those collapsed on the ground were engulfed by black miasmata. I could see the head of a child crushed by the debris poking out through the cracks, and a man who was probably their dad trying to save them. Static rang in my ears again. And then, in an action that was incomprehensible to me, the dad stomped on the child's head. Crazy things happen in her worldview, I guess. Their head split open like a watermelon and was subsequently crushed by their father's foot. Blood and grey matter splashed onto the ground. Ooh. The static came again. The child's head was now completely intact. I could hear their dad cry out to them, "Hold on, I'll get you out of there." Static. Ugh. The child had escaped from beneath the rubble, and now they were stabbing their father over and over again with a knife. You're useless, they jeered. A young couple were sitting in a somewhat remote spot. The two were under the same blanket, huddled right next to each other. How did she see this? When the static... Oh. Both the two of them. Screams echoed loudly throughout the city. But the screams stopped with more sounds of static, and the two were back together as if nothing had happened. The two middle-aged women were limping down the road. They were likely sisters. Static flashed and one of them grabbed the other by the hair in an instant. She then began to yank on it in an attempt to uproot it completely, and with the fierce sound of tearing, she mostly succeeded. Youch! The static soon flashed again and her hair was back to normal.
なんだよこれ。
私の世界よ。
My hair just clenched up in fear. It was her world? It wasn't my delusion, but Ayasa's? Wait, was it even a delusion, or was it reality? A black miasma was hovering over Ayasa's chest too. But really, I didn't want to see any of them anymore, so I instinctively looked away.
匠の見ていた空はどんな色をしていた？
どんな青い。
So your world is messed up. It is! Oh my gosh. Ayase pointed up to the sky. It was a shade of red.
あれは赤土色だ。
Vermilion.
赤土色。あの色は青じゃないのね。
I guess it's always been this color for her.
どこからどう見ても青空じゃないよ常識的に。
でも私にとってはあの色が青なのよ。
What was she saying?
匠が説明できるの。青色って
どんなってだから
あの色の空しか知らないのよ。私
みんな青がどんな色かぐらい知ってるでしょ。
She's
だから説明
colorblind.
して例えを使わずに青がどんな色なのか。
And how would you describe a color to someone who's never seen it before? Without an example, how was I supposed to? I guess his hair is blue, but does it just look red to her? I tried thinking of a way to explain it, but I came up empty-handed. I just couldn't come up with a way to describe the color blue. Upon noticing my complete loss for words, Ayase gave me a sad smile.
世界は約67億ある。空の色も67億通りある。みんな見ているものが同じだとは限らないわ。
The scenery went back to normal. This color was my world.
綾瀬はずっとあん
Is
な
there
世
a
界
way
に
to make
見
her
てきた。
see Takumi's world? Ayase gave a slight nod.
生まれた時からずっとそれが当たり前のことだと思っていたわ。でも違うのね。今匠の話を聞いて理解
I
で
think
きた
some
わ。
people wonder if the colors they see are the same that others see. Some sort of philosophical or paradoxical question. Yeah, I have heard of that
黒いもやは
before,
何なの？
I think.
写真よ。
A wicked heart.
誰でも持っているものなの。人ならば。そしてこの写真は見えた人々の負の妄想が。
Wait, was the static causing negative delusions to bubble to the surface? Is that why I've been seeing all that inhuman savagery?
私は昔から見てきた。黒騎士ならば程度の差はあってもみんな見えている。そこにあるのはむき出しの悪意、むき出しの欲望。
Had Ayase been seeing a world like that ever since she was born?
匠、私が望
That
む
is
結
pretty
末は
wild.
この錆びついた世界から魂ごと抜け出すこと。そのためにはグラジオールを倒さなければならないのよ。
Ayase moved closer to me.
だから見つけて。
His
あと
diesel.
は匠だけなの。理想像を見つけて。
無理だ。
Unable to bear it any longer, I pushed Ayase by her shoulders. Ice's eyes opened wide in shock. I like the sound of the glass shutting over and over again. I know, right? It's kind of funny.
なぜ諦めるの？
僕は綾瀬が思うほどすごい人間じゃない。どれだけ望んでも理想度が手に入る兆候すらないじゃないか。オーフロントの時もそうだったし、地震が起きてからもそうだ。方法がわからないんだ。自信がないよ。
それならなぜ私を助けたの？
I said, drew even closer. I took a step back, trying to stay away from her. That FBI know they raid and someone just got nice and such thing. Oh.
助けたって一体何のこと？
私が学校の屋上から飛び降りた時、
Ah, that's right. The flower bed.
君が花壇のある世界を生み出した。だから私は一つ上のステージに魂を移すことはできなかったわ。
That was a fluke. I hadn't done it intentionally.
それでもいいと思った。君の力を知ることができたから。あの時から君が私の希望になったから。
Oh, please don't place all your hope in someone on a whim. Please stop expecting anything from me.
たくみ、自分を秘め、それは邪神王の精神侵略よ。負けてはいけないわ。君には力がある。確実に手に入れられる。
無理だ。無理だよ。
Before, I had thought that I might as well just stick with Ayase. I had no one else that could have protected me after all. But the more time we spent together, it became very clear to me. I couldn't understand how Ayase thought at all. The difference in how our minds perceived the world around us was just too great. And if I was being honest, I was fed up with how insane she was. She was a complete mental case through and through. I really am a horrible person, and I've always been that way. I've never changed.
なぜそんなことを言うの？
Ayase clung to me, tears welling in her eyes. It wasn't the calm, aloof Ayase I was used to. Tricks her.
私
Oh.
はこんな世界にいたくない。私の希望になって黒騎士として目覚めて。
無理だよ。
Oh,
無理じゃないわ。
you can. I synchronized with her world once again. A black miasma poured out of Ayase's chest and entwined itself around my body. It slithered around the top of my skin like an anaconda slowly strangling its prey to death. Its repulsive, chilling presence was enough to give me goosebumps. It was Ayase's pure, unadulterated desire. I, just like any other person, wasn't used to seeing people's naked emotions. A flash of static.
君は私の希望。
Ayase stared at me, her eyes dyed pitch black.
君を離さないわ。つなぎ止める。どんな手を使ってでも。
Okay. Oh. Ayase's fingers started undoing my jacket buttons one by one. What's she
君は
doing?
欲しい。
What's she up to? She was as close as could possibly be, just like the time we'd made out in the hospital room closet. I was like a deer in the headlights. I couldn't move. Oh. Once she finished undoing all my buttons, my chest was exposed, but she didn't stop. She moved down, took off my belt, and unzipped my pants.
君の力欲しい。
Ayase's ice-cold fingertips caressed my chest and then... Oh, ugh! Her nails dug into me. The pain was so intense, and yet I still couldn't move an inch. Is she going for the heart? Question mark?
欲しい。
Fingers gouged out my flesh. They raked their way to my bones. A hand reached deep inside, then gently embraced my pounding heart. Freaky. I was trembling, out of fear, out of pain, out of the cool sensation of Ayase's fingers. I keep you're thinking of like other games that reminds me of Mira. What's the other skate? ZTD.
Damn it.
I forgot that will touch your heart. I could feel my blood vessels exploding. Copious amounts of blood spilled from my chest. She took it out. My heart. She... Was that real though? Or was that just in her world? Okay, maybe we're good. The world switched colors in an instant. It'd gone back to its original dull color. The rest had vanished, and I was completely unharmed. I put my hand on my chest. Thankfully, I could hear it beating. My heart was still there. Okay, well that's good at least. Ayase was standing in front of me, clutching herself with both arms. She looked so incredibly sad, like she was about to burst into tears at any moment. There it was again, that same look as when she'd taken USD's sword. The same as when I had first seen her world back at the Scramble Crossing. The same as when she had obtained Senna's and Kozupi's D swords. Ayase looked at me on the verge of tears, doing everything she could to hold them back.
そんなつもりじゃないの。写真を制御できなくなっている。私も取り込みすぎたせいかもしれない。理想度写真王の精神侵食で私はおかしくなりつつある。
I know, right? They definitely just put that line in just to like make you think, you know? Wasn't it all just another one of her delusions? Wasn't it all just fake words meant to trick me? Those thoughts suddenly came to mind, but I didn't say them out loud. I just couldn't. Ayase was a girl who rarely showed any emotion, with her unwavering tone giving her clear command of any conversation she ever had. That was why it was so hard to see her like this. I had never seen her so sad before. She looked so fragile, like she could fall apart at even the slightest touch. Because of that, I knew that I couldn't tell her what I was really thinking.
僕はどうすればいい?
When those words left my lips, the slightest of tears began to flow from the corner of her eyes. She looked to me with a gaze that showed how much she truly needed me.
私は支配されつつある。邪神王の攻撃によって。このままじゃ自我を保てない。だから取り除いて私の中を侵食する不浄なる邪神を。
取り除くってどうやって？
私の世界を見たでしょ。あの黒いもやは人が持つ不浄なる邪神が具現化したもの。むき出しの悪意。それを掴んで私の体から引き抜いて。
There's no way. I could never do something so horrifying.
私でいたいの。私の世界を救って。
Losing her balance, Ayase fell to the ground. Her figure was as frail as could be, but we had made a promise to each other, one she had said herself.
君を守るわ。
Blood-covered Ayase.
君は私を守って。
Sen and Kosubi had already been broken, and Nimi was nowhere to be found. I didn't want to lose Ayase too. There was an element of selfishness to it. And most of all, I wanted to help her. I was fully aware that it wasn't within my ability to do so. But still, even if Ayase really was some crazy, hopeless girl, even if all of this was just her delusion, I wanted to help her with all my heart. But right as I realized that sentiment, the world turned to rust yet again. The snake-shaped black miasma pouring out of Ayase's chest reared its head. Just looking at it made me feel sick. It felt like something was pressing down on my chest, and I couldn't look away. But even if I could, it wouldn't change anything. That's why I knew I had to try and face it head on. But I couldn't bear it. It felt like my chest was being crushed. My migraine was splitting my head apart. I couldn't do it. I never could have. I didn't have the strength to help anyone. I looked up in response to Ayase's call. She held her hand out to me, her tear-filled eyes locked with mine. She showed complete trust in me, or perhaps she was depending on me? I never had someone depend on me before. My mind was about to crumble, but Ayase's voice just barely managed to keep it together. I bit my lip, and then I took a single step toward Ayase. With me as its new prey, Ayase's black miasma moved toward me and entwined itself around my neck. It was so cold, it nearly tricked my mind into thinking it was hot. It eased me into its embrace, but all the while it was gently strangling me to death. Ayase leaned against me. Her body had gone completely limp. I was forced to support her entire body weight. You see. Okay.
本当にいいの?
What exactly is gonna happen here? With a gulp, I reached my hand toward the black miasma pouring out of her chest. Following only an ephemeral moment, the miasma changed form into that of a black leech, an act that only served to make it all the more repulsive. That was Ayase's wicked heart laid bare. The most hideous part of herself that she didn't want anyone else to see. That was what the mass was. I took hold of the leech's body. It was extremely slippery and it was so cold it stung at my palm. I wanted to let go the second I grabbed it, but in a desperate attempt to hold on, I clenched my teeth and endured it. Ayase groaned in pain, her face a horrid mixture of ecstasy and agony. This back on me. I tried pulling with all my might, but I could feel her flesh being torn apart. Ooh. Black liquid burst from her chest, covering my body from head to toe. Whether it was blood or something else, I didn't know. Despite all this, I pressed on, pulling on the leech as hard as I could.
大丈夫?
Unable to take her screams any longer, I stopped my hands in place, hands atop which Ayase had placed her own. Even though her body was drenched in sweat, Ayase firmly reassured me. I couldn't hesitate again. If I did, I'd only be torturing her. Using every ounce of strength I had, I grasped the leech and pulled it out. Wow. Ayase's body twisted and writhed. The leech slithered around. I know, right? Whenever she's like making noises of pain, it just sounds so suggestive. The leech slithered around. It was a lot longer than I thought it would be. The leech curled into a circular mass and wrapped itself around my arm. It tightened hard against my fist. I guess it was the wicked heart's last stand. I clenched my teeth to endure the pain. I was glad that I'd gotten it off Ayase at least, but I wasn't sure what to do with it now. Pray. Having entrusted her entire body to me, Ayase gently caressed my cheek. One of the purest wickedness. Oh, purple. The black wicked heart wriggling on my arm suddenly shone violet. A sound burst forth from it, a sound so shrill, it was akin to the loudest of screams. Oh, that's his sword! The wicked heart turned into a sword. I'd wanted one so bad, but I'd never been able to get one, no matter how hard I tried. But now, it was finally in my grasp. Ayase's wicked heart had transformed into a D sword. Ugh, the blood. Is she gonna be okay? Even amid her intense pain, Ayase smiled in my arms. Sweat ran down her brow profusely, adhering her bangs to her forehead. What had I done to deserve her gratitude? I didn't know. I had no faith in myself. Just a flesh wound. Ooh. I guess this is her world still, actually, so maybe... Ayase draped her hands around my neck, and then she tightly embraced me. He sure wasn't listening before, but... I guess... at the end... the real... Ayase's body was really warm. The black liquid on her chest was slowly turning red, her blood stained my clothes. But I didn't care. I held Ayase tightly in acceptance. She still had trouble breathing. I could feel her back tremble with each breath. The smell of her sweat rose in the air. Even that part of her was as lovely as the rest. Oh. Oh. Has Ayase fallen in love with me? I may or may not depend on her, but I know she depends on me. So, I don't think a relationship like this will be too bad. Just the two of us. That shot of the sky. Suddenly, the sky behind Ayase's shoulders caught my attention. It was changing from vermilion to black, but only in a single spot. Or perhaps it was merely an illusion, and in reality the spot was just a star. Nonetheless, the spot gradually grew bigger. If it continued at such a speed, it would soon blanket the entire sky. I mumbled that to myself, completely dumbfounded. Also, noticing the unnatural phenomenon, Ayase quickly stood back up, using my shoulders to help her do so. The awakened, wicked-hearted king, Gladio. Dun dun dun. Now we can fight and defeat him. Surely. Got her sword. Ayase brought forth her D sword, materializing it from empty space.
どうするつもり?
グラジオ歴目視録紙片にはこう書かれているわ。7本のディソードが集まった時、暗黒の大蛇が現れると。
The colossal serpent of darkness.
それは純粋なる邪神の塊。邪神をほふることのできる邪神。あらゆる崩壊を飲み込み、邪神王の身を砕くことのできる。その大蛇を出現させるのよ。グラジオールを倒すために。
Ayase was still trembling, and yet she readied her D-sword all the same and closed her eyes the very next moment. It almost seemed like she was meditating. But even after waiting a moment, nothing happened. Meanwhile, the sky had fully turned black. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought it was nighttime. But no, the sun hadn't set. It was the black miasmata, amalgamated into a mist that was spreading across Shibuya. Transforming into a wave, it sought to drown the city in wicked hearts. It slowly crept over the rubble-filled earth, painting every inch it touched black. Silently, it eroded. It swept over our feet. A croak of despair came from my mouth. The corroded world was now rotting away. It decomposed, crumbled, and then it all returned to nothing. People, corpses, and debris alike. Everything slowly melted together, and from the amalgam came an overpowering rotten stench.
綾瀬、どうにか ならないの？
どうして？
Ayase wasn't responding to me. She simply stared at the dessert she held in her hand, her eyes on the verge of tears.
ディソードが7本揃っているの。
She's crying.
どうして現れないの？このままじゃグラジオールに世界は飲み込まれてしまうわ。やっぱり黒騎士が7人集まらなければどうしようもなかった。予言通りに進めなければダメだったのよ。
The black wave was going even faster than before. It had only been up to my ankles a few seconds ago, but now it was already up to my knees. Strangely enough, I actually felt some resistance to the flow of it. Did it actually have physical substance? Was it really not just a simple illusion? Filled with horror, a shiver ran down my spine. Shibuya was actually going to rot away.
綾瀬が妄想すればいい。グラジオールを倒す妄想を。
Unable to hold it in any longer, I screamed at her, but Ayase just shook her head.
私の妄想じゃないわ。グラジオール機は。
だとしても、僕にも綾瀬にもその予言をねじ曲げて新しい妄想を現実にすることは可能なはずだろ。それがギガのマニアックス、いや黒騎士なんだろ。
でも、匠。
What is it? Ayase stared my way, her gaze pleading with me.
わからないの。どうすればいいのか。
Oh god. I was at a loss for words. The sky was covered by the black miasma. The sky was pitch black, blocking out any and all light. Not even a single star remained. The black wave was already up to my hips. It felt like I was going to be washed away by its current any second now. It took everything I had to say standing. Okay, how many heart rate increasing scenes like this? I don't think there were any. A corpse beside me melted into the liquid and was then swept away by the churning waters. Welcome back, also. If I let it swallow me up, that was exactly what would happen to me too. The mere thought terrified me so much I wanted to scream at the top of my lungs. What do I do? What the hell do I do? I desperately tried to think of a solution, but I couldn't come up with any. I was no hero, I was just an otaku freak. Thank you, Irish. You're welcome. And even though I'd finally gotten a D-sword, I had no idea how to use it, so that had ended up being just as useless as me. Everyone would be better off if I had just died. I should get impaled by a bunch of stakes and bleed out, like in the crucifixion case. But right when I thought that, I suddenly remembered something. The songs Fess had written. Their lyrics. Oh?
歌うんだ。
Are you gonna defeat it with song? Despite how it might have sounded, it wasn't something I'd come up with as a last resort. No. I was convinced that it was the best, and also only solution I could have ever come up with.
歌で綾瀬の妄想を世界に拡散させるんだ。
And the world she spun with them captivated the youth of Shibuya. The Gladiol saga was a legend of dubious authenticity that might or might not have been true. It could have all just been Ayase's delusion, and she was the only one who had any knowledge of it. But that didn't matter. That legend had been spread to the youth of Shibuya through phantasm songs. The Miyazo, the brilliantly choreographed song and dance. Yes, exactly. Therefore, mutual recognition had already been achieved.
だから歌うんだ。 グラジオールを倒す歌を歌ってよ、フェス。
Fess.
歌えというの？この状況で。
歌を歌うことで導きが現れるって前に言ってたじゃないか。
そうね。
Wow, he remembered.
そしてあのライブで匠と出会えた。匠。
Ayase extended her hand to me. I took her hand in my own and squeezed it tightly.
匠は
My lungs were damaged during the leech removal.
私の歌。
うん。
They're having a moment. I had listened to the album I'd bought from that concert many times. I left the concert early due to my fear of crowds, but she made me want to try again, and again, and again. However many times it would take. Sing me not along, Ayase. Smiled blissfully. Aw.
ここで滅びても別にいいかもしれない。匠がそう言ってくれたから歌うわ。聞いていて、匠。
Okay. Ayase closed her eyes, took a few moments to focus, before finally letting out a deep breath. Then, she opened her eyes. She was no longer Ayase anymore. She's Fess. She was Fess from Phantasm.
最下に契約の地を。
Name dropped again. She quietly remembered the song's name, and then she burst into song. Her voice reverberated toward the pitch black sky.
杭を打て、杭を打て、闇夜を切り裂き、月光を浴びて、幾千もの鉄意は汝の痛みとなりて今解き放たれる。やがて叫びは宙に舞い、夜空は赤く染まるだろう。十字の杭は力となり、やがて聖域へとたどり着く。
The lyrics were a hint.
綾瀬、杭を打つんだ。
This song wasn't prophesizing the crucifixion case at all.
7本のディソードを合わせて闇夜に打ち込むんだ。
There was no doubt in my mind. It was a song meant to overthrow Gladiol. A song meant to release Ayase from her world corroded by rust and red.
綾瀬の世界を壊せ。
Ayase stared at me. Her eyes burned with a fiery passion. Ayase looked her most beautiful when she was singing. Her energy had completely changed. The damsel in distress from before was nowhere to be seen. Ayase understood what I was trying to say, and, without saying a word, she nodded. I poured all my strength into our joined hands, and, while desperately fighting against the power of the black wave, I entrusted my D-sword to Ayase. Okay. Wow. The moment she grabbed it, it was engulfed in red light and swiftly disappeared. But it hadn't been destroyed, as if it had been guided there. The red light was taken in by Ayase's D-sword. Once I knew that for sure, I let go of Ayase's hand. Okay. Whoa! It's time. Ayase unleashed her power as a black knight. An enormous burst of wind came forth, blasting the world with enough force to make everything around her tremble. The black wave was struck by that pressure, turning into a whirlpool. A new song, I guess. There wasn't a fragment of her usual indifference in her anymore. Ayase took a stance. She spread her legs, lowered her hips, and held her sword high. Her whole body was overflowing with not just strain, but a strong will, the will to look toward to the future. She was just barely able to hold back her urge for pure destruction. She had to wait for the perfect opportunity to unleash it all. The red flicker of the sword grew faster. That sword is that which bends fate to its will. That sword is that which converges all sorrows. That sword is that which interferes with the transcendental place. Fueled by wicked hearts, designed to rend others, its edge was double. It was the manifestation of all the cries for salvation that arose from Ayase's soul, an embodiment of Ayase's chaotic heart. Ayase's gaze was focused on a single point. The black heavens. The ones that shrouded my blue sky, the ones that shrouded Ayase's red sky. A sky born from all the impurity dwelling within wicked hearts, one that brought nothing but darkness to the world. The only thing I could do was pray. Would the Black Knights triumph, or would Gladiol prevail? Our fate was resting on Ayase's shoulders. And yet, for some inexplicable reason, I knew, just as foretold in the legend Ayase had orchestrated, we would never lose to the wicked-hearted king. So, Ayase, strike it. Strike it and pierce through the world itself.
開け天国の扉
Her entire body curved like a bow being drawn. And then, with all the strength vested in her, she cast her shot forth. Oh. Oh, animation. The sword carved a trail of light, blew away the darkness with a loud boom, and pierced through the vermilion heavens. It had completely penetrated it. The sky began to crack. The crack spread throughout the entire sky, and before long, accompanied by a flood of sound, the entire world shattered. Wow! They did it! Ayase did it. Hardcore, yeah. There's the credits! The blue sky. Wow. They did it. The cool ending, yeah. We did it again, we won again! Yeah, again! Another one for the books. Game over. Man, all the songs really do just go so hard. Wow. Okay. Oh. There's a little more. Sky. When I came to, the brilliant light had returned to the world. The sky was blue. The color that couldn't be put into words. And yet, I knew the sky I was looking at right now was most definitely blue. Gladiol must have been overthrown. Or at the very least, the black miasma plaguing the world had disappeared. And now, a warm, soft hand tightly clasped my own. Ayase was standing by my side. looking up to the exact same sky I was. Without saying a word, tears poured from her eyes. Aww.
青はあんなに美しい色をしていたのね。
Wow.
見えるの？
見えるわ。匠が見ているのと同じ色の空が。
And what a clear color it was. So clear I could feel it in my chest. So clear it almost hurt to look at. Who knew that the sky above was so clear? Before now, I had never once realized. Shibuya was in shambles, transformed into a city of death. Not even a glimmer of its former glory was left in it. And yet, Ayase, appearing more dazzling than ever, looked fondly over it all.
世界はこんなにも美しいのね。
And with those words, Ayase gently clasped my hand. That was a nice ending. Oh. Bloody contract for your sins reached Ayase's ending. Okay. Man, that was a nice ending there. Okay. But let me see. We still have quite a few endings left. 4 left to be precise. It's Kozue route, then Sena route, then Rimi route, and then there's a last ending. Let us start making our way to Kozue route, but I don't think I'll play for too much longer. Oh, also, Code Red and Livewire are S tier Mountain Dew flavors? I see. But, I guess we can just start from chapter 3. Oh, continue. Shortcut. Chapter 3. Yes. Okay, we need to do a positive delusion at, and sure enough, Okay. Let's wait until we get there. No drawing tonight? Yeah, most likely not. Maybe tomorrow before stream. Maybe we can just go neutral for this one. Huh? Oh, did I not? Have I never... Huh? Oh, no, wait. Oh, I guess this is this for Sena route? Oh, yeah, this is. Oh, wow. To get on her route, it's actually yes, 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 no. It's yes to most questions. I guess I'll... Oh, Kozue also is yes, 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 no. I guess I'll just pick yes for all of them. This line, though. Well, whenever we do Sena's route, I'll read them out properly, I guess. These lines are so... Okay, anyways. And sure enough... Okay, we'll just go neutral for this one. I guess it's whenever we see her. Right. Oh. Oh, my cat is being cute right now. We'll go neutral. Yeah, the demon girl. Bishi. Would you ever try out an eye tracker? It does seem fun. Well, maybe not for me, but I think it would be silly. I haven't looked into it though. I guess I'll need to look at what softwares are available and such. Ah! Is it this one? Or is it the one after this? And sure enough, okay, this is close to P. We gotta do positive. Sure enough, there was someone there. She was extremely petite. So even more so than Nanami. She looked fairly timid, emulating that Mori gets bullied all the time archetype. I had to choose when it came to 3D girls. For some reason, she was looking down at the floor, eyes filled with tears. I forget. Actually, well, we picked positive before, but we'll just go through it, I guess. I check out playing Nickel, that would be interesting. Yeah, I guess it would be. Wouldn't it be nice if the transfer student were some holy messenger sent here to protect me and slay the demon? Whoever Nimi was, I had no doubt she was dangerous. My life was being eroded, and I knew that for a fact. Unless things changed, I'd be a dead man walking. Suddenly, the transfer student turned her gaze toward me and whispered that. No way. I guess since this is his delusions, like she was actually talking. Could she be here to help me? And we say yes for this. This transfer student must be a professional exorcist. The answer is yes to this. She must be. She acts frail, but that's all it is, an act. Choose yes for this one. She must be here to kill Nimi. The answer is yes for this one. And then the two of them should just kill each other. The answer is no for this one. Kabam swing! Discovered Kozoe's story. Title of it. Even though the transfer student's eyes were welling with tears, they were also filled with determination. Despite her timid appearance, I felt like I could trust her. There's no doubt that from an outsider's perspective, her words were blatantly nonsensical. I was the only person in the sea of confused people who wasn't perplexed by her first words. In fact, I was screaming for joy. Internally, of course. I'm saved! Oh, no doubt an exorcist organization sent this girl to dispose of Nimi. Oh. And there she is. This music. Nimi's panicked voice rang from behind me. Seize your deception, demon. Little pout. She's so silly. Right now, I didn't care who the real demon was, nor who my real ally was.
僕はブラチューと演奏をして毎日を平穏に過ごせればそれでいいんだ。お前たちがどうなろうか知ったことじゃない。とりあえず2人で殺し合ってくれると助かる。で、相打ちで2人とも死亡ってエンディングを希望。
Following those words, I could feel a rising unease spread throughout the room. A transfer student whose name I didn't know, and a demon girl who had only been in this class since the day before yesterday. Each glaring daggers at each other from their own separate corners of the room, the tension between them burning like a fuse trailing toward a pack of TNT. The homeroom teacher and the rest of the students were on the edge of their seats, watching intently as the events unfolded.
異論はないです。
And they fight to the death.
暗殺者。
あなたを殺します、悪魔さん。
Miss Demon. And then they both sprang into action. And that was the end of it. Of course, something like that would never actually happen. The transfer student remained as sheepish as ever, not uttering so much as a peep. Nimi also didn't say a word. In fact, she didn't give any indication that she was here at all. Wait, let's save real quick. Okay, game will branch into the route in chapter 7. This thumbnail. I'll go here. Let me see also, is this... Okay, this is the same as before. Alright. We'll just do a little bit. Okay, control. You may pass. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, it's Shogun again. Saved by Nimi. You got big plans for Halloween? Nope. I have, like, no plans. Yeah. I don't think I'll be doing anything super special. The karaoke? I will probably do the karaoke before actual Halloween day, I was thinking, but yeah. I need to learn the songs for it still. I guess I'll be doing that this week. But we'll see. Maybe I'll do something. Could also just wing it. Well, I could, but I don't think I would feel very good about it. As the final class ended, the stuffiness of the school day gave way to a restful afternoon. Alone, Orihara Kozue plodded her way out through the front gate. As she walked, her lazed motions and lowered head heightened her frailty. With her knit eyebrows and muddled expression, it seemed as if she were holding back tears. Having just transferred schools, Kozue felt isolated from her peers. However, that was only natural for her. Enjoy it regardless. But I wouldn't. She would rarely, no, would never speak. Even when called on by a teacher to solve a problem or read from a book, she would just fidget in her seat, tears welling in her eyes. I appreciate it, though. Not a single person in the school had ever heard her voice, neither student nor teacher. Kozue constructed walls between herself and them, and those made curious by the novelty of a transfer student were quick to drift away. Even then, one or two inquisitive classmates were still determined to speak with her, but she had no desire to open her heart to them. Still, she never felt that her situation was particularly urgent. Even though it was only one person, she did have a friend. Oh, is this Sena? An older girl who was not in her class. Given that Kozue was new in town, the girl was the only person in all of Tokyo that she could confide in. Other than her, she felt she did not need to make friends. She did not need to get along with her classmates. All she really wanted to do was continue living her quiet life. On this evening in Shoto Park, one could hear the sounds of children playing alongside the pond's bank. A boy happened to pass right by Kozue on a trail along the waterside. In his hand, he held a petite mirror that displayed the face of its owner. Two housewives, likely the mothers of the children at play, were chatting on a bench. Kozue could hear their voices clearly.
三面鏡の怪奇ビデオっていうのがものすごく怖いのよ。
Yes.
あら、そうなの？私それ知らないわ。 でも三面鏡って？ほらあれよ、鏡。ああ、鏡ね、三面鏡。それでどんな怪奇ビデオなの？
Koza stopped dead in her tracks near the bench. Her forehead became sickeningly slick with sweat. The women put their talk on pause, glancing questioningly at the odd girl before them. Suddenly becoming aware of herself, Koza rushed away from the park. Mirrors. For Kozure, they were a source of great psychological trauma. Not wanting to recall the past, she frantically fought to keep the memories from flooding her mind. She told herself that she was overthinking it, and again continued walking toward the station. Oh, there's a Bloodtune poster there. Seiratan. As she approached the front of Bunkamachi, her eyes were assailed by light, a glaring and radiant light. Kozure shivered in fear. So many times in the past she had been assaulted like this, by reflections in the mirror. Her mind overflowed with panic, unable to hold down her nightmarish past any longer. Was it a coincidence, or was she being targeted? She looked all around, praying it was just a misunderstanding. A short distance away, a white station wagon came to a stop. A man leaned out of the driver's window. In his hand was a mirror. He seemed to be adjusting his angle. The light struck Kozure's eyes again and again. Frightened, she used her hands to block the light, dashing across the pedestrian scramble in order to escape. Her mind ran rampant with terror and disorder. She wanted to get home as quickly as possible. She did not want to be here. Tears streamed down her face. Oh, Kozuki. It has to be a coincidence. She desperately repeated these words to herself, wiping away the tears with her fingers. Just then, light assailed her eyes once again. Its glare dazzled her, violently piercing her gaze. The car from earlier had followed her. This time, only the driver's arm protruded from the window, and in his hand, he still held that very same mirror. Snapping out of her trance, she put everything she had into running for the station. She bumped into numerous pedestrians while rushing through the crowd. The fear kept her moving, paying no mind at all to the mockery and insults sent her way. Upon arriving at the station, she turned around only to find the white car stopped at a traffic light at Scramble Crossing. Kozura hid under the shadow of the Hachiko statue, huddling in place with bated breath, struggling to comprehend all that had happened. In her head, the same phrase repeated like a broken record. It's just a coincidence, 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 it's just a coincidence. Small twin tails of freedom mirrors reminds me of something. Old uniform. Startled by the voice, she lifted her head. A man, seemingly a college student, stood by the Hachiko statue as if waiting for someone. He stood alone, his back turned to Kozue, and spoke into the phone pressed against his ear. His voice echoed in her head. That sailor suit was so hot, it was on fire? That sailor suit was so hot, it was on fire? The man did not turn toward her. The phone remained against his ear. He seemed to be listening to whoever was speaking on the other end. However, not once did the man chime in or nod. He simply stood there, still as could be. Was he really on the phone? The voice echoed once again. She could not understand how or why, but the man was speaking of things related to her painful past. That was not good. She began to tremble. It frightened her to even so much as look at the man. She slowly crouched down on the spot, covering her ears. Oh, it's all a coincidence. This is all one big coincidence. She continued silently chanting this to herself. As she sat there, crouching in place, an hour passed. Many people had passed by, but none tried to speak to her. When she finally managed to timidly raise her head, she found that the man was long gone. Okay, and where? Okay. Let me save. Wait. Oh, I just realized we didn't check the tips list in a while, did we? I wonder if it will still have the diagnostic results. I guess it'll also have stuff about Ayusa's D-sword now. Let's see. Oh, okay. I guess we're good? Dahlia. Diagnostic results. And this was, we just picked 6 of them. You are slightly delusional. Perhaps not everything in your life is going favorably, but you have 1 or more things that you can devote yourself to, and you work hard at them every day. For this reason, you probably don't have much time for things like delusions. If you keep trying your hardest, you should be able to live a fulfilling life. But I urge you to please be careful. If you by some chance fail or lose one of the things you devoted yourself to, you may suddenly find yourself tempted to abandon everything and escape into delusions. A word from Nanami. If you're gonna turn out like my big bro, make sure you're someone other people can rely on when things get tough. Even better if you stay in tune with the latest fashion trends. Oh, and it'd make me real happy if you made sure to take care of your family too. Word from Senna. Whatever you're aiming to do, push as hard as you possibly can to achieve it. If you need a break, take one. It's not smart to work too hard. You'll just end up burning yourself out. I recommend adding a good walk to your daily routine. Pretty sound advice from Senna. Okay, Dahlia. Oh, Ayusa's D-sword, with its complete and utter absence of straight lines, represents the true embodiment of chaos. When Ayusa materialized the sword, she modeled it after a mythical dragon, which is why the sword takes on a far more organic form than the other D-swords. The dragon appears in the severed verses of the Lone Black Knight, a part of the Gladio saga in which one of the Black Knights slays a dragon, then forms a sword from its bones. And then Rose. Ah, okay. It's Mia's sword. To be precise, it is not Kusunoki Yua who wields this sword, but Kusunoki Mia. It is characterized by the red petals that dance in the air whenever it is wheel-booted. This symbolizes the complex Mia had with her sister Yua, where she felt as if Yua had everything she lacked: elegance, femininity, and kindness. There is a Japanese phrase that reads, "falling as flowers do," that is used to reference those who die young, often in battle or in some other tragic manner. As per this phrase, Mia's sword also symbolizes her deep mourning for her sister's death, for her own erasure of the existence known as Kusunoki Mia, and the repose of both of their souls. Okay. I kind of want to see how many... Okay, we're still missing quite a few, I guess, actually. Well, we have a decent amount, though. We have the majority of them, at least. I don't know if I'll actually try to get all of them, but we'll see at the end of the game, I guess, how many we're missing and everything. But, okay, let me save again. Okay, let me go back to the title menu. I don't think I'll play anymore, but why is it not letting me go? Hello? Okay. That will save my beloved. I feel like I have to. I feel like I have to. But, yeah. We reached 2 endings today. Pretty good. I guess next time we'll also try to do 2. We'll try to get Kozupi's and Senna's. Yeah. Ayusa's ending was nice. There was some stuff happening in her route, but it had a nice ending. Oh, and I guess I have taken off all the nail polish on my nails now. I have picked all of it off. Wow. So I guess maybe tomorrow I'll paint my nails. Depending on when I wake up and everything, I guess. I might need to do some stuff during the day. I'm not too sure. So we'll see, but yeah. Finishing. Thanks for watching. Tricky theme nails. We'll see. We'll see what I do. I don't know. I'm not sure. let me end the poll also. It was, do you like Mountain Dew? I just realized this means I only got up like once during the stream, huh? Right? Was this the first poll question? I think it was it? I don't remember. But anyways, do you like Mountain Dew? 72% said yes, 9% said no, 18% said... wait. 72% said yes, 18% said no, 9% said never had it before. Yes, okay, I think I read it out correctly that time. Hello there, friend, how are you there? Hello, Kenvish, welcome! I am doing well. I'm actually gonna end the stream soon, but I hope you're doing well also. Oh my gosh, my stomach is... I guess I should eat something quick before I go to bed. Maybe I'll have some yogurt with chalky chips. Yeah, it's okay. I'll be streaming again tomorrow too. You can make it then, but... Man, Pokemon! It's been a while since DLC. I'm nervous. I'm kind of nervous to fight. Was Lacey first? I think. I still need to level up my Pokemon more. But thank you, James. Take care. Thank you. What flavor yogurt? Plain unsweetened Greek yogurt with chocolate chips. Bittersweet chocolate chips. Yum yum yum. Did you see the Pokemon leaks? Oh, the Game Freak ones? Question mark. I saw of them on my Twitter. I didn't actually look at them myself though, but I saw what people were saying about them. Yeah. They sure were interesting. Yeah. Indeed. Oh my gosh, my stomach. I'm just only opening it up tomorrow. We'll see. Pokemon. But yeah. My cat is so cute. She's lying on my PC right now. Belly up. I took a silly picture of her the other day where she was like lying on my bed and there was some sunlight coming in through the window, but so like one of her eyes was dilated from being in the darkness and the other one was not, and she was looking at me and it looked kind of funny. She looked a little bit crazy. My cutie. But yeah, okay, I'm gonna go get something to eat, I think. But I hope you'll all have a good rest of your day / night. Oh my gosh, my stomach. I hope you can't hear it. Have a nice meal. Thank you, I will! Time to watch movie. Alright, have fun with that. But yeah, I will eat my yogurt and then I need to do my dailies and then I'll go to sleep. Yes, thank you all for watching. Yeah. Okay, have a good night, rest of your day. Thank you for watching again. Bye bye, good night, see you. Bye bye!